Bitcoin might emerge common store of value, store of wealth, and the
problem with Bitcoin is that it's not an effective exchange. Like it's not easy to go in there and buy, and then it's not an effective hold of value. It has a volatility based on speculation. Like it's not a very effective saving. That's very different based on table currency. Effective both gain and wealth and number mean that is very effective wealth. Have a digital very effective wealth. I some like more or less based on that ability. Then the question, what happened? Okay, what happened? Allow that to happen. I really possibly get better form of money that central banks don't control. Okay, better force of money that, but then that yet happen. And we also have evolutionary process. That evolutionary process, government got to allow that to happen, which is a threat to them in terms of their power, and that's it. And then you have to also build the confidence, all of the components of it, to say, okay, that's effective because I won't get I won't have problems. So I think that digital currency have um, have elements of potential, a lot of hurdles that are going to have to be gotten over. I think a very long time, possibly ever, but anyway, a very long time before we have that, let's say, get into a position that would be in a effective relative to gold, let's say, if you would think of that, because gold is a track record, a thousand all across countries. It has its mobility, it has the has certain that disadvantages relative to digital currency. But central banks, like different banks that worry about that worry about what U.S. dollars until the thing they're going to go to is not going to be they're going to go to gold or something else. Some other country's got to pay. And so I think it's along with
but you think it's possible that one day we don't even have a central bank because of a currency that doesn't that's cannot be controlled by the primary currency. That seems unlikely.
very remote possibility or very
Again, maybe I don't question. As long as you sit back and you look, describe these transactions, visuals, somehow create short-term cycle, long-term cycle, product amaze you worth. There's millions, hundreds of millions of people in the United States, globally, visual transaction. It works.
it amazes me. Like I go back and it I think credit that credit card the guy doesn't know me. It's fine. Okay, we're making lenses. Is that really enough? That kind of thing that goes back years, and it all happens. And what I marvel at and those types of things because of the capacity of the mind that are, imagination, and then the ability to go from one level and then you go to the next level, and those go to the next level. All those miracles that we almost become common. I'm trying to play. I'm looking at all of the things that happen when I get to the middle of, I don't know, Africa or Antarctica, ways where I see my iPad of somebody, my grandkids, someplace else, and I look at them and I say, wow, yes, it all amazing.
So while being amazing, you have a sense of described that the whole thing somehow also, or is this are we just lucky? The principles you described are those described stable, robust, and
The market, the economy, I know those things well enough in a sense to say that by and large, that structure is right. What we're seeing is right. Now, whether there are disruptions and it has effects that can come not because that structure is right, I believe it's right, but whether the hurt by, let's say, connectivity or journal entry, they could take all the money away from you. There's all sorts of things that can happen. Money is the fall. What I see in structure and complexity, I would say another mechanic.
have you seen destruction in a lifetime?
One of the great lessons is that many times I've seen things that I was very surprised about, and that I realized almost all of them I was surprised about because they were just the first time it happened in my lifetime. But when I researched, they happened in other places in other people's lifetimes. So, for example, I remember 1971, the dollar. There was no such thing as a devaluation of currency experience, and the dollar was connected to gold. And I was watching events happen get on, and that definition of money all of a sudden went out the window. It was not tied to gold and valuation. And so, then, or the first oil shock, or the second oil shock, or so many of these things. And but almost always, I realized that when I looked at history, they happened before. They just happened in other people's lifetimes, which led me to realize that I needed to study what happened in other people's lifetimes and what happened in other countries, so that I would have timeless and universal principles for dealing with that thing. So oh yeah, I've been implausible happen, but it's like a one in a year storm, okay? Or
They've happened before.
it happens.
Not talk a lot about AI. So if Bridgewater is and it's about $160, and our artificial intelligence algorithms are pretty good. What role in the future do AI play in analysis area of investment?
I'm going to answer that not only investment, but I think the all-encompassing for AI. As I think we know, for the last 25 years, we have taken our algorithms and make computer take those algorithms and their data. They operate as an in parallel regarded. So for me, it's like playing and I'm a person with my chest. I'm saying it made that move and I'm making the move. How do I compare those two? A lot. But let's use a rule. If different from the past, and Okay, those
deep understanding of
cause effect relationship leading to that. Surgery, I think it's totally fine to watch the doctor put it on, take a camera and do that. Convert that into AI algorithms that go to robots and have them do surgery and not be comfortable with it. Because if it'll do, if the keep doing the same thing over and over again and have enough of that, that would be fine, even though you may not understand the algorithm. The thing over again, I guess the future may that appendicitis or whatever it is will be surgery fine. However, what happens with AI is, for the most part, it takes a lot of data and it behind the sample size, and then it puts together ways you can come up with that. You can either take your express it, or you can say, let's put the data in what it, when you have machine learning, it'll give you equations quite often they're not understandable. But try to say, okay, now describe what you're telling me. It's very difficult to describe it. So so it's very good for doing those things that can be done over and over again if you're watching. But if the future is different from the past, and you have that future different budget, you're going to get in trouble. So that's the main thing. As far as AI is concerned, AI, and let's say very ways, I think it's process, but the notion of what you want is better most of the time than one of the like I show. It's going to be a long time before AI you're going to have all of it. Maybe it can help you, but data, you're learning it. If you were to then take one of my criteria, any of those things, put a lot better off. Okay, I do it. But by and large, mine should be for um, and then the computer should be for process because it process a lot more information, a lot faster, a lot more accurately, a lot less emotion. So any notion of the form of process done by a computer, and anything that is notion of other types of operating with her say, that makes sense.
the process of reducing your understanding down to kind of like the process you mentioned AI out where you your expertise trying to write a program. How do you think that's the process of reducing principles or say what you write about principles still a human element, not reducible an algorithm?
My experience is almost all things, including those things that I've pretty much to express, I've been able to express in algorithm, but that doesn't come to all things. So you can express far more than you can imagine. Like, well, okay, it's not, how do you, okay, be able to take it, right? Okay, what age, the way to I do take that, and when you're in the moment, or just pass the take the write down criteria making words. Okay, that way you get your I created the online call. It's right now just on the
try getting a
What?
it'll be but it has an app write down their own principles because this is very powerful. So when you're in going that equation, that take the next one that is before you know it, will have a decision making in the front.
almost an argument against earlier stage. First, there's no way, but now you start to have that kind of idea, meritocracy, rigorous approach to project investment, and apply it to raising a child. It feels like the process describes could society arrive at a set of principles for raising a child and code it into computer.
That originality will not come from machine learning.
The first time you so that the origin, that's what I'm referring to. But eventually, as we get it developed, we can automate.
That's why I'm saying the process can be done by the computer. So we're saying the same thing, not it. We're saying the same thing. The process algorithm done by the computer in a very, very good way. You don't need to sit there and process, try to weigh all those equations, but that notion, okay, how do I get at that?
You're saying surprise. Yeah. How much you can express.
That's right. And so where I think you're going to be right now, we go to our devices and we get information, and then we get some guidance. We have our GPS and all that. And my principle, principles. I want to emphasize that. Write them down. Those principles. They will be converted into algorithms, and they're going to also like because right now individuals, based on what's stuck in their head, are making decisions in very ignorant ways. They're not the best criteria to operate. When those principles are written down, converted into algorithms, it's almost like you follow instructions, give you better results. Medical medicine is much more likely. Go to your local doctor and ask him whatever. Not the doctor. You're going to go to this or that same, or just automatically have it inputted. It's going to tell you, okay, go to. It's going to be much better than your local doctor. And that's the converting of information into intelligence. Okay, intelligence is the thing. We're coming out with, I'm thinking I want 70 and I want to pass all these. So all these schools that I found available. And what's going to happen? They're going they're going to see tools operating much more that way. The idea of converting data into intelligence, for example, on what they are like, on what are your strengths of intelligence, on who I work well with, under what circumstances,
Personalized.
intelligence. We're going to go from what are called systems of record, which are a lot of information organized in the right way, to intelligence. And we're going to that'll be the next big move, in my opinion. So you can get intelligence back.
That intelligence comes from reducing knowledge.
That's how it happens.
So what's your vision for society? Do you think we'll be able to reduce a lot of the details of our lives down to principles that would be further and further automated?
I think the real question hinges on people's emotions and irrational behaviors. I think that there's liminal things that we want, okay? And then there's cerebral, conscious logic, and too often are at odds. So it's almost like, right? And so let's say, what do you want? And, your mind will answer one thing, your emotions will answer something else. So when I think about it, I think emotions are, I want inspiration, I want love is a good thing, being able to have a good impact, but it is in the reconciliation of your liminal wants and your intellectual wants, so that you really say they're aligned. And so to do that in a way to get what you want. So irrationality is a bad thing if it means it doesn't make sense to get it what you want. Instead of satisfying, is it the lower level of emotion, or is it the other? But it's alignment. So what I find is that by going from you experience this subliminally, and that's the thing I want. It comes to the surface. I find that if I can align with what my logical is, so do the double check between them, and I get the same sort of thing. That helps me a lot. I find, for example, meditation is one of the things that helps to achieve that alignment. It's fantastic for achieving that alignment. And often, I also want to not just do it in my head. I want to say, that makes sense, help me. And so I do it with other people, and I say, okay, well, let's one, whatever, that makes sense. And when you do that kind of triangulation, your two views, with also the other way, then certainly want to be rational, right? But rationality has to be defined by the.
And then you discover such a good idea that drive your. So it's always you're always at the edge of the principle of the always. Well, that's what they like.
Well, and inspiration. Inspiration is needed to do that, right? Like, what are you doing?
So, well, what is that thing? What is that thing?
What's the curiosity, the hunger?
Story for a second. What's that subconscious? What's that drives us?
I think generalize of us, different people driven by different things, not a common one, right? So, like if you take the chamber, I think it is the combination of subliminally, it's a combination of excitement, curiosity,
Dark element there. There's years. Sense.
Most of the ones that I'm doing, I have not seen. I see what I really see is, who I could do that. That would be the most free, and then the act of creativity. Ooh, so excitement is one of the things. Curiosity, okay, and then tenacity. Okay, to do those things, but definitely intermediate. And there's an intellectual, okay, empathy. Can I have an impact? Can I have an impact? I have an impact. tend to be the things that most of.
I think you're going to shut down this idea, but there's a notion that some of these papers really walk the line between madness, madness, control, and or still jobs in Hamas rational.
The other thing of what comes to my mind is that that and often at the edge of something imaginary is at the edge of insanity. And it's almost like a radio that I like it's just right, playing right, but if I go a little bit too far, it goes off. Okay, and so you can famous studying bipolar. What it shows is that that's definitely the case when you're going out there. That imagination, whatever it is, that can be near the edge. Doesn't have to always.
So let me ask you about automation. That's part of public discourse. What's your view on the impact of automation, of whether we're talking about AI and more forms of automation on the economy, short term and long term? You have concerns about it, some do, or do you think it's overblown?
It's not overblown. I mean, try and think come at us in a very good way in the future. We're right at the edge of accelerating. Have a impact and it's going forward. It'll have tremendous benefit and at the same time it has profound benefit employment distribution of wealth because the way I think about it is there are certain things we do and over time we evolve to go almost higher and higher level. And now we're almost like we're at this level. It used to be your labor, but then your labor, get past the labor contractor, blah, 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 and where, okay, any process better find that. So other than ending, you're at a point where machines really do it, and that's accelerating the force. That's a force good, and at the same time, what it does is displaces people in terms of employment, changes health gaps and all of that. So I think the real issue is that a national, I think the wealth gap, the income gap, the opportunity, all of those things, that's of course is creating the problem that we're having today. A lot of problems, the great polarity, franchise, not equal, not quality of education, all of these problems, a lot of problems coming as a result of that. So as emergent situation, there's good work, good plan worked out for how to deal with that effectively. So because it's good for the average impact, but it's not good for everyone and it creates polarity. So it's got to be dealt with.
Yeah, and you talked about the American dream. That's all have an opportunity for, and that we need to reform capitalism to give that opportunity to everyone. And that's gonna one of the ideas in terms of safety net support that kind of opportunity. There's been a lot of discussion basically from people. Andrew Yang running on that, he's running for president on the idea of the universal income. What do you think about that? $1,000 or some amount of money, everybody, as a way to give them the padding, the freedom to sort of call for adventure to take crazy.
Before I get right universe of basic human rights, I want to start with the notion that opportunity, education, development, creating equality, so that people say there's equal opportunity, and, and it's the most important thing. And then you find out what is the amount, how are you provide that, how do you get money to a public school system? How do you, what do you, the fleshing out that plan to create full opportunity in all of its various is the most pressing. And so
the opportunity is the most important one. You kind of apply earlier the better. So like the opportunity for education. So the early development of a human being when you have the opportunity. That's the most important.
Right. The first phase of your life, which goes from birth until you're on your own, you're an adult and you're now out there, and you deal with early childhood development, okay, and the brain. What's important? Child care, okay, like the world of difference, for example. You have good parents who are trying to think about instilling stability, a non-traumatic environment, provide them. So I would say good guidance to parents and the good education that they're receiving are the most important thing in that person's development. The ability to be able to be prepared to go out there and then go into a market that's an equal opportunity job market, to be able to then go into that kind of market. It's a system that creates not only fairness, anything else is not fair. And then in addition to that, it also is a more effective economic system because the consequences of not doing harm to a society are devastating. Look at what the outcome of somebody who high school does one of those things changes, and you look at what that means in terms of their cost to society, not only themselves, but their cost of incarceration cost, crime, all of those things. It's economically better for the society and fairer if they can get those particular things. Once they have those, then you move on to other things. Yes, from birth all the way through that process. Anything less than that is tragedy and so on. So that's the message. So I would want to above all else provide that. With that in mind, now we'll talk about
Start with that. Now it's done.
well, right, because you have to have that. Now the question is, what's the best way to provide that? Okay. So when I look at PI, I really think what is going to happen with that $1,000? And will that $1,000 come from another program? Does that come from an early childhood developmental program? Who are you giving $1,000 to? What will they do for that $1,000? I mean, my reaction is I think it's a great thing that everybody should have almost $1,000 in their bank, and so on. But when do they get to make decisions as the parent? A lot of times you can give $1,000 to somebody, you have a negative. You can have, they can have something detrimental, not just productive. If that money's coming away from some of those other things that we want, shift it to, let's say, check, doesn't mean its outcomes are going to be good in providing those things that are just everybody can have $1,000 and use it when the time comes. And use it well. That would be really, really good. Because it's almost like everybody, you wish everybody had $1,000 worth of wiggle room in their lives. Okay, I think that would be great. I love that. But I want to make sure that the other things are taken care of. So if it comes out of that budget, and I don't want it to come out of that budget that's going to be doing those things. And so you have to figure it out.
Certain skepticism that human nature will use may not always fact, frequently may not use that $1,000 for the optimal support, the optimal trajectory.
Some will and some won't. One of the big advantages of universal basic income is that if you put it in the hands, let's say, of parents who know how to do the right things and the right choices for their children, because they're responsible, you have to give them $1,000 for the benefit of their children. Wow, that sounds great. If you put it in the hands of, let's say, an alcoholic or drug addicted parent who is not making those choices well for their children, and what they do is they take that $1,000 and they don't use it well, and that's going to produce more harm than good.
Well, what you're, if I may say so, one of the richest people in the world, a good person to ask. Does money buy happiness?
Shown that get over a basic level so that you can take care of the pain, you health and whatever. No correlation between the level of happiness that one has, the level of money that one has. At the highest is quality survey across all surveys, all society. That is not in any way correlated down to native poor places. So I'm very lucky that I started with nothing. So I have the full range. I can tell you by not having money, and then having quite a lot of money. I just had the right order.
So you start from nothing all out.
Yeah. And my dad was a jazz, but I had all really that I needed because parents who loved me, took good care of me, and I went to a public school that was the public school. That you don't need much more than that in order to. Anyway, what I'm saying is, no, I experienced and many studies on the question. Money does not bring happiness. It brings money gives you the ability to make choices
That get in the way, in any way, of forming those.
and lots of ways to think. That's one of them. Stand in the way of that. Okay. I could listen to way that it can stand. It can be a problem.
What does it buy? Elaborate the freedom.
At the most fundamental level, it doesn't take a whole lot. It takes enough that take care of yourself and your family to be able to learn the basics of have the relationships, have health care, basics of those types of things. You cover the things, and then have maybe enough security, but maybe not too much security.
Right.
And that essentially are okay. Okay, that's really good. Don't that's what money will get you.
And everything else that go either way.
Well, no, there's more. Okay, and beyond that, what it then starts to that's the most important. But beyond that, what it starts to help to make you happen in various ways. Okay, so for example, now like those dreams might not be my own dreams. They're impact on other dreams. Okay, so my own dream might be I don't know, I can pass along these at my stage of life. I can pass along the principles to you, and I can do those things, or I can whatever I can an adventure. I can start a business. I can do those other things. I can self-actualize ways that might be not possible otherwise. That's my own. And I can also help others. Get older at the time and whatever, very you start to feel well, spirituality that's referring to, start to have an effect on others that's beneficial and so on. Gives you the ability. I could tell you that people who are very wealthy, who have that, feel that they don't have enough money. Bill Gates will feel almost broke because relative to the things he'd like to accomplish, and it goes through the Gates Foundation, things like that, you know, oh my God, he doesn't have enough money to accomplish the things he wishes to. But those things are not, you know, they're not the most fundamental thing. So I think that people sometimes think money has value. Money doesn't have value. Money is, like you say, just a means to change this world of wealth. And so what you have to say is, what is it that you're going to buy? Now, there are other people who get their gratification in ways that are different. But I think in many cases, let's say somebody who uses money to have a status. I, what would I say? Or that's probably unhealthy. But then I don't know somebody who says, "I love a great, gorgeous painting. It's going to cost lots of money." My priorities, I can't get there. But that doesn't mean I don't. Who am I to judge others in terms of, let's say, their elements of freedom? Those things. So it's a little bit complicated. But by and large, that's my view on money and wealth.
Let me ask you in terms of the idea of much of your passions in life is through something you might be able to call work. Alan Watts has a quote that the real key to life is completely doing here and now. Instead of calling it work, realize it's play. So I'd like to ask, what is the role of work in your life journey or in any life's journey? And what do you think about the modern idea of separating work-life balance?
I have a principle that I believe in. Make your work passion. Okay. So that's, in other words, if you can make it work and passionate, work out great. And of course, people have different purposes to work. And I don't want to be theoretical. People have to take care of their family. Money, at a certain point, is an important component of that work. So you look beyond what is money to get your. But the most important thing I have written is to get that your mission that you're on. You're excited about that mission you're on. And then you can do that with people who you have a meaningful relationship. You have meaningful work and relationship. I mean, that is fabulous. Most people.
And it seems that many people struggle to get there, not out of not necessarily because they're constrained by the fact that they have the financial constraints of having to provide for their family and so on, but it's I mean this idea is out there that there needs to be a work-life balance. That most people, we're going to return to the same thing as most doesn't mean optimal, but most people seem to not be doing their life's passion, not unifying work. Why do you think that is?
Well, the work-life balance, there's a life arc. Starts at 0 and ends somewhere in the vicinity of 8. And there's a phase. And you could look at the different degrees of happiness that happen in those phases. Like that was interesting, but we don't have time probably for it. But you get in that part of the life which has the lowest level is age 45 to 55. And because as you move into the second phase of your life, the first phase of your life is dependent on others. Second phase of your life is you working on others dependent on you, trying to be successful. And in that phase of one's life, you encounter the work-life balance challenge because trying to be successful at work and successful at parenting and successful in all those other things that make you a man. They get into that, and I understand that problem in work-life balance. issue is primarily to know how to approach. Okay, so I understand it's stressful, it produces stress, and produces lowest level of happiness in one's life. It's interesting. Later in life, levels of happiness rise, and the highest level of happiness between 70 and 80. But in that spot, I want and the work-life balance is to realize, learn how to get more out of an hour of life. Okay, because an hour of work, what people are thinking is that they have to make a choice between one thing and another. Of course, they do, but they don't realize that they develop skill to get a lot more out of an hour, the equivalent of having many more hours in life. And so, that's why the principles I try to go into. Okay, now how can you get a lot more out of an hour? That allows you to get more life into your life and produces life balance.
And that's the primary struggle on that 35 to 45. Yeah, you could linger on that. Listen, what are the ups and downs of life happening in general and perhaps in your own life that when peaks?
It's pretty much the same pattern. Early in one's life tends to be a very happy period, all the way up is like a really great happy. I think all the freedom, the driver's license, whatever. But the junior year in high school, quite often stressful period. Try to get to high school, go into college, happy freedom, yeah, friendships, all of that freedom, and then and 20 points happy that freedom. Then sequentially, one has a great time, they date, they go out and so on, find love of life, develop a family, and then with that, as time happens, you have more of your work-life balance challenges, responsibility, and then here it's part of your life. That is the struggle. Chances are you will crash in that period of time. You'll have your failure. That's when you go into this. You learn, hopefully, learn from those mistakes. The metamorphosis come out, change, hopefully better, get more responsibilities, and so on. And then when you get to the later part, starting to approach the transition and that late part of the second phase, we're going to the third phase of your life. Second phase is working, trying to be successful. Third phase of your life is you want people to be successful without you. Okay? And you want your kids to be successful without you because when you're at that phase, they're at making their transition from the first phase to the second phase. Successful without you. Your parents are gone, and then you have freedom. And then you have freedom again. With that freedom, and you have history shown with it, you have friendships, you have perspective on life, you have different things. That's one of the reasons that later part of the life, on average, actually, is the highest. Very interesting. Their surveys say, how good do you look? How good do you feel? And and that's the highest survey. The first, now they're not looking the best,
Yeah.
and they're not feeling the best. I think 35, they're actually looking the best and feeling the best. But they rank the highest in that one survey results is the highest.
So
In that
fascinating.
70 to 80. nation evolved. So I think we evolved, contributed to that way. I think I said it before, but I'll say it again. I don't say it often. Best and those meeting like great. Thank you so much for the honor. Thanks for listening to the conversation with Ray Dolly. Thank you for presenting sponsors cash out. Download it, like podcast, get $5 $1,000 first. Educate nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon. Finally, closing words of advice, Ray Dahlia. Reflection. Thank you for listening. Following conversation, Whitney Cummings, stand-up comedian, actor, writer, director, finally, host of her very own podcast called Stand Up with Special Touching Art Robot, named Bear Club, designed to visually replicate. Exciting for me is I think more robotics and AI. Also, fascinating psychology, biology, some of which explores in mind, their lives. It's truly a pleasure to meet Whitney and have this conversation with her. Once in a while, late at night, programming over a cup of coffee, we'll get a text or weirder yet, buying calendar. That's when I know one hell. I put the phone down, back to programming, joyful. Really podcast, follow her on Twitter. Is the artificial podcast. Good. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support on Patreon. Twitter. Spelled FRI. This show is presented by Cash App. For one finance. Regular support with podcast. First thing use Cash App. Money is buys. Cash App also investing fractions of dollars monthly stock brokerage services provided by Cash App. Subsidiary of Square. Decided to work with Cash App. That's known as product regulation. Educate thousands in over countries have a perfect rating, charity navigator, donating access. Get Cash App, the App Store, by use code XCast, $10, Cash App, also $1,000. Again, organization, personally need girls and boys, sharing this podcast. I bring great people art, element, that's fortunate to be part of these raising the hiring I've done
automobile recruiters that are already available fast smart. For example, co-founder Gretchen used ZipRecruiter to find a artist in her education tech company. ZipRecruiter screening candidate. Gretchen found a finally hiring the perfect person. Less than ZipRecruiter, hardest way to hire. Why ZipRecruiter is effective business sizes signing up identity on. Now, there's a yeah, I connect guys that be judging. Yeah. All right. You know, male, another. I'm gonna ask you maybe sure. Right. We're all. I think robotics, not a plus picture things. Your robot. Your name by the way. Oh, great. Yes. So, your robot, very intelligent, would like to make that would be like the kind of race of gender.
there are places that I think genderless makes a lot of sense, but obviously not at the sex.
Your husband in the house, what's that have to do with gender of the robot?
But I mean, I don't have a husband, but hypothetically, every woman's worst nightmare is a hot babysitter. So I think that is a contemplation, I think, for genderless, doctors, all that kind of thing. Very awkward if the first robotic doctor was a guy, or the first robotic nurse is a woman. It's sort of that stuff is so loaded. I think genderless could just take the unnecessary drama out of it and possibility to sexualize them or trigger by stuff.
So there's two components to bear clause. One is the voice and the talking one, and then the visual appearance. So on the topic of gender, in your experience, what has been the value?
Welcome.
So has it added?
I mean, mine is kind of extenuating circumstance because she's supposed to look exactly like me. I spent 6 months getting my face looked at and having, the idea was I was exploring the
How are you?
here, but also other ways, and I wanted to in that area because, for a lot of people, our jobs are going to replace us legitimate here, but then a lot of women I know are like, I'm looking for a robot to replace me every now and then, so I can baby showers for me, and I can pick up my kids at school, and I can cook dinner and whatever. I just think that was an interesting place to explore. So her looking like me was a big part of it. Now her looking like me just adds an unnecessary level of insecurity because I got her a year ago and she already looks younger than me, so weird problem. But I think for looking human, and I think that where we are now, please correct me if I'm wrong, human robot resembling an actual human is going to feel more realistic than some generic face.
But you're saying that robots that have some familiarity, like look similar to somebody that you actually know, able to form a deep connection with. That was the question. That's an open question. I don't know. Interesting.
Or the opposite. If you know me, you're like, well, I know this is milky right here. So yeah. Maybe it does the opposite.
You have very keen eyes and faces. You're able to detect strangeness, especially what has to do with people we see a lot of. So I tend to be a fan of moving away completely from faces.
Recognizable faces?
Not just faces at all.
In general, so I think that's where it's dicey. But one thing I will say is I think my robot is more realistic than other robots, not necessarily because you have seen me and then you see her and you go, oh, they're so similar, but also because human faces are flawed and asymmetrical, and sometimes we forget when we're making things look human, we make them symmetrical, and that's what makes them stop looking human. So because they molded my asymmetrical face, even if someone didn't know who I was, I think it looked more realistic than most generic ones that didn't have some kind of flaw.
Got it.
Because they start looking creepy when they're too symmetrical.
Yeah, the flaws is what it means to be human. So, well, but I'm just a fan of the idea of letting humans use a little bit more imagination. Hearing the voice is enough for us humans to then start imagining the visual appearance that goes along with that. But we don't necessarily work too hard on creating actual. There's some value to that. Step into this territory of actually building a robot. Like Bear Claw is such a long road of facial expressions, of sort of making everything smiling, winking, rolling the eyes, all that kind of stuff. Really big.
It gets tricky, and I think I'm obsessed with what makes it human and our human nature and nasty side of human nature tends to be where I end up exploring over and over again. And I was just mostly fascinated by people's reaction. It's my job to get the biggest reaction, loudest possible reaction. And I just had this instinct when I started building her. People would and scream, and people scream, and I would bring her out on stage, and people would scream. And I just, that was the next level of learning. Getting a laugh, I've done that, I know how to do that. I think comedians probably should figure out what the next level is, and comedy's evolving so much, and, Jordan Peele's in 2000 hard movie. I feel like the next level of comedy, and this sort of funny horror of the robot was fascinating. But the thing that I got the most obsessed with was people who freaked out and scared of her. And I started digging around with pathogens and the idea that we all to be repelled by anything that looks human but is off a little bit. Anything sick or disease that essentially is our reptilian brain's way to get us to not try to have sex with it, basically. So I got really fascinated by how freaked out and scared. I mean, I was grown men get upset. The thing where you go, oh my god, it's angry. And it was like, what this is, but sort of like, amygdala is getting activated by something. This is a fun toy that a lot about our history as species and what got us into trouble.
That deep down stuff that's in our genetics, but also is it people freaked out by the fact that there's a robot. It's not just the appearance, but there's an artificial human.
Anything people like, and I'm just also fascinated by the blind spots. The idea that you're afraid of death. I mean, how many robots kill people? How many died at the hands of other humans? A billion? Hundreds of millions? Yet we're scared of that? Go to the grocery store and be around a bunch of humans, statistically, the chances are much higher that you're going to get killed by humans. So I'm just fascinated by, without judgment, how rational we are.
Or is the exponential? So you can think about nuclear weapons before we drop in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So the worry that people have is the exponential. So it's like, oh, it's fun and games right now, but overnight, especially if a robot provides value to society, in every home, then all of a sudden track of the actual large-scale impact it has on society, then all of a sudden we gain greater and greater control, where affect our political system and affects our.
Robots already doing our that's what's already happened.
Oh, Russia has
no effect. But hasn't that already happened? I mean, that was like an algorithm of negative things clicked on more.
We like to tell stories, we like to humanize certain people. I think nobody understands our political system, our discourse on Twitter mobs. Nobody has a sense. Not Twitter, not Facebook, the people running it. Nobody understands the impact of them trying their best.
Yeah.
But what people think, they're not like a bunch of lefties trying to make sure that Hillary Clinton is elected. More that it's an incredibly complex system that we don't. And that's the worry. It's so complex and so fast that nobody will be able to stop it.
And let me ask a question. It's a very savage question, which is this just the next stage of evolution? People die. Yes, I mean that's always happened. This is just taking out of it. Basically, the next stage of survival of it.
Yeah, you have to think of organisms. What is it mean to be a living organism? Like, is a smartphone part of your organism?
We're in relationship with our partners.
But
we have sex through them. With them. What's the difference between with them and through them?
But it also expands your cognitive abilities, it expands your memory, knowledge, and so on. So you're a much smarter person if you have a smartphone in your hand.
But when it's out of my hand, we've got big problems. You become so more with them.
That's just symbiotic. That's what the Elon Musk and Neuralink is working on, trying to increase the bandwidth of communication between computers and your brain. So further and further expand our ability to leverage machines, and maybe that's the evolution step. Also that yes, we'll give birth, like we give birth to children right now, we'll give birth to AI. I think it's a really possibility.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I just think that the fear of robots is wildly classist. Because, I mean, Facebook, like it's easy for us to take in the data. Okay, a lot of people that get employment off of Facebook, they are able to get get income off of Facebook. They don't care if you take their phone numbers and their emails and their data as long as it's free. They don't want to have to pay $5 for Facebook. Facebook is a wildly democratic thing. Forget about the election and all that kind of stuff. A lot of technology making lives easier. I find that most elite people are more scared than lower income people. So, and women are. So the idea of something stronger than us that might eventually kill us, like women are used to that. Like that's not a lot of like really rich men. The robots are going to kill us. We're like, what's another thing that's going to kill us? I tend to see like, oh, something can walk me to my car at night. Like something can help me cook dinner. Something, for people in underprivileged countries who can't afford eye surgery, like get a robot, we send a robot underprivileged places to do surgery where they can't. I work with this organization called Operation Smile where they do palate surgery. A lot of places they can't put very simple surgery because they can't afford doctors and mouth. So I just see, naive, wrong, but I feel like a lot of people are going like the robots are going to destroy us. Humans, we're destroying ourselves. We're self-destructing. Robots to me are the only hope to clean up all the messes created. When we go try to clean up the ocean, make it worse, the oil that's like to me, robots are the only solution. Firefighters are heroes, but they're limited in how many times they can run into fire. So there's just something interesting to me. I'm not hearing a lot of like lower income, more vulnerable population.
Maybe just a little bit more an idea. I think you've expressed heard actually a few female writers and other stuff express this idea that exactly what you said because it just seems that being afraid of existential threats of artificial intelligence is a male issue. I wonder what that is. If because when I'm in a position that something like you having to come up by life, your own problem going on around you.
Campaign problems to be afraid of robots. Most people don't have health insurance. They're afraid they're not going to be able to feed their kids. They can't afford a tutor for their kids. I just think of the way I grew up, and I had a mother who, worked 2 jobs, had kids, afforded an tutor. The idea of a robot coming in, being able to tutor your kids, to provide childcare for your kids, being able to come in with cameras for eyes and make sure, surveillance. I'm very pro surveillance. I've had security problems, and I've been, we're generally in a little more danger than you guys are. So I think that robots are a little less scary to us because we can see them maybe as like free assistance, help, protection. And then there's sort of another element for me personally, it's maybe more of a female problem. I don't know. I'm just making a conversation. I could be wrong, but the emotional sort of component of robots and what they can provide in terms of I think there's a lot of people that don't have microphones that I just recently kind of stumbled upon in my research on the sex robots for my stand-up special, which there's a lot of very shy people that aren't good at dating. There's a lot of people who are scared of human beings, who have personality disorders or grew up in alcoholic homes or struggle with addiction or whatever it is, where a robot can solve an emotional problem. So we're largely having this conversation about like rich guys that are emotionally healthy and how scared we are. We're forgetting about like part of the population, maybe it's charming and effervescent and like Elon Musk. These robots could be very real problems in their life, emotional or financial.
That's a general idea that most people in the world don't have a voice. That talk about it sort of people on Twitter who are driving the conversation with comments. Comments represent a very tiny percent of the population. The ones we tend to think they speak for the population, but it's very possible. How can you tell at all?
And look, and I'm sure there's got to be some kind of legal, sort of structure in place for when the robots happen. You know way more about this than I do, but for people, if the robots are bad, that's a wild generalization. It's really inhumane in some way. Just after the research I've done, like you're going to tell me that a man whose wife died suddenly and he feels guilty moving on with a human woman or grief, can't have a sex robot in his own house? Why not? Who cares? Why do you care?
Well, there's an interesting aspect of human nature. So, we tend to, as a civilization, to create a group other in all kinds of ways.
Right.
And so you're working with animals, you're especially sensitive to the suffering of animals. So they kind of ask, do you think use robots? Do you think some of the darker aspects of nature will come out?
Some people will, but if we design properly, we'll do it. Put it on a record. We can put them in jail. We can find sociopaths.
Why is that sociopathic thing on a robot?
I think, look, I don't know enough about the consciousness stuff as you do. I guess it would have to be unconscious, but it is, the part of the brain, responsible for compassion, the frontal lobe or whatever. Like people that abuse animals also abuse humans and commit other kinds of crimes. Like it's all the same part of the brain. No one abuses animals like awesome to women and children and awesome to underprivileged, minorities. Like it's all. So we've been working really hard to put a database together of all the animals so when they commit another crime, go okay, it's all the same stuff. And people probably think I'm nuts for a lot of the animal work I do, but because when animal abuse is present, another crime is always present. But the animal abuse is acceptable. You can take a dog, and nothing you can do with them behind closed doors. You can't see. So there's always something else going on. But I never feel conscious about it. But I do think we'll start seeing the same thing with robots. The person that kicks I felt compassion when kicking the dog robot really pissed me off. I know that they're just trying to get the facility right and all that, but I do think there will come a time where that will be a great way to be able to figure out if somebody is kind of like, antisocial behavior.
You kind of mentioned surveillance. It's also a really interesting idea because a lot of people are really uncomfortable with surveillance.
Yes.
And you just said that, for me, there's positive surveillance.
People behave better when they know they're being watched. And I know this is a very unpopular opinion. I'm talking about it on stage right now. We behave better when we know we're being watched. You and I had a very different conversation before we were recording. We behave different. You sit up and you are in your best behavior, and I'm trying to sound eloquent, and I'm trying to not hurt anyone's feelings, and I'm not a camera right there. Behaving totally different. When we first started talking, when you know there's a camera, you behave differently. I mean, cameras all over LA at stoplights. So the people don't run stoplights, but there's not even film in it. They don't even use them anymore, but it works, right? And I'm working on this thing in about surveillance. It's like that's why we invented Santa Claus. It's Santa Claus's first surveillance, basically. All we had to say to kids is list watching you, and they behave better. So I do think that there are benefits to surveillance. I think we all sketchy things in private, and we all have watched weird porn or Googled weird things, and we don't want people to know about it. Our secret lives. So I do think that obviously there's be able to have this modicum of privacy, but I tend to think that people that are the most get about surveillance.
Well, you should,
Well, I'm just talking in general about privacy, surveillance, and how paranoid we're kind of becoming, and how it's wild to me. Our phones are gonna leak and our phone numbers. If there used to be a book, phone number, and addresses, that were saying just throw it at your door, and we all had a book of everyone's numbers. It's a very new thing, and I know our amygdala is designed to compound sort of stress, and there's stories about that, and I think we all just glom on in a very private way. Yeah, like we don't even know what that means. We're like, well, hey. But I just think that someone's like, okay, well, so what? They're gonna sell your data? Who cares? Why do you care?
First of all, that bit in China. So, and I say this a little bit joking because a lot of people in China, including the citizens, despite what people in the West think of as abuse, actually in support of the idea of surveillance. So they're not in support of the abuse of surveillance. They like the idea of surveillance, kind of like the idea of government, like you said, will behave differently. And in a way, it's almost like why we like sports. There's, and within the constraints of the rules, it's a more stable society. Make arguments about success, being able to build successful companies, being able to build successful social lives around a fabric that's more stable. You have a surveillance, keeps the criminals away, keeps the animals, whatever the values of the society, with surveillance, of course, the values better.
Here's what I will say: there's a lot of unethical things happening. Yeah, like I feel the need to really make that very clear. I mean, the fact that like collecting and hands start moving on the mouse to find out if they're getting Parkinson's and their insurance goes up, like that is completely unethical and wrong. And I think stuff like that we have to really be careful around. So the idea of using our data to raise our insurance rates, or I've heard that they can sort of predict if you're going to have depression based on your selfies by detecting micro muscles in your face, all that kind of stuff. That is a nightmare, not okay. But I think we have to delineate what's a real threat and what's getting spam in your email box. That's not what to spend your time and energy on. Focus on the fact that every time you buy cigarettes, your insurance without you knowing about it.
On the topic of animals, learn a little bit. Like, what do you think? What does it say about our society? Society-wide abuse of animals that we see in general, sort of factory farming, just in general, just the way we treat animals in different categories. Like, what do you think of that? What does a better world look like? What should people think about it in general?
I think the most interesting thing I can probably say around this is the least emotional, because I'm actually a very non-emotional animal person, because everyone's an animal person. It's just a matter of if it's yours or if you've been conditioned to go numb. I think it's really a testament to what a species are able to denial about, mass denial and mass delusion, and how we're able to organize groups, World War II, in a way in order to conform and find protection forming. So we are also a species who used to go to coliseums and watch elephants, tigers fight to death, to watch human beings pulled apart. That wasn't that long ago. We're also a species who had slaves, and it was socially acceptable by a lot of people. People didn't see what's wrong with it. So we're a species that is able to go numb and that is able to dehumanize very quickly and make it the norm. Child labor wasn't that long ago. Like the idea that now we look back and go, oh yeah, kids were losing fingers in factories making shoes. Like someone had to come in and make that. So I think it just says a lot about the fact that we are animals and we are self-serving, and one of the most successful species, because we are able to debate and degrade and essentially exploit anything that benefits us. I think the pendulum's going to swing as being late stage. Like I think we're wrong now, kind of. Like I think we're on the verge of collapse because we receptors like we are just. I think we're all kind of bad when it comes to this stuff. Like we don't know when to stop. It's always what's okay. Like the thing that used to keep us alive was killing animals and eating them. Now killing animals and eating them is killing us. Okay. So it's like we don't know when to call it, and we don't moderation is not really something humans all have yet. So I think it's really just a flaw in our mind.
Do you think we'll look back at the time as our society and at the
I think we'll be
worst parts are
this animal. Well, I think
no in terms of anything, but that's very hard to step out of it. But just watch, there's been a lot of cruelty throughout history. What's the cruelty going on now?
I think it's going to be. I mean, pigs are one of the most emotionally intelligent animals, and they have the intelligence of like a 3-year-old. And I think look back and they use. I I mean, I think we have this narrative that they're pigs, they're disgusting and dirty and they're naked. I think people look back and say, really, about that.
We're just called factory farming, so mass.
You don't see if you stop. I mean, you have. I mean, this is probably an evolution advantage. You have the ability to completely pretend something that's so horrific that it overwhelms us, and you're able to essentially deny that it's happening. I think if we were to see what goes on in factory farming, and also we're really to take in how bad it is for us. You know, we're hurting ourselves first and foremost with what we eat. But that's also a very elitist argument. You know, it's a luxury to be able to complain about the luxury to be able to not eat. You know, there's very few people because of, how the corporations are set up, meat being cheap. You know, it's $2 to buy a Big Mac, it's $10 to buy a healthy. Yeah, I think a lot of people have, but I do think that animals have to. We're going to look back and be pretty grossed out about animals in captivity, whales, dolphins. I mean, that's already starting to cancel circuses. We're going to be pretty embarrassed about. But I think it's really more a testament to, there's just such a ability to go like that thing is different than me and we're better. It's the ego. I mean, we have this the biggest ego.
Well, that's what I think. That's my hope for robots. Mention consciousness. Nobody knows what consciousness is. That robots will empathize and understand that there's other creatures outside ourselves that can experience the world and that torture by our actions. Robots can explicitly teach us that. I think better than animals.
I have never seen such compassion from a lot of people in my life toward any human, animal, child as I have a lot of people the way they interact with robots. Because I think there's something of I mean I was on the robot owners chat boards for good 8 months. And the main emotional benefit is she's never gonna cheat on you, she's never gonna hurt you, she's never gonna lie to you, judge you, you know. I think that robots help, and this is part of the work I do with animals because there is this safe space to be with this being that doesn't care what you do for a living, doesn't care how much money you have, doesn't care who you're dating, doesn't care what you look like, doesn't care how you like, whatever, you feel safe to, be present without being defensive, worrying about eye contact and being triggered by, you need to be perfect, judgment and all that. And robots really can't judge you yet, but they can't judge you, and I think at their at ease, most authentic.
Do you think you can have a deep connection with a robot that's not judging, or do you think you can really have a relationship with a robot or a human being, or is tension pretty danger necessary for a deep connection?
I'm going to speak for myself and say that I grew up in an alcoholic home. I identify as a codependent. I talked about this stuff before, but for me, it's very hard to be in a relationship with a human being without feeling like I need to in some way or deliver in some way. And I don't know if that's the people I've been in a relationship with or me or my brokenness, but I do think it sounds really negative and pessimistic, but I do think a lot of our relationships are projection and a lot of our relationships are performance. And I don't think I really understood that until I worked with horses. And most communication with humans is not verbal, right? I can say like, I love you, but you don't think I love you, right? Whereas with animals, it's very direct. It's all physical. It's all energy. I feel like that with robots too. It feels very how I say something doesn't matter. My inflection doesn't really matter. And you thinking if my tone is respectful, like you're not filtering it through all of the bad relationships you've been in. You're not filtering it through the way your mom talked to you. You're not getting triggered. I find that for the most part, people don't always receive things the way that they were the way they intended, and that's really
Yeah, now it kind of implied that that's more healthy. Can you have a healthy relationship with other humans? Or not healthy, that word, but shouldn't it be? You talk about codependency. Maybe you can talk about what is codependency, but is that is the challenges of that, the complexity of that, necessary for passion or love?
That's a good thing.
I thought this would be a safe space. I got trolled by Rogan for hours on this.
I am not anti-passion. I think that I've just maybe been around long enough to know that sometimes it's ephemeral and that passion is a mixture of a lot of different things. Adrenaline, which turns into dopamine, cortisol. It's a lot of neurochemicals. It's a lot of projection. It's a lot of what we've seen in movies. It's a lot of, I identify as an addict. So for me, sometimes passion is like, could be bad. And I think we've been so conditioned to believe that passion means like your soulmates. And how many times have you had a passionate connection with someone and then it was a total train wreck? Passion.
Train wreck is
how many times exactly?
What's the train
You did
wreck?
a lot of math in your head in that little moment.
I mean, what's a train wreck? Why is obsession? It describes as codependency, the idea of attachment, people who don't deserve that kind of attachment. That's how bad thing. I think our society says it's a bad thing. It probably is a bad thing. Just burger is a bad thing. I don't know.
Right. Oh, that's a good point. I think you're pointing out something really fascinating, which is like passion. If you go into it knowing this is like pizza, where it's going to be delicious for 2 hours, and then I don't have to have it again. If you can have a choice in the passion, I define passion as something that is relatively unmanageable and something you can control or stop and start with your own volition. So maybe we're operating under different definitions. If passion is something that ruins your marriages and screws up your professional life and becomes the thing that you're not in control of and becomes addictive, I think that's the difference. Is it a choice or is it not a choice? If it is a choice, then passion's great. But if it's something that like owns you and makes you start making bad decisions and clouds your frontal lobe, and it's just all about dopamine and not really about the person and more about the neurochemical, we call it sort of the internal drug cabinet. If it's all just you're on drugs, that's different, because sometimes you're just on drugs.
Okay, so this is a philosophical question. So would you rather think for a comedian, really comedians, so eloquently about a balanced life? I kind of argue against this point. There's an obsession of creating this healthy lifestyle now, psychologically speaking. I'm a fan of the idea that to fly high and crash and die. There's also a possible life, and it's not one to judge. I think there's moments of greatness. Talk to Olympic athletes where some of their greatest moments are achieved in their early 20s, and the rest of their life is a kind of long, almost of a depression.
Based on their physical prowess, right?
Physical prowess, and they'll never sort of that. So they're watching their physical prowess fade.
No way.
And they'll never achieve the kind of heights, not just physical, of just emotional.
Massive number of neurochemicals. And just to put the money on the wrong horse. That's where I would just like, oh yeah, if you're doing a job where you peak at 22, the rest of your life is hard.
That idea, considering the notion that you want to optimize some kind of, well, we're all going to die.
What? Now you tell me. I've immortalized myself, so I'm going to be fine.
You're almost like, how many Oscars I direct, by the time I'm 100, how many, that, like, but, there's it's all, life is short.
I know, but it can also come into play. Life is short, play hard, fall in love with as much as you can, run into walls. I would also go, life is short, don't deplete yourself on things that aren't sustainable and that you can't keep. So I think everyone gets dopamine from different places. Everyone has meaning from different places. I look at the fleeting passionate relationships I've had in the past, and I don't have pride in them. I think that you decide what for me, it's pride and feeling like I behave with grace and integrity. That's personally, everyone can go like, yeah, I slept with all the hot chicks in Italy I could, you know, all the whatever value. We're allowed to value different things. Pride down and lived in life fullest, to say the least. I think that it's just for me personally, this could be like my workaholism or my achievementism. I if I don't have something to show for something, I feel like a waste of time or lost. I'm in a 12-step program, and the third step would say no such thing as waste of time, and everything happens exactly as it should, and whatever. That's a way to just sort of saying so we don't breathe too much and beat ourselves up over past mistakes. There's no such thing as mistakes. Da, da, da. But I think passion is. I think it's so life affirming, and one of the few things that makes people like us feel awake and clean, and we just have such a high threshold for adrenaline. I mean, you are a fighter, right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you have a very high tolerance, and I think that Olympic athletes, the amount of adrenaline they get from performing, it's very hard to follow that. It's like guys come back from the military and they have depression. Like, do you miss bullets flying at you? Yeah, kind of, because of that adrenaline, which turns into dopamine and the camaraderie. Much better about this than I do. Um, but I'm obsessed with neurology, and I'm just obsessed with sort of the lies we tell ourselves in order to justify getting neurochemicals.
You've done that. You've done a lot of thinking, talking about neurology. Kind of look at human behavior through the lens of looking at how our brain works. But first of all, why did you connect to that idea? How has your view of the world changed by considering the brain sheet?
I know it probably sounds nihilistic, but for me, it's very liberating to know a lot about neurochemicals because you with like critics, like critical reviews, that kind of thing. Like, if you believe that you're bad choices because of your moral integrity or whatever, you have to believe you're good with. I just think there's something really liberating going like, oh, that was just adrenaline. I just said that thing because I was adrenalized and I was scared, and my amygdala was activated, and that's why I said you're an asshole and get out. And that's, I just think it's important to delineate what's nature and what's nurture. What is your what is just your brain trying to keep you safe? I think we forget that even though we have security systems and homes, locks on our doors, that our brain for the most part is just trying to keep us safe all the time. It's why we get grudges, it's why we get angry, it's why we get road rage, it's why we do a lot of things. And it's also when I started learning about neurology, I started having so much more compassion for the people. If someone yelled at me like, "Fuck you" on the road, I'd be like, "Okay, he's producing adrenaline right now because we're all going 65 miles an hour, and our brains are really designed for this type of stress, and he's scared. He was scared, so that really helped me to have more love for people in my everyday life, instead of being in fight or flight mode. But I think more interesting answer to your question is that I've had migraines my whole life. Like, I've suffered with really intense migraines, ocular migraines, ones where my arm would go numb, and I just started having to go to so many doctors to learn about it. And I started, learning that we don't really know that much. We know a lot, but it's wild to go into the gastroenterologist world. Like, yeah, we don't know. We don't know. And that fascinated me.
It's like one of the worst pains you can probably have, all that stuff, and we don't know the source.
We don't know the source, and there is something really fascinating about when your left arm starts going numb and you start not being able to see out of the left side of both your eyes. And I remember when the migraines get really bad, that it's like a mini stroke almost, and you're able to see words on a page, but I can't read them. They just look like symbols to me. So there's something just really fascinating to me about the brain just being able to stop functioning. And so I just wanted to learn about it, study about it. I did all these weird alternative treatments. I got this thing in here that works. I've tried everything. And then both my parents had strokes. When both of my parents had strokes, I became sort of the person who had to decide what's going to happen with their recovery, which is a wild thing to happen. but he can move his right leg, but he can't get out of and then my mom had another stroke, in a different part of the brain. So I started having to learn what parts of the brain did what, and so that I wouldn't take their behavior so personally, and so that I would be able to manage my expectations in terms of their recovery. So my mom, because it affected a lot of the frontal lobe, changed a lot as a person. She was way more emotional, she was way more micromanaged, she was forgetting certain things, so it broke my heart less when I was able to know, oh yeah, well the stroke hit this part of the brain, and that's the one that's responsible for short-term memory, and that's for long-term memory. And then my brother just got something called viral encephalitis, which is infection inside the brain. So it was kind of wild that I was able to go, oh, I know exactly what's happening here, and I know. So
That's allows you to have some compassion for the struggles that people have, but does it take away some of the magic or some of the more positive experiences in life?
sometimes I'm such a control addict that I think someone like me, my biggest dream is to know why something. That's what stand up is. Trying to figure out why, or that's what writing is, that's what acting is, that's what performing is. Trying to figure out why someone would do something. As an actor, you get a piece of material, and this person, why would he say that? Why would he pick up that cup? Why would she walk over here? Really, why? So I think neurology, if you're trying to figure out human motives and why people do what they do, it's crazy not to understand how neurochemicals motivate us. I also have a lot of addiction in my family, and hardcore drug addiction and mental illness. And in order to cope with it, you really have to understand it. Borderline personality disorder, schizophrenia, and drug addiction. So I had a lot of people I loved that got drug addiction and alcoholism, and the first thing they started thinking is it's not a choice. Dopamine receptors won't dopamine the same way yours do. Their frontal lobe is underdeveloped. And that really helped me to navigate loving people that were addicted to substances.
I want to be careful question, but how much
money do you have?
How much can I borrow $10? No, is how much what do you think chemical or the biological limitations raise out? How much mind over matter is there? So through things that I've known people with clinical depression, so it's those a touchy subject. How much they help?
Very.
What what can you talk about codependency? You talk about issues you're struggle through. Nevertheless, you choose the journey on. That's your choice. That's your action. How much can you do to help fight the limitations of your chemical brain?
Such a interesting question. I don't think I'm at all qualified to answer, but I'll say what I do know. And really quick, just the definition of codependency. I think a lot of people think of codependency as like can't stop hanging out, or it's not totally off, but I think for the most part, my favorite definition of codependency is the inability to tolerate comfort of others. You grow up in an alcoholic home, you grow up around mental illness, chaos, parents as a narcissist, you basically are wired to just please, worry about others, be perfect, walk on eggshells, shape shift to accommodate other people. So codependency is a very active wiring issue that, doesn't just affect your romantic relationships, it affects being a boss, it affects you in the world, online, you get one negative comment and it grows for 2 weeks. Or, it also is into eating disorders and other kinds of addictions. So it's a very big thing, and I think a lot of people sometimes think they go into romantic relationships, so I always feel the need to say that. And also one of the reasons I love the idea of robots so much, because you don't have to walk on eggshells around them, you don't have to worry they're going to get mad at you yet, but there's no codependents are hypersensitive to the needs and moods of others, and it's very exhausting. Just one conversation about where we're going to go to dinner is like, do you want to go get Chinese? We just had Chinese food. Well, wait, are you mad? Well, no, I didn't mean to. And it's just like codependents live in this everything means something, and humans can be very emotionally exhausting. Why did you look at me that way? What do you think about that? Why did you check your phone? It's just it's a hypersensitivity that can be incredibly time consuming. I love the idea of robots just stubbing in. Even I've had a hard time running TV shows and stuff because even asking someone to do something, I don't want to come off like this. I'm very concerned about what other people think of me, how I'm perceived. I think it's also very beneficial for codependent.
By the way, the real quick that skill or flaw, whatever you want to call it, it's really useful for if you ever do start your own podcast or interviewing. There's now kind of obsessed about the mindset of others and be a good sort of listener, talker with. So I think what's her name? PR talked about Jerry Gross talked about having that. So
I don't feel like she has that at all.
well,
What?
but
She worries about other people's feelings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I don't get that at all.
I mean, you have to put yourself in the mind of the person.
Yes. Oh, I see. Yeah, I am starting a podcast. The reason I haven't is because I'm codependent and it's not going to be perfect.
Yeah.
So a big codependent adage is perfectionism leads to procrastination, which leads to paralysis.
So how do you, sorry to take a million tangents, how do you survive as exceptionally active?
Oh, by the way, I took you on a tangent and didn't answer your last question about how much we control.
How much you, yeah, we'll return it, or maybe
Okay.
not. The answer is we can't.
Now it's codependent. Okay.
Yes.
but, you know, one of the things that I'm fascinated by is, you know, the first thing you 12-step programs or addiction recovery, any of this is, you know, genetics loves the gun, environment pulls the trigger. And there's certain parts of your genetics you cannot control. I come from a lot of alcoholism. I come from, you know, a lot of mental illness. There's certain things I cannot control, and a lot of things that maybe we don't even know yet what we can and can't because of how little we know about the brain. But we also talk about the warrior spirit, and there are some people that have that warrior spirit that don't necessarily that it is, whether it's you get dopamine from eating or achieving or martyring yourself or that attention you get from growing. So a lot of people are like, oh, this person can edify themselves and overcome, but if you're getting attention from improving yourself, you're going to keep wanting to do that. So that is something that helps a lot of, in terms of changing your brain, is talk about changing your brain to people and talk about what you're trying to overcome set obstacles. You're going to get attention from them, fire up your and then you're more motivated to keep going. So that's why they say you're always because it's secret. You know, there's no one guiding you in a certain direction based on right or sort of trying to get approval from tribe or from a group of people for you know, transition. So
in that case, the tribe is a positive one that helps you in the positive direction.
That's why it's so important to go into a room and also say, hey, I wanted to use drugs today, and you go, me too, and you feel less alone and you feel less like you're, you know, have been castigated from the pack or whatever, and then you say, and I get a chip when you have drinks, whatever, you get a little reward.
So talking about a pack that's not at all healthy or good, but in fact is often toxic. Yeah. So you're one of my favorite people on Twitter and Instagram to just the comedy and just fun. So how do you prevent social media from destroying your mental health?
It's the next big epidemic. I don't think I have it. I don't think
moderation the answer was
maybe, but you can do a lot of damage in a moderate way. I mean, I guess it depends on your goals, you know, and I think for me, the way that my addiction to social media, I'm happy to call it addiction, and I define it as addiction because it stops being a choice. There are times I reach over and I'm like, wow, it's weird. I'll be driving sometimes, I'll be like, oh my god, my arm went to my phone, you know? I can put it down, I can't take time away from it, but when I do, I get restless, irritable, and discontent. I mean, that's kind of the definition of addiction. So I think by no means do I have a healthy relationship with social media. I'm sure there's a way, but I'm especially a weirdo in this case because this work, I can always think for work,
right?
You know.
But I mean, you're the same kind of thing as you get where people laugh, your jokes. I mean, I see, especially the way you do Twitter, essentially
a big break from Twitter though. A really big break. I took like 6 months off or something for a while. Like it was all kind of politics, but it wasn't giving me dopamine because there was like this weird, a lot of feedback. So I had to take a break from it and then go back to it because I felt like I didn't have a healthy relationship.
Have you ever tried I don't know if I believe him, but Joe Rogan not read comments. He's one of the only people at the scale, like at your level, who at least claims not to. Like, because you and him swim in this space of sense idea.
Yeah.
That get toxic folks riled up.
I think Rogan. I don't know. I think he probably looks at you to like the likes, and then, I think it's something he doesn't know. I don't know. I'm sure he would tell the truth.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's got people that look at them and say, this did great, or like I'm sure he gets it. I picture him like in the weeds on.
No, for sure. I mean, he's honest actually saying that. It's admirable.
Yeah, we're just. I mean, look, like I think that our brain is designed to get intel on how we're perceived, so that we know where we are, right? That's our whole deal, right? It's because we want to know. We walk in a room and we go, who's the most powerful person in here? I got to talk to them. So get in their good graces. We're designed to rank ourselves, right? And constantly know our rank. And social media, because of you can't figure out your rank. 5 million people, it's possible. So our brain is like, what's my rank? And especially for following people, I think the interesting thing I maybe say about this, besides my impediment, is that I did start using people that rank wildly higher than me because it is stress on the brain. Constantly look at people that are incredibly successful. I think that is like cutting. Just like looking at all these people who have so much more money, so much more success, like a failure. No, I don't think I'm a failure, but it needs to train so that I can feel that.
Yeah, that's especially if they're close to their other. I wish
Yeah. Where you are, because it's also the same thing that comes with this. So that's why I think I'm wrong. Like, things are very expensive. I don't know myself. But the thing I'm able to that's the feedback. The show should be better. I should make that better. Kind of thing where it's like really sensitive in your work. You got to be able to turn it off. When it's superpower and when it's I try to not be in that black and white, bad or being jealous. So like, oh, there's that thing. Really a lot of other ways. But right now, it's just.
Well, I'm kind of you because you're leverage one of the keep in mind what's the hell that because we're all trying to figure it out now. It's I'm curious to see where to go. I think like there's trying to teach with come back.
Yeah.
Trying.
No, because it's being, I have a couple answers. I think I hire a company to do some of it. Also being able to go, okay, I made this amount of money by doing this, but now let me use the business pay you this amount to run this for me, so I'm not 24/7 in feeds, hashtagging, responding. A lot to take on, a lot of energy to take on. But at the same time, part of what I think makes me successful in social media I am is that people know I'm that I respond to relationship with strangers. So I think figuring out that balance and really approaching this, that's what I try to do. It's not dating, it's not I try to just be really objective about it. Here's what's working, what's not working, And in terms of Twitter, as I don't talk about my politics publicly, being on Twitter right after the last election was not going to be beneficial because there was going to be had to take a side, had to be political in order to get any kind of light, and I just wasn't doing that. You're going to lose as many people as you're going to gain. To also watch, so I was just like, the best thing I can do for me business wise is game. And robot I joke about her replacing me, but she does do have some social media. It's I don't want people to get me. I don't want to be redundant. There are times when I don't have the time or the energy to make a funny video, but I know it's going to be compelling and interesting, and that's something that you can't see every day.
Of course, the club comes from you. That's kind of the trick of it. I mean, the robot is not quite there. Making funny. Absurdity revealed through the filmmaker, in that case, whoever is not through the actual robot. Let me sort of love. Okay.
What is it?
Okay, what is it? Well, first, an engineering question. I know you're not an engineer, but how difficult they have to the human chip value?
Anyone can fall in love with anything. Like how often have you looked back? Like I ran into someone the other day that I was in love with that day. Because like there was nothing there. There was nothing there. Like like we were able to go like, oh, I were able
to some of this stuff.
You're able to go like, I can't believe we had this incredible connection. Now I do think that we're probably even more human because it's like when you're born animals dying, they're always sometimes harder than morning because you can't go, well, he was kind of an asshole. But like he was here from school, it's like you're able to get out of it a little bit, you're able to kind of he's kind of judgmental or she's the robot is sure about it's childlike about it that I think probably will be much more sensitive. But a narcissistic love, for sure at that. But it's not like cheated, can't leave,
Well, their lead like maybe a version or something.
Guys that have these sex robots, they're building a nursing home for the bodies that are now rusting. They don't want to part with the bodies. I mean, it's kind of like a car club. Like it's, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's cool. It's weird. It's anthropomorphize things with faces, and we just develop a connection to things. I mean, there's certain. Have you ever tried to like throw it? I can't even throw away my teddy bear from when I was a kid, and it's upstairs. Like it's just like, why can't I throw that away? It's bizarre. When there's something beautiful about that, hope that humans can do such all the time and make them too, frankly, but it's beautiful about the way we're able to have a connection with objects. A lot of, I mean, specifically in Western, right? We don't see objects. So much we're objectifying humans with these sex robots, we're kind of humanizing objects, right? They kind of fascinate. A lot of us don't. So it's a weird little place to play in, and I think a lot of people see that.
Let's
This is how little romantic I am. Playing my body, my brain is like, I want you to get into the post, not feel.
And I'm a romantic because I actually not be conscious of the fact that I heard them playing me how amazing it is.
And I just went, why have we fucking evolved past planes? Why can't they make them quieter?
Yeah. Well,
but yes. My definition of love.
What's your
consistently producing dopamine for a long time. Consistent output of oxytocin. Same person.
Dopamine is a positive thing. Well, the negative. What about the fear and the insecurity, the longing, anger, all that kind of stuff?
I think that's part of it. I think that love brings out the best in you, but it also, if you don't get angry and upset, it's, I don't know. I think that's part of it. I think we have this idea that love has to be like really, or something. I only saw stormy relationships growing up, so I don't have a judgment on how a relationship should look, but I do think that this idea that love has to be eternal is really destructive. And self-defeating and a big for people. I mean, I'm still figuring out love. I think we all kind of are, but I do. And I think that for me, love is like just being able to be. It's very simple, I know, but I think for me, it's about not feeling like I have to perform for somebody, just feeling really like accepted unconditionally by someone. Although I do believe love should be conditional. That might be a hot take. Everything conditional. I think someone's behavior. I don't think love should be like, I'm in love with you, now behave however you want forever. Love is a daily action. It's not something you just like get tenure on and then get to behave however you want. That I love you 10 years ago. It's daily. It's a purpose.
Some things are, you can make it, you explicitly conditional, it takes away the magic of it. Stories to tell ourselves that we don't want to make it. I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way. Maybe you want to be explicit in a relationship.
I also think love is like, I do. Like, I think that love is not just when you're across from somebody. It's when I go to work and I focus. So if I worried about you, doubt about you, if you're not responding to me, you're not reliable. Like, I think that being in a relationship, the kind of love that I would want is the kind of relationship where when we're not together, it's not draining me, causing me stress, making me worry, and sometimes passion that we're, we working about it, but I think it's also like I can be the best version of myself when the person's not around, and I don't have to feel abandoned or scared or any of those things. So it's like love, for me, I think it's a Flaubert quote. I'm going to butcher it, but I think it's like be, boring in your personal life so you can be violent and take risks. Is that it? I got it wrong. Something like that, but I do think that being able to align values in a way to where you can also thrive outside of it.
Some of the most successful people I know are happily married.
It can be boring. Boring's okay. Yeah. Boring is serenity.
And it's funny how that elements actually productive. I don't understand.
I don't think relationships drain you and take away energy.
Okay.
Have you said your relationship with love yet?
Huh?
Have you said your definition of love?
My definition of love? No. Not say it. We're out of time.
No.
We have a podcast.
Oh no, I already did. You're doing it. We already talked about that.
And I also have yes.
Oh yeah. I know. I'm tracking you. You owe me now.
Actually, I wondered when I asked if we could talk today after sort of more research and reading the book. Wondered if she just pressure to say yes.
Yes. Of course.
Good.
But I'm a fan of yours. Okay. No, I actually, because I am putting my body in recovery for a couple months, so I don't do anything I don't want.
We about your mortality?
Yes, this is a big part of how I was able to sort of like kickstart my codependence recovery. My dad passed a couple years ago, and when you have someone close to you in your life die, everything gets so clear in terms of how we're a speck of dust for a certain amount of time.
What do you think is the meaning of it all? Like, what else? Maybe in your own life, well,
Is there what?
well, you're exceptionally ambitious, great at some incredible things, different disciplines.
Yes, we're all just managing our terror. You know, we create and build all these things, and rituals and religions, and robots, and whatever we need to do to just distract ourselves from imminent rotting.
Yeah.
We're all dying, and I got very into terror management theory. My dad died, and it resonated, it helped me. And everyone's got their own religion or sense of purpose or thing that distracts them from the horrors of being. Terror management is basically that the only animal that knows they're going to die. We have to basically distract ourselves with and, achievements and games and whatever, just in order to distract ourselves from the terror we feel really from the fact that not only we are going to die, but also could die at any minute because we're only superficially at the top of the food chain. And technically we're at the top of the food chain if we have houses and guns and stuff and machines, but a lion or in the woods together, things could kill us. I mean, a bee can kill some people, like something this big, it can kill a lot of people. But so it's basically just to manage the terror that we all would feel if we were able to really be awake. We're mostly zombies, right? Jobs, religion, go to sleep, train, football, relationship, dopamine, blah, blah. We're kind of just like trudging along like zombies for the most part. And then I think
that fear of death as motivation. Well, I think I speak for a lot of people saying that I can't wait to see what terror creates in the next huge fan. Thanks for listening to the conversation with Whitney Cummings. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Download it, code Lex Podcast. $10, $10 will go to First. STEM education nonprofit inspires hundreds, thousands of young minds to learn, dream of caring. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, or on Patreon. Connect with me on Twitter. Thank you for listening. See you next time. Following conversation with Dan Pearl, professor at UCLA, the winner of the Turing Award, generally recognized as the Nobel Prize, one of the seminal figures of artificial intelligence, computer science, and statistics. Developed, championed, probabilistic AI, including Bayesian networks, found ideas of causality in general. These ideas are important not just to AI, but to our understanding and practice. In the field of AI, the idea of causality, cause and effect, many lie at the core of what is currently missing and must be developed in order to build truly intelligent. For this reason, many others, work is worth returning to. I recommend his most recent book called Book of Why. It presents key ideas for a lifetime of work in a way that is accessible to the general public. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, or on Patreon. Simply connect with me on Twitter, Lex Friedman, FRID. Leave a review on Apple Podcasts, especially. Also, Castbox, comment on YouTube. You're mentioning topics, people, ideas, questions, quotes, philosophy you find interesting. I'll read from this podcast. Won't call out names. I love comments on thought I'd share them. On YouTube, I like a quote, conversation with no chops. Said, significance of your life. I like this line as well. Most days, the existential purpose of life I find liberating. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. Do 1 or 2 minutes after the episode. Never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the experience. This show is presented by Cash App, #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. I also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. Buy fractions of the stock, $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investors, subsidiary of Square, a member SIP. Excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called First, best known for their First Robotics and Lego company. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used for the maximum. Get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play. Use the code LEX Podcast. You get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. Now, here's my conversation. Yeah, Earl. You mentioned in an interview that science is not a collection of facts, but a constant struggle with nature. What was the first mystery that you called it?
Oh, the first mystery. That's a good one. Yeah, at the speed of when I learned about how found out that
No way.
all the construction
So it's the connection that they all language. So which mathematics is down
both are beautiful. They have almost the same power.
visual element?
Visual is more, but it almost linear equation is straight line. It translates easily. Has a circle. No, it's just basically do it with algebra. So, but it transition one to another. I thought that the child was the greatest mathematician.
So you have been the think of engineering and mathematics spectrum. You have walked casually along the spectrum throughout your life. You know, a little bit of engineering and then you know I've done a little bit of mathematics.
It's a little bit. I mean, we got a very solid spectrum.
put us now. Good way to people. Kind of easy. So the jump up some week up. Is Dorian though. No, we just the time period also mathematics. Mathematics multiply so and then in university you have gone on yeah, I get to be opinion. Find the nice my thesis that you now see that and somehow thought computer science software that's a long get into software engineering programming you can call it that instead of but there's all these disciplines you were to pick a favorite what engineering and mathematics which path has more power so have voltage I have totality so the vortex voltage building sounds one way or the other so one this kind of nice phenomenon with the voltage how it move voltage like it right I didn't know about it but it's my popular and that's important high temperature still voltage technology every time you that footprint in all of the science so let's talk about the universe is the universe the lowest level deterministic or stochastic amateur philosophy another way God plays dice we know they we think because we have the Heisenberg consultant women so all we have is experiment we don't understand why is you wrote a book about why yeah it's a puzzle a dice machine and the result of propagate with that's not true cancer so that's only have a microscope think of quantum mechanics for understanding the nature of reality so if you're thinking the world might as well about free will nice illusion AI so what do you think once we solve it that solution will look like once we put it in the base look like that's what it looks like a machine has like other people wouldn't be able to doesn't propagation will amongst
about was not very only so
that's such a beautiful thing. Yeah, yeah,
you
you can make it if you don't have it. Yeah. So let's begin at the beginning. Probability, both philosophically and mathematically. Probability. What is probability?
agree about the will.
You're still expressing knowledge. That's
Probably 90% of it central.
but it's still not solid knowledge.
It's solid knowledge. That's it. 90% is belong to society. Just of knowledge.
So the view of the universe. Yeah. Why is it we're swimming in most of everything?
Now just probably very what I you know, just a lot. Crossing
So you've done a lot of work in causation, and so let's talk about correlation.
I started with probability.
Started with probability. You invented the networks.
Yeah.
And so we'll dance back and forth between levels of
Okay.
but what is correlation? What is it? So probability is something happening, something, but then there's a bunch of things happening, and sometimes they happen together, sometimes not. They're independent or not. So how do you think about correlation?
Then because we have a correlation, usually really correlation. Why should why should we believe it?
Underlying it somewhere is causation.
Causation, because we cannot have any other.
And how does conditional probability differ from causation? But what is conditional probability?
How things I don't know. I have where the guy has determined. I'm not correlated before, like I have uncorrelated. And only those determined delivering one of them is a state. Then suddenly I see correlation because I only look at cases design, my design, ignorance, my audacity, no, doesn't I suddenly say correlation doesn't
Right. So that's outlining one of the flaws of observing the world and trying to infer something that's about the world to look at the correlation.
those come right Moses not on correlation doesn't work.
I mean, but that's exactly what that's the majority of time.
The majority of naive they just know it. No, it's doesn't loyal or correlation done to others. They know it. They've done that. Nothing surprising. That's why they all miss. We know it.
Well, there's different like psychology where all the variables are hard to account for. So oftentimes there is a between correlation and causation.
Who is trying to get
Not you're not proving causation, but you're sort of discussing, implying, hypothesizing about it.
which tell you uh, they are out there about to become. Oh,
Yes.
yes, that is it.
Oh, psychology.
Okay, well,
No, I was thinking about psychologists. I mean, for example, we work with behavior and study how behave, conduct driving research. The research questions people fall asleep in the car, driving,
so they more
more frequently.
not
It's not driving. So you measure, put people in the car, because it's real world. You can't conduct an experiment, control everything. You could,
I know.
because it's on road public. Yes, the aspects of it are unethical. Testing on public road. So you can only, they have to, people, the drivers themselves have to, and so they regulate. And so you observe when they drive it honestly when they don't. And then
They were very tired.
that kind of thing. You don't know those variables.
Okay, so that's now
Uncontrolled.
great observation study. From the cause whether it will be automatic cause or that about 100 and oh maybe no I'm thinking I should say it's 2000 because we have 10 years but the millennium came that what the science don't serve the good social as material but also knowing the performance though it is other it's going to kill me then you're going to kill me that's the whole the other guys because the week's time don't perform so the answer was time and they were so much better others teams dominated them so it was perfect yeah it was a very simple also the same research you want to know more obstruction mental ability and that
question really in the democracy of a cause. Whether the one cause is they ask something open the mind many mathematics are so size and multiple values. Mathematics captures the cause of y does not cause the question of y. Okay, let's look at learning. Learning today, that works. You could think of it kind of conditional probability because of investing. So let's go say what conditional probability is. None of the machine learning is W calculus. But most people, this is why this is conversation. Most people would agree with you. There's certain aspects of perspective today, but we're going to handle all, and there's a lot of ideas. You're very right. And in return to modality, then let's try to explore it. Let's take a step back. You invented that look awfully a lot like they express something like causation. No, not necessarily. So how do we turn Bayesian network into expressive causation? How do we turn causal network? A causes, B causes. How do we start to infer that kind of stuff? Don't ask me also the fact that hungry, but these are hypotheses. Hypotheses, everything that is common. What kind of, how you interrogate. So it still needs an expert to propose it, right? But that's it. Well, quality. I mean, one I not propose found the thing of stop the don't know how when we do have something done, let's start AI over. I give you all the over. How do you have I both times extra one, then you can ask the second
Mm.
mathematics, current, much of machine learning not causation. Uh, knowledge. How hard is it to create a knowledge works.
In some area, only 4 or 5 what is kind of and quantify, but I'm thinking by determining the technology is design itself, but I should start with the question, what is one yes, what
We can talk about one is how the science of causation varies for at question. The other is how do we create intelligence that meets my research question. How do I pick up a water bottle, uh, all knowledge required? How do we construct that? Does it return back to the problem that we solve? We have to solve that. Automated construction.
was asked knowledge
Ask and elicit knowledge of that for the self-discovery of more knowledge, uh, more and more knowledge. So automating knowledge.
because this is the thing. You have to start with some knowledge and you have to relate something by asking by asking the data. Look at the data, quantify, ask clearly the question quite not a bit of ordinary plan.
What kind of question is it? How to
That would rather look at find want to find the
first you construct the models for one question.
concept. Right. Kind of what would say that it write down the answer. I want to find the right? Write down. Write down.
For the discovery.
Yes. Upload it. Upload it.
Which is nice. Associate prevention.
Not just upload.
Really observing change variable.
Let's put it and the way that you develop it, you can look at it clearly. Concept look, here's baggage each man. Well, out of all these arrows, Now in the modified model ask that interpretation of by liberate all influences that act as a compare and subject
you remove all the questions about causality, right?
no, you're now there's one level of answer question
Coffee. So how do we get one? How do we get
another question we cannot manage I on
first we could run an experiment where we do something. We drink the coffee dough and the operator allows you to think about it.
imagine how the different I how they develop technology to conduct and you what is the effect of that I cannot go down but I can have I can have a model of your I can imagine the effect of how the blood affected inside. Now I go into the mouth and I conduct it research because it's not even though physically I cannot
That's the quantum mechanics change the surgery pressure.
okay.
Very delicate, infinitely delicate.
X only directly so that okay.
So blood pressure it may be difficult as possible.
But I didn't know model that is what the model is for. You conduct surgery on the part that you're the one. You're some discussion and you're creativity.
By constructing that model, you construct it for the higher the blood pressure valid.
I construct the model, not answer. I have to see if I have nothing to me. Find out the effects of intervention from a non-intervention study. From a hands-off study.
What's needed?
Assumption. Because that's the graph the certain frequency. The answer is yes. The graph is information. No, you can either time of observation or management.
Basically, is that puts a lot of pressure on the graph.
You don't have to encode more than that's for me. The economists are doing because identifying something. Put a sample don't the world something they can identify.
But the problem is, yes, the problem is you don't know what you don't know. So
You know what it is because it's possible that X affects the traffic. You put out an arrow on every arrow is
there's not a significant cost to adding arrows that
know, I identify some information. If the whole world is everybody, the answer is the answer is kind of really from.
So talk about machine learning is essentially learning by association. Association, calculus, allowing for convention like that where good at action. We also talk about counterfactual and trying to sort of understand counterfactual convention. Uh, the, what is counterfactual? Why are they? Why are they especially well as just affect actions?
Counterfactual
Given
I know that one way, but if I have what it as my head, I'm asking for explanation in my head. You know, on aspirin, provide explanation. It was aspirin. It was the so your headache take that was
so by saying if I didn't take aspirin, I would have a headache. Thereby saying that aspirin.
never I took the aspirin and my headache is done. Now is backward. That's
By considering what would have happened if everything else is the same, but I
you know the things look fake. Look would be a lie. It's not that. So that is counterfactual. Dash is just and is not clash, logical clash. Not a let's talk about explanation of our idea of responsibility, direct
yes, it certainly seems that's the highest level, right?
physics about that.
Does it all make sense?
In every equation of physics, let's say you have a hoop floor, one one is twice as long. But the mathematics only one of the equations equating the distance. So here's the mass weight is equal to the counterfactual line.
How do you make a robot learn
The layers, what you
without
tell him, what are you going to learn me? You have to ask yourself, what is can the robot perform the task that I ask it to listen and know it has good
right? Because well, unless the robot had a model, a causal model. I'm sorry if the
now we have to live here in that.
how do we build a causal model without a team of experts running around?
Why don't you go down right away? What is what we do?
I like babies fast. I'm trying to figure out how they do it.
Another question: how do the babies not just not what babies know to flip those one and they learn it by only toys all the times. But it's anyway, it's a complex world.
Take for granted
Yes.
how complex.
And kids live by us. By they meet each other. He shouldn't have taken my toy.
Right. And they multiple sources of information are able to. So the challenge is about how to integrate, how to form causal relationships. How much is it? How much causal information is required to be able to play encrypt different objects? Okay, not encrypt. Picking up
It's a very interesting.
manipulating physical objects, opening the pages, book, all the tasks, physical manipulation tasks. In a sense, my sense is the world is complicated.
I agree. I don't know how to organize it. I've been told by each program.
First, we have to start trying to.
And it's just variables, but not mechanical. Easy. You just put them on the graph and they speak to you.
And you're providing a methodology. Providing,
But in only that happen. Knowledge in, knowledge out. Data.
now, take a leap trying to learn in this very, not 20 variables, but 20 million variables, trying to learn causation in this world. Not learn, but somehow construct models. I mean, it seems like you only have to learn constructing it manual. You have ideas.
Method combining bodies. Metaphor of the
So how do you think about a metaphor? It's
metaphor connection, mapping problem. The not problem often. Like I give a great guy not shit. Oh, hole in the ship. Because they understand. I just poke holes. They're not familiar with and we are working on a close down to others. That's a metaphor. True. But this kind of metaphor, when Aristotle in because it's a way of life and notice this fundamental angle. Nana has
of the shell of the turtle. And he did measure those measurements we have to done in order to that's something not for the learning from. Even though the learning experiment they predict the moon actually the Greek so they that's a metaphor. Something material. What does it mean? The medium that answers certain questions. You don't have to write. And they were made explicit because somewhere in the past constructed a model of that. Oh, you're familiar. Yeah, I just familiar with that's the one with the ball. You obtain that by answering questions and you store the answer X. You don't have to find. All our intelligence to the nothing to the answer is there. Yeah. But very we haven't yet been able to algorithm. So you think of that process of metaphor one but another call it kind of reason. Think of that learning. Learning is a popular terminology today and it may not okay. Form taking something valuable and I give an example. Yes. Okay. I need to be willing to get started. But there is an answer. There is a winning or the business. Wrong. So it is the answers to that, but we don't know the answer. What does it master? We don't have. There's no explicit evaluation of certain complex patterns of code. We don't have it. Ordinary don't know about you. Not the test master. So for me, I have to derive things for him before, pattern before, or similar patterns before. Yeah? And he general don't move as a danger. It's just that's not in the game of chess, but in the game of billiard balls, they're able to derive very effectively and then reason by metaphor very effectively. Make it easy, and it makes one wonder how hard is it to build it in a machine. So, in your sense, how far away are I'm not I can tell you, tremendous progress called brain. Something we there because of because what we last 3 decades, something that more everything that was derived entire. So there's an excitement about current machine learning, and there's really important good work you're doing in causing. Where
So what don't clean it. Working harmony.
Harmony. Exactly.
It's going jumps exercise by the quality, non-committing body. How the reality will take over from that point of view. I whatever the country can be, namely quantity balance for question. These are complex. For example, a complex question. What do you mind the next result of study? And the effect of example, any one study. I by generalize one study to another. What's common? What is that is more of concept and the commonality around the world. There to really highlight data. Not only you have many sources.
That's a really powerful thing. I think medical cancer, right? That's powerful. We're talking about causation, temporal relation.
Not only temporal, structural and temporal, temporal present. Lots of
Temporal precedent. The arrow of time.
more than necessary. Yeah, temporal cause great effect.
But if we use the word cause, but there's relationships that are timeless. Forward. Are there relationships, logical relationships that didn't
Caution.
require temporal? It has just the condition that it does not travel back in time. So it's really a generalization of a powerful generalization of what
Logic.
bullet logic that puts and allows us uh, reason reason about the order of events. Of course,
About the writing of can give cause of also obeying the time present. We are given now that we ask questions about other causes related. It could be derived from the will not be about the present. Like violence was chapter has converted life from a decline to the model. The rule of the game is oblique marks how you start at the initial of it. How you ask questions about breaking the rules. What is decided not to and you and I can answer them. The other way from them. I want a machine to do. So hard for us. Listen.
They're
Say the calculus.
but the curiosity, the extra curiosity, that yes, absolutely correct and important. It's hard to believe that we've done this extensively already a long time ago. But really important. I also want to know, this, maybe you can philosophize about how hard is it to learn.
Okay, let us learn. I want to learn. Okay? Learn. What do we do? Put a learning machine watching many countries, many cooking. All the machine can learn is chat or not, text, not cause issues and order of this. That's that. The fact you don't bullet, you don't look at themselves, that the bullets are the effort. All we hear one command, chat, test. A triple of variables. Yes, no, yes. That's if you learn what. And you can answer the question, no.
Definitively no, but I think you can start proposing ideas. You,
What machine to learn? Another robot. Robot watching trials, other trials. Then we have to answer the question, what if rifle than A brain function?
how do you,
That's exactly my point. Looking at facts, not giving the brain behind the that.
but do you think of machine learning as really defined as only something that looks at the facts and tries to,
Right now,
is there a way to modify in your sense,
even manipulate.
if only, but
Once in a
doing the
while,
interventionist kind of
yes,
intervention.
but it's random. The rifleman is just, but you can observe this unexpected thing, introduce noise. Noise has to be random. And then you have a observational study. Third, kind of good to a certain extent. But now that we are expert in what you can do once you have a model, back and what you kind of data you need to build a model.
Got it. So I know you're not a futurist, but are you excited? Have you, back in your life, longed for the idea of creating human level intelligence?
So yeah, I'm driven by that. All my life I'm driven just by one thing. But I go slowly. Go from what I know to the next step. Implement.
So without imagining what the end goal is like, you imagine what's
And the end goal is constant practice of compassion.
so what is a good test? Is the Turing test a reasonable test? How would you test people?
So far we know one thing. If robots more language, it's on the getting better soccer because it's
Because they can do,
because they can language,
because of the communication they
because they communicate like us. Modern punishment after bonus time. Although they're gonna sit, they start communicating like this. Question is supposed to what? What would they do now? Now this is about modern punishment. So far I can only think about communication.
it's not necessarily natural language.
They just communicate. That's it. Have a complete knowledge. Caution. So much knowledge is supposed to work. Go down and change it off. That's our country. But But the coach doesn't know yourself. The coach tells you. But that's our language is very effective. That's the problem. You know yourself. Create the right module. Next time you don't do it.
Now that's for playing soccer with a well defined.
No. What's not about it? When you should pass the ball,
It's not well defined.
no, it's like very tough. There's ways. Yeah, it's not the pressure.
Art, but in terms of aligning values, do you think this cause and effect type of thinking is important to align the values, morals, ethics under which the machine makes cause effect where come together?
What is passion? Imagine you suffer pain as much as passion. I don't have already a mother. It's very easy. I don't have to. But if you're like me, therefore I will not take
The machine has to imagine, try to fake essentially imagine you're like me, right?
moreover. That's conscious. Where do you get this money? Look at yourself as part of the if you get a model, that's a garment, I need to have desire and what? I have a blueprint of this one, not a full detail. Cannot get the blueprint. Never have a blueprint. What is I can look at myself in the mirror and say, I'm going to from what we mean by
And consciousness. What do you consciousness? Self awareness, so putting yourself in the model of the world.
that's what some people tell me, no, this is only what do you really mean by that? I lose. Okay, consciousness having
Do you have concern about the future of AI, all the trajectories of all of our research? Where's your hope? Where would
I'm concerned about us, our capability to read and cover the I'm concerned. Don't know don't understand what it means to control this. So I'm concerned. I don't have anything to add to this. So that's a gray area. Unknown. Never happened. Only the only time it happened in evolution, it wasn't very successful. Everybody says it was a great.
for us, it was, but a few people along the way, a few creatures along the way would not agree. So, uh, just because it's such a gray area, there's nothing to say.
We have a sample of
Example of one.
us.
But some people would look at you, say, yeah, but we were looking at you to help us make sure that the sample two works out okay.
We have more than theory. Does make sample of one does cover sample of one plus skill contextual that with only you know how much I don't know. I'm
You were born and raised in
one reason is
and later served in the military defense.
in the middle of the
What did you learn from that?
always a friends.
What's in there as well?
Yes, because I was the Macha of agriculture world and I really ideally I wanted to know my life. So I built myself. Slowly I wanted to quit talent.
So that's a far world away.
But I learned from that it was a miracle. Served in the 1950s. I don't know how we survived. Country was under study. People, population of 600,000 women correct. Austerity, yes. By only one you had to be on ahead. And from the from the army, but no one went hungry. They always add higher education after they stick best wife, our generation, best education. So I'm really grateful for them. I'm trying to pay miracle that we survived this whole night so close to the second night. All in plan. But we survived it by miracle. Then the second not the next how someone in the country sleep. Imagine the United States going from what Canada to
Yeah,
unbelievable.
pretty tense part of the world, complicated part of the world. Israel is all around. The religion is at the core of that complexity, or one of the components.
So not to be very many
In your view, looking back, religion, society,
question for robotics.
echoes it.
Robot religion. Once we find out, we agree that the robot is a metaphor of a God, the metaphor of the robot will get it right. What a robot will use a metaphor. And what is the most primitive metaphor? The child grows with. Father smile, father skin, father image. I mean, that's God. So, whether you want it or not, the robot will the robot is done. They only have a form. The system is that. The robot has a model of brain. And everything that happens in the world, technology going to map to program. That's God. I think they, as long as you deny it.
So, if you think you can we talk about your son? Can you tell his story? Daniel?
No, no, he doesn't. I think they want to from the answer. Well, maybe or the depends. What was I don't know. The not at the
The core of that is hate, tolerance.
cool. Don't appreciate. That's not and I just what they teach you. When what will stop? We know exactly what you didn't know how. We know what did we done it. What is unbelievable.
I think all of us capable of people and the education, the indoctrination were created.
Absolutely, they are capable. Indoctrinated. Of eyes of now, but the question is whether we not whether we are capable of that is I'm worried about something. Yes, in the right circumstance, uh, yeah, the economic crisis, I can still do it. That's, I want to believe it. I'm not
7 years after Daniel's death, he wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal titled Daniel for All the Normalization. What was your message back then? How did it change?
I know
What was the message?
the message was we are not terrorists. We are target and we go and bomb. It's normal. You even not surprised when it. When they what? For crazy? Some law restaurant? They don't know that. Banalization of the faith that was normalized. That by part of the political life. Political faith. Every terrorist yes becomes a fighter. And more
Right? So call out
development
Your life, your heart has your sadness. Coming Pakistan ever, but I see a horrible propagation of evil. Come something nine days Father Day. I didn't know that. Yeah, I heard it. What's fond memory you have of Daniel? Oh, very intense. It's balance. That is, yeah. So that was not an emotion. He really like after all now is was just one time we went to Turkey, homeless. Hey man, I sit there and then I just had to dying little bit once money to take a bath and where did you get it? Not for me. You have advice for young minds today dreaming about creating as you have um, creating intelligence. What is the best way to arrive at make good ideas through fire of criticism and past conventional ideas? Ask the question really never enough and solve the problem. Okay, go for an answer. If they're really dumb, you could find out by trying and know. Okay. But follow them, try to understand. That doesn't help anyone. Others. I even that inertia, time, like it's slowing down time. Two words, your way. Powerful thing. And against inertia, actually. Against. I wrote a book of my time coming. Feel rebellious way person get like you wrote the manifesto of the rebellion. Professor. Professor. Back in your life of research, what ideas do you hope ripple through the next decades? What what do you hope your legacy? I already have two people. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. The law that's it's a question. And the fact that it tells the model version that get that all of us I can dive I still drive all my knowledge by mathematical rest all. Thank you so much for coming.
for being so attentive and instigate.
Coffee helps. Thanks for listening to the conversation. Dan, thank you for presenting sponsor Cash App. Download it, code Lex Podcast. You get $10. $10 will go first. STEM education nonprofit inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, connect with me on Twitter. Now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom today for all. You cannot answer a question you cannot ask. You cannot ask a question you have no for. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you. Following the conversation with Rohit Prasad, the vice president and head scientist of Amazon Alexa and one of its original creators. The team embodies the most challenging, incredible, inspiring work that's done in AI today. The team solves problems, cutting edge natural language processing, and provide a trustworthy, secure, and deliverable millions. Explore state-of-the-art methods that can design meet the challenges of the world in many ways. Alexa and the other voices are the voices of artificial millions of people. Introduction to AI, only in science fiction, important setting up the work that Rohit and the Alexa team are doing. Inspiration to me, many engineers, AI. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Do it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, FRID. Leave a review on Apple Podcasts especially, but also Castbox, comment on YouTube. Consider mentioning topics, people, ideas, questions, quotes, science, philosophy you find interesting. I'll read them on the podcast. I won't call out names, but I love comments, kindness, thoughts, thought I'd share them. On YouTube, highlighted a quote conversation with Ray Thomas. He said that we have to appreciate all the different ways we can connect with I'm team of engineers think that raw productivity is the measure of excellence. There are others. I work with people who brought a smile to my face every time I got to work in the morning. Their contribution is immeasurable. I recently started doing podcast ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes episode. Never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the experience. This show is presented by Cash App, #1 finance app. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and sponsor Bitcoin in a second. Cash App also, when you invest in, you can buy fractions of a stock, $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Acquire, member SIP. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called First, best known for their first products and labels. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands over 100 perfect rating navigator. Donate money maximum. Get Cash App, the App Store, Google Play, code Lex Podcast, and get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 first. Which again, an organization that personally inspire girls and boys to dream of caring better world. This podcast is also supported by ZipRecruiter. Hiring people is hard. To me, it's one of the most important elements of successful mission-driven teams. I've been fortunate to be a part of several great engineering teams. The hiring I've done in the past was both ourselves. reinventing the wheel was painful. Recruiter is a tool that's already available for you to make hiring simple, fast, smart. Example, Quotable co-founder Gretchen used ZipRecruiter to find new game artists during her education. By using ZipRecruiter's questions for candidates, Gretchen found it easier to focus on the best candidates. Finally, hiring the perfect person for the role. Less than 2 weeks, start to finish. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for all sizes by signing up, as I did, free ZipRecruiter.com. Flex Pod. That's ZipRecruiter.com/flex. And now, here's my conversation. Rohit, in the movie Her, I'm not sure. Who falls in love with the voice AI system. Let's start at the highest philosophical level before we get to learning some of the fun things. Do you think that what the movie Her shows is
I think not specifically about her, but I think what we were seeing is a massive increase in adoption of AI assistants or AI, all parts of our social fabric. And I think what I believe is that the utility these AI provide, some of the functionalities that are shown are absolutely.
some of the functionalities of the interactive element, but in terms of the connection, purely voice based, you think such a close connection is possible with voice alone?
It's been a while since I saw her, but I would say in terms of interactions which are both like and the AI assistant have to value what is also superhuman. We as humans can be in only one place. AI assistants can be multiple places at the same time. One with you on your mobile device, one at your home, one at work. You have to respect these capabilities. Thus, as humans, we have certain attributes we're very good at reasoning. AI assistants not yet there, but in the realm of AI assistants, what they're great at is computation, memory, these attributes. Start respecting something like the other thing we not just you.
So there's certainly elements mentioned, Alexa, everywhere. Communication is speaking. This is construction that in the, but it certainly feels to us another creature there interacting with. You're not interacting with the entirety of the structure, you're interacting with the device. Feeling it, okay, sure, we morphize things, but that feeling is still there. So, what do you think humans, security of the interaction with a smartphone, what do you think we look for?
I think in the certain interactions, I think will be very much where it does feel like a human because it has a and in certain ones it wouldn't be. So I think a simple example to think of it is if you're walking through the house and you just want to turn on your lights on and off, issuing a command. That's not very much like the human-like interaction, and that's where the AI shouldn't come back and have a conversation with you. Just it should complete that command. I think the blend of we have to think about this is not machine interaction, and certain aspects of humans are needed, and certain aspects or situations demand it to be like a machine.
So I told you, philosophical parts. What was the when we interact with humans, especially those that are friends, loved ones, versus you and a machine that you also are close with?
I think the role the AI plays, right? So, and it differs from different customer to customer, situation to situation. Especially, I can speak from Alexa's perspective. It is a companion, a friend, at times, an assistant, and an advisor down the line. So, I think AIs will have this kind of attribute, and it will be very situational in nature. So, where is the boundary? I think the boundary depends on the exact context in which we're interacting with AI.
The depth and the richness of natural language conversation by Alan Turing, and you try to define what it means to be intelligent. There's a lot of criticism of that kind of test, but what do you think of the test view in the context of Alexa, the Alexa Prize, whole realm? You think about the human intelligence, what it means to define it.
I don't think the ability to converse is a sign of an unlimited thing. That is no question about it. So if you think about all aspects of humans, there are sensors we have, and those are basically a data collection mechanism. Based on that, we make decisions with our sensory brain, right? And from that perspective, I think there are elements we talk about how we sense the world, and then how we act based on what we sense. Those elements clearly machines have. But then there's the other aspect of computation that is way better. I was mentioned about memory in terms of near infinite which capacity you have, and the retrieval can be fast and pure. In terms of like there's no ambiguity. Did I see when? Right? I mean, the machine can remember that very well. So again, on a philosophical level, I subscribe to the fact that be able to convert as part of that to be able to reason based on the word knowledge you've acquired and the sensory knowledge that is there is definitely very much essential.
AI. Another outside of Alexa's product experience, what is the test with wow is now starting to encroach from what we
CGI and I think they're quite I think an unbiased view I have is that the Lex think of it as many other points, self-driving cars, game playing like Go test. Let's take an example. Clearly requires a lot of data to not as hard as thing as an AI to accomplish a task or open the chat as you in those settings. The key difference is that the end goal is not like game. You also do not know exactly what state you are in, particular completion scenario. In certain sense, sometimes you can if it's a but if you're even certain examples like planning a or imagine things change along the way. Uh, Whether you change your mind and you change the destination, or you want to catch a particular event and then you decide, no, I want this other event I want to go. So these dimensions of how many different steps are possible when you're conversing makes it an extremely daunting problem, and I think it is the ultimate.
and don't you think natural language enough that conversation? Conversation.
From a scientific standpoint, natural language is a great test, but I would go beyond. I don't want to limit it to as natural language, the understanding and intent of parsing ranges and so forth. We're really talking about dialogue. That I would say human machine dialogue is definitely
So briefly speak to the Alexa Prize for people who are not familiar with it, and also just maybe where things stand and what have you learned and what the prize maybe the prize.
absolutely it's a very exciting competition. Prize is essentially a grand challenge of occupational life. Through the university active research in the field. Can you build what we call social that can converse with you coherently and engagingly? That is an extremely hard challenge meeting for the first time, or even if you met them quite often, to spend 20 minutes on any topic, evolving nature of topic, is super hard. We have completed successful years of the competition with the University of Washington, second University of California. We are in our third instance. We have an extremely strong team of 10 cohorts, and the third instance of the Alexa Prize is way now. And we are seeing a constant. First year was definitely a learning. A lot of things we put together. We had to build infrastructure to enable these universities to be able to build magical experiences, quality research.
Quick question, sorry for the interruption. What is failure? What does it mean to fail not to reach the point?
Oh, there are I forgot to mention one. Not just 20 minutes, but the quality of the conversation too that matters. And the beauty of this competition, before I answer that question, what failure means, is first that actually converse with billions of customers as we put the bar. So during the judging phases, there are multiple phases. Before we get to the finals, which is a very controlled judging situation where we have bring in judges and we have interactors who interact with. That is a much more controlled setting. But till the point we get to the finals, all the judging is essentially by, and there you basically rate question how good is it. So that's where we are not testing for a 20-minute boundary being crossed, because we want it very much like a clear-cut winner being chosen, and it's an absolute bar. So did you really break that 20-minute barrier? Is why we have to test it in a controlled setting with actors actually interactive and see how the conversation goes. This is why it's a subtle difference between how it's being tested in the field with real customers versus in the lab to award the prize. So on the latter one, is that essentially there are three judges, and two of them have to say this conversation is stalled.
Got it. And judges are experts.
Judges are human experts.
Okay, great. So this is in the third year. So what's been the evolution? How far from the DARPA challenge? First year, autonomous vehicles, nobody finished. Second year, a few more finished in the desert. So how far along with, I would say, much harder challenge are we?
This challenge has come a long way to the extent that we're definitely not close to the 20-minute barrier being with coherence and engagement. I think we are still 5-10 years in that horizon to complete that. But the progress is immense. Like what you're finding is the accuracy and what kind of responses these social generate getting better and better. What's even amazing to see that now there's humor coming in. The thoughts are quite, talking about ultimate intelligence is a very high bar in terms of what it takes to create humor. And I don't think just being really good sense of humor is also intelligence of mind, and something very hard to do. Social work is now exploring not only what we think of natural language, but also personality attributes, and when to inject joke, when you don't know the question, the domain, how you come back with some intelligence so that you can continue the conversation. You and I are talking about AI, and we're domain experts speak to it, suddenly I don't know. How do I change the conversation? You're starting to know these elements as well. And that's coming from partly by the nature of the 20-minute challenge that is quite clever how to really convert and essentially mask some of the understanding text of things.
Some of this is not Alexa the product. This is somewhat fun research for innovation and so on. I have a question sort of in this modern era. There's a lot of Twitter, Facebook, and so on. There's discourse, public discourse going on. Some things are edgy, blocked, and so on. I'm just out of curiosity. Are people in this context pushing the limit? Is anyone using the F word? Is anyone sort of pushing back, arguing I should say, as part of the dialogue to really draw people?
First of all, let me just back up a bit and say why we are doing this, right? You said it's fun. I think fun is more part of the engaging part for customers. It is one of the you skills as well, our skills. But of that apart, the real essentially what was happening is with a lot of AI research moving to industry, we felt that academia has the risk of not being able to have the same resources at this that we lot of data, massive computing power, and clear ways to test these AI advances with real customer benefits. We brought all these three together in the lecture prize. That's why it's one of my favorite projects in that. And with that, secondary effect is yes, it has become engaging for our customers as well. We're not there in terms of where we want to be, right? But it's huge progress. But coming back to your question on how do the conversations evolve? Yes, there is some natural attributes of what you said is the environment and some amount of spreading. The way we take care of that is that there is a sensitive filter give that says
Keywords.
it's more than keywords, a little more in terms of course, keyword based, but there's more in terms of these words can be very contextual, as you can see, and also the topic can be something that you don't want a conversation to happen because this is a criminal device as well. A lot of people use these devices. We have a lot of guardrails for the conversation to be more useful for advancing AI and not so much of these other issues.
Right. So this is actually a serious opportunity, right? Where we thought, I think, an opportunity to the best conversation. Why university?
Why just universities? Because as I said, it really sounds
Young minds.
young minds. Also, if you think about the other aspect of where the whole industry is moving with AI, there's a dearth of talent in given the demands. So you do want universities to have a good place where they can invent and research and not fall behind with that they can't motivate. Imagine all grad students left industry like us, or faculty members, which has happened. This is a way that we're so passionate about the field. You feel industry and academia need well. This is a great example and a great way. Honestly,
What do you think it takes to build a system that?
I think you have to start focusing on aspects of reasoning that is there are still more lookups of what intents customers asking for and responding to those rather than really reasoning about the elements of the conversation. For instance, if you're playing, if the conversation is about games and it's about a recent sports event, so much context involved, and you have to understand the entities that are being mentioned so that the conversation is important rather than you suddenly just switch to knowing some fact about a sports entity and you're just relaying that rather than understanding the context of the game. Like you just said, I learned this one fact about Tom Brady rather than really saying how he played the game at the previous night, then the conversation is not really that intelligent. So you have to go to more reasoning elements, understand the context of the dialogue, and giving more appropriate responses, which tells you that you're still quite far because a lot of times it's more facts and something that's enough as an answer but not really the answer. So that is where the research needs actual understanding, and that's why I feel it's a great way to do it because you have an engaged set of users working to make help these AI advances happen.
Right. You mentioned customers there quite a bit. What the experience for the user that's helping clarify this? As far as I understand, the Alexa. So this skill is a standalone for the Alexa Prize. The Alexa Prize is not used that was the car was great checking the weather or a separate back to your focus on helping I don't know how do customers think of it? Are they having fun? Are they helping? It's just
I think both actually, and let me tell you how you do this. All you have to say Alexa, and then first time you say Alexa, let's chat, it comes back with a clear message that you're interacting, and with a clear, you know exactly how you interact, right? And that is very transparent. Are being asked to help, right? And we have a lot of mechanisms where, as the first phase of that phase, then we send a lot of emails to our customers, and then they know that the team a lot of interactions to accuracy of the system. So we know we have a lot of customers who really want to help the bots, and they're conversing with that. And some are just having fun, just saying, Alexa, let's chat. And also some adversarial behavior to see whether how much do you understand as a social bot. So I think we have a healthy mix of all.
what is the talk about solving the Alexa challenge, the Alexa prize? Uh, what's the data set really engaging, pleasant conversation? We think of this as supervised learning. I don't know if it has to be, but if it does, if you can comment on that. Do you think there needs to be a data set of what it means to be engaging, successful?
I think that's part of the research question. This was, I think, it's at least got the first part right, which is have a way for university build and test the real world. Now you're asking in terms of the next phase of questions. You're also asking, by the way, what does success look like from a optimization? That's what you're asking in terms of we as researchers are used to having a great corpus of annotated data and then making then tune our algorithm on those, right? And fortunately and unfortunately, in this world of Alexa Prize, that is not the way. You have to focus more on learning based on live feedback. That is another element that's where just now I started with giving you how you progress and experience the capability with the customer. What happens when you're done? So we ask you a simple question on a scale of 1 to 5. How likely are you to interact with this? Okay, that is a good feedback, and customers can also give open-ended feedback. And I think partly that one part of the question you're asking, which I'm saying is mental model shift, that as researchers also you to change your mindset that this is not a DARPA evaluation or an NSF study, and you have a nice corpus. This is where it's really good. Really
Scale is amazing. That's the thing. And then the customer, quit the conversation.
exactly. That is also a signal for how good you were.
So, and then on a scale 1 to 5, 1 to 3, do they take how likely are you binary?
Oh, one.
You said the only way to make the smartest really smart is eyes. Uh, I'm not sure, like, the context. Come with an idea, elaborate on that idea. The eye, that idea is super exciting. Product.
Yeah, a lot of things taken out of context. This particular one was as discussion we're having on terms of what does intelligence look like and the context in terms of learning. I think just we said we as humans are empowered with many different I do believe that eyes are an important aspect. If you think about how we have, it is quite complex, and it's also not model that are fed a ton of text or audio, and you just learn that. No, you learn by experience, learn by taught by humans, and they're very efficient in how we. Machines, on the contrary, are very inefficient. I think the next wave of research will be with less data, not just less supervision and where you can increase the learning rate. I don't mean less data in terms of not having a lot of data to learn from that particular generated data, but it is more about from a aspect of how fast
improving the quality of data and the learning process.
I think more on the learning process. I think we have, because humans learn with a lot of noisy data, right? And I think that's the part that I don't think should change. What should change is how we learn, right? So if you look at, you mentioned supervised learning, we have many transformative shifts from unsupervised, more supervision. Those are the key aspects of how we learn. And I think in that setting, you hope you agree with me that having other senses is very crucial in terms of how you learn.
So absolutely, from a machine learning perspective, yeah, talked to a few aspects that are fascinating there. But taking the point of body, embodiment. Alexa has a body. It's a very minimalistic interface, ring and so on. And I'm not sure of all the flavors of the device that Alexa lives on, but it's minimalistic, basically. And nevertheless, we humans, so I have a Roomba, I have all kinds of robots everywhere. So, what do you think the Alexa of the future looks like? Shift what his body looks like, maybe beyond Alexa. What do you think are the different devices in the home as they start to embody philosophically future?
I think let's look at what's happening there. You mentioned, I think, our devices and Amazon. I also wanted to point out Alexa is already integrated with third party. Also come in lots of forms, shapes, some in robots, right? Some in some in appliances that we use in everyday life. It is not just the shape Alexa takes in terms of form factor, but it's also where all it it's getting in cars, getting in different appliances and homes, brushes, right? So I think you have to think about it as not a physical assistant. It will be in some embodiment, as you said, we already have these nice devices. But I think it's also important to think of it, it is the virtual. It is superhuman in the sense that it is in multiple places at the same time. I think the actual embodiment, in some sense, doesn't matter. If you think of it as not as the lie and more of what its capabilities are that derive from benefit and how there are different ways to delight and delight customers. And I think I'm a big fan of it not being just human-like. It should be like in certain situations, like surprise so far, conversation is great, but there are other scenarios where human-like I think is underset.
So I could trivialize talking about the way Jobs thought about the interaction device that Apple produced. Those dream of controlling the experience by making only Apple produced devices. You see the voice of Alexa being taking all kinds of forms depending on what the customer wants, and that needs to be anywhere from the microwave to the vacuum cleaner to the home on the voice potential element of interaction.
I think voices and essence, not all, but the aspect. I think to your question in terms of you should be able to recognize Alexa, and that's a problem. I think in terms of a scientific problem, I should say, like what are the traits? What look like Alexa, especially in different settings, and especially if it's primarily voice what it is. But Alexa is not just voice either. Right? I mean, we have devices on the screen. Now you see just other behaviors of Alexa. So I think they're in very early stages of what that means, and this will get an important topic for the following years. But I do believe that being able to recognize and tell when it's Alexa and it's not is going to be from an Alexa perspective. I'm not speaking from the entire AI community, but I think attribution And as we go into more understanding what that identity of the AI,
I think from the broad AI community perspective, that's a fascinating problem. So basically, if I close my eyes and avoid what would it take for me to recognize that this is
that
or at least the Alexa that I've come to know from my personal experience in my home, my interaction.
yeah, and the Alexa here in the US, the Alexa and the Alexa in India, even though they're all speaking English, the Australian version, again, where to now think about when you go into a different culture, different community, when you travel there, what do you recognize? I think these are super hard questions.
There's a team that works on personality. We talk about those different flavors of culturally speaking in the UK, US. What does it mean to add? So the problem that we just stated is asset. How do we make it purely recognizable as Alexa? Assuming that the qualities of the voice in us, it's also the content of what is being said. How do we do that? How does the personality come into play? What's that research going to look like? It's fascinating.
We have some very fascinating folks from both the UX background and human factors are looking at these aspects and these exact questions. But I will definitely say it's not just sound, the choice of tone, not just I mean the identity of it, but the tone matters, the speed matters, how you speak, how you enunciate words, how what choices how diverse are you or how lengthy in your explanations you are. All of these and also you mentioned something that you may have personalized like to some extent in your home or in devices. So you as an individual, how you prefer Alexa sounds can be different than how I prefer. And we may and the amount of customizability is also is a big deal. But I do want to point out it's more than the voice actor that recorded and becomes like that actor. It was more about the choices of the attributes of the tonality, the volume, in terms of how you raise your pitch and so forth. All of that.
It's fascinating from a product perspective. I can see those debates happen inside of the Alexa team. How much personalization you're taking a risk over personalized because you don't. If you create a personality for a million people, test that better, create a rich experience that well. But if the more you personalize it, the less you can test it, the less you can know that. So how much personalization? What's the right balance?
I think the right balance depends on customer. It depends on control. So I'll say I think the more control you get customers, the better it is for everyone. And I'll give you the personalization feature. I think you have a feature called Remember This. Like there you have an explicit sort of control in customers' hand because they have to say, Alexa, remember.
What kind of things would that be for song title?
I have my tire specs for my car because it's so hard to find it is right when you're having some issues. I my mileage numbers for all the people are looking at it. It's not handy. And those are my own personal points for Alexa to remember something on. Again, I think the choice like that customer as a control. So I think these are the aspects of what you do, like where we can use speaker recognition capabilities. Taught Alexa that you are Lex and this house do. Then you can personalize the experience. Again, these are very in the CX customer experience pattern, very clear about transparent when personalization action is. And then you have other ways like you go through control right now through your app. You have multiple service providers that say music. Which one is your preferred? Play game. Depend on your whether you prefer Spotify or Amazon Music or Apple Music. The decision is made where to play it from.
what's Alexa's backstory for perspective? There, I remember just asking, as probably a lot of us are, just basic questions about love and so on of Alexa, but the answer would be just it feels like there's a little bit of a feels like there's a little bit of personality, but not too much. Is Alexa have a metaphysical presence, human live in, or is it something more? And maybe their past, their birth, their family kind of idea. Even if we're joking.
I think, well, it does tell you, I think I should double check this, but if, when were you born? I think the respond. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty positive about it.
I think you do it. I think I've tested that. But that's like Al, like I was born in Champagne and
so on the metaphysical, I think it's early. Does it have the historic knowledge of itself to be able to do that? Maybe have we crossed that boundary? Not yet, right? Have we thought about it quite a bit? But I wouldn't say that we have come to a decision in terms of what it should look like. You can imagine, though, and I bring this back to the Alexa prize. There you will start seeing some of that. Like these bots have their identity, and in terms of that, you may find this is a great research topic that some academia team may think of these problems and start solving them.
So let me ask a question. It's kind of difficult, but it feels fascinating to me to psychology. It feels that the more personality you have, more dangerous in terms of a customer perspective product. You want to create a product that's but dangerous in creating experience. And so, how do you get that right? Because if you look at the relationship, maybe I'm just doing a Russian. You look at human relationships, more deep have fight, have tension, have the push and pull, have a little flavor in them. Do you want to have such flavor in an interaction with Alexa? How do you think about that?
There's one other common thing that you should say about this. We think of it as paramount for any deep relationship. That's trust. Trust. So I think if you trust every attribute you said, fight, some tension, is not healthy. What is unnegotiable? I think the bar to earn customer trust is very high. In some sense, more than a it's not just about personal information or your data, it's about your actions. How trustworthy are you in terms of consistency, in terms of accurate understanding? Like, if you're talking to a person on the phone, you have a problem with your like internet or something. The person's not understanding, trust right away. You want to talk to that. That whole example gets amplified by a factor of 10 because as when you're a human interacting with an AI, you have a certain expectation. So you expect it to be very intelligent and then you get upset, why is it behaving this way? Or you expect it to be not so intelligent and then it surprises you like, hey, you're trying to not. So I think we grapple with the hard questions as well, but I think that actions need to be trustworthy from these AIs, not just about data protection, information protection, but also from how accurately accomplishes all commands or all interactions.
Well, it's tough to hear because trust, you're absolutely right, but trust is such a high bar with AI. Because people, and I see this with a lot of people, the bar that's placed on AI.
That is going to be this. I agree with you, and I think of it as the challenge, and it also keeps my job. Right? So from that perspective, I think of it as a customer. I think as a researcher, yeah, occasionally frustrates me that why the bar so high. And as a customer, then I say absolutely. So I think that's the trade-off we have to doesn't change fundamentally. That trust is beyond. And question then becomes, are we putting the AIs to a different bar and accuracy than we would? That's going to be a great societal question for years to come.
One of the questions we grapple as a society now that I think about a lot, that a lot of people in the AI think about a lot, and Alexa taking on head on is privacy. The reality is us giving over data to any AI system can be used to enrich our lives profoundly. Basically, any product that does anything awesome, the more data it has, the more awesome. And yet, on the other side, people imagine the worst case possible scenario of what's possible. People trust. There's a fundamental trust certain government, depending on depending on kinds of factors. And so here's Alexa in the middle of all of it, in the home, trying to do good things for the customer. So how do you think about privacy in context of smart assistants in the home? How do you maintain your
Absolutely. As you said, trust is key. You start with trust, and then privacy is a key aspect of it. It has to be designed from the very beginning about that. And we believe in fundamental principles. One is transparency, and second is by transparency, I mean when we build what is now called smart speaker or the first echo, we were quite judicious about making right trade-offs on customers' behalf. That it is pretty clear when the audio is being sent to crowd, the light ring comes on when it, as when you say the wake word, and then the streaming happens, right? So the light ring comes on. We also had a physical mute button on it, just so if you didn't want it to be listening to the wake word, then turn power button, the mute button on, and that disables the microphone. That's just the first decision on essentially transparency. And then, even when we launched, we gave the control in the hands of the customers that they can go and look at your individual utterance that is recorded and delete them anytime. And we've got that promise, right? So, and that, again, a great instance of showing how you have the control. Then you made it even easier. You can say, Alexa, delete what I said. That is now making it even just just more control in your hands. But what's more convenient about this technology is what's with your voice now. So these are the types of decisions we can take. We just recently launched this feature called what we think of it as wanted not to review your data because small. You mentioned supervised learning, right? Supervised learning have to give some annotation, and that also is now a feature where you can essentially click that flag, your data will not be reviewed. So these are the types of control that we have to constantly offer to customers.
So why do you think it bothers so much that so everything you just said is really powerful? The control, the ability to delete, because we collect FID that collects lots of data. That's one. The ability to delete that data is really empowering, and almost nobody ever has to delete it, but the ability to have that control is really powerful. But still, there's these popular anecdotes, anecdotal evidence. They like to tell that them and their friend were talking about something, I don't know, sweaters for cats, and all of a sudden they'll have advertisements for cat sweaters on. That's a popular anecdote. Something. But can you explain that anecdote? That experience you have? What's the psychology of that? What's that experience? And can you answer it when you ask Alexa?
No, Alexa listens to the wake word of the device, right? And a wake word is the words like Alexa, on Echo, one at a time. One at a time. So that's first. From a listening perspective, you have to be very clear that it's just the wake word. So you said, why is there anxiety? It's because there's a lot of confusion. Most people really listen, right? And I think it's partly on us educating our customers as researchers, I put myself in the customer, and all decisions in Amazon are made with that truth. Trust has to be earned, and you have to keep the trust of our customers. And to the other point on like, there's something showing up based on your conversations. No, I think the answer is like you. A lot of times when those experiences happen, you talk that okay, maybe a winter season, people are looking for sweaters, right? And it shows up on your Amazon.com because it is popular. So there are many of these. You mentioned that personality or personalization. So we are not that unique either, right? Things we as humans start thinking, oh, must be that's why other things showed up. The answer is no. Probably it is just season for sweaters.
But I'm not gonna ask you this question. Also, people have some paranoid. Finally, from my perspective, there's a day when a customer can ask Alexa to listen to improve the experience. I personally don't see it because if you have the control, if you have the no reason why I shouldn't be listening all the time to the conversations to learn more. Because ultimately, as long as you have control and trust, every data you provide to the device that the device wants is going to be that. So to me, I as a machine learning person, it worries me how sensitive you are about your data relative to how empowering it could be for the devices around them. How enriching it could be for the product. So I just something I think about second the block how to make that device out. I don't know if you want to comment on that. So, okay, have you seen? Let me ask you this in the form of a question. Okay, and have you seen an evolution in the way people think about their private data in the previous several years? As we as a society get more and more comfortable with the benefits we get by sharing more data.
First, let me answer that part, and then I'll want to go back to the other aspect you mentioned. As a society, on a general, we are getting comfortable as a society. Doesn't mean that everyone is. I think we have to respect that. I don't think one size fits all is always going to be the answer, right? By definition. So I think that is something to keep in mind. Going back to your on what uh, magical experiences can be launched in these kind of AIs. I think again, if you give the control, it's possible. We have a feature called follow up where you turn it on and things after you open the mics again and adding this to your shop. Not done. That setting it's possible that it like for you say eggs and milk and then bread, right? So these are the kind of things which you can empower. So, and then another feature we have, which is called Alexa Guard, it's the way. But if you have a, let's say you're going to say, Alexa, you leave your home and you want Alexa to listen for a couple of sound events like alarm or someone breaking a glass, right? So like just to keep your peace of mind, you can say Alexa on guard or I'm away, and then it can these sound events, and when you're home, you come out of that home, right? This is another one where you again gave controls in the hands of the user or the customer, and to enable some experience that is high utility and maybe even more delightful in the certain settings like follow mode and so on. And again, this general principle is the same: control in the hands of.
So I know we kind of started with a lot of awesome, a lot of interesting topics, and we're just jumping all over the place. But really, some of the fascinating that Alexa team and Amazon is doing uh, the algorithm side, the data side, the technology, the learning, and so on. So, can you give a brief history of Alexa from the perspective of innovation, algorithm, data, how it's born, came to be, how it's grown?
Yeah, it starts with in Amazon. Everything starts with the customer, and we we have a process called working back. Alexa, and specifically then product Echo, there was a working backwards document that reflected what it would be. Started with a very simple vision statement, for instance, that morphed into a full-fledged document. Along the way, it changed into what all it can do, right? But the inspiration was the Star Trek. So when you think of it that way, everything is possible. But when you launch a product, start with some place. And when I joined, the product already in conception, and we started working on features, right? Because that was the thing to solve. By that means that we should be able to change the device from a distance. And in those days, that wasn't a common practice. And in previous research work I was in, considered unsolvable in terms of words from a lens. And here I'm still talking with the uh, they get the attention of the device, as in by saying all the which word Alexa has to be detected with a very high accuracy because it is a very common word. It has sound units that map with like I like you or like right. So it's a undoubted hard problem to detect the right mention of Alexa's address to the device versus I like Alexa.
You have to pick up that signal. There's a lot of
not only noise but a lot of conversation. Right? You remember on the device you make Alexa, and there's a lot of words. How would you know it's Alexa and directed at? Because I could say I love my Alexa, I hate my Alexa, I want Alexa to do this. All these three sentences I said Alexa, I just wanted to wake up. So and
can I just pause on that second? What would be your device that you're probably in the introduction conversation in terms of them turning off their Alexa device podcast conversation out loud? Like, what's the probability that an Alexa device will go off? Alexa.
So it will. We have done lots of different things where we can figure out that there is the device, the speech is coming from versus over the air. Also, I mean, in terms of like, also it is think about ads or so we have also launched a technology for watermarking kind of approaches in terms of filtering it out. But yes, if this kind of a podcast is happening, it's possible your device will pick up a okay. It's an unsolved problem, but it is definitely something we care very much about.
But the idea is you want to detect Alexa
Vent for the
device, even hearing Alexa versus I like something. So that was the first, really,
that's the
best detector of Alexa.
First best way to detect it in a far field, not like something sitting on the table. This is like have devices 40 feet away. You'll get an answer. That was the first. The next is okay, you're speaking to the device. Of course, you're gonna issue many different requests. Some may be simple, some may be really hard, but it's a large vocabulary speech recognition problem. Where the audio is now not coming onto your phone or a handheld mic like this or talking mic, but it's from 20 feet away where you're in a busy home. Your son may be listening to music, your daughter may be running around with something and asking your mom something, and right. So this is like a common household setting where words you're speaking Alexa need to be recognized with very high accuracy, right? Now we are still just in the recognition problem. We haven't yet gone to the understanding, right?
Yes, it's a pause. Sorry, what year was this? This before neural networks began to start seriously themselves in the audio space?
Yeah, this is around. So I joined in 2013. Right? So early research and neural networks coming back and showing some promising results in recognition space. And it started happening, but it was very early. But we just build on that. The very first thing we did when I joined with the team, remember it was very much of a startup environment. Great. doubled down on deep learning right away, and we will have to do accuracy fast. And because of that, we worked on and the scale of data. You have a device like this, if it is successful, will improve big time. Like you'll suddenly have large volumes of data to move from to make the customer experience better. So how do you scale these up? We did our, one of the first works in training with distributed GPUs, and where the training time was linear of like amount of data. So that was quite important work, where it was a lot like as well as a lot of engineering to be able to train on thousands and thousands of speech. And that was an important factor. So if you ask me, like back in 2015 and 2014 when we launched Echo, the combination of large scale data, deep learning progress, near infinite we had available on AWS, and all came together for us to be able to solve the far field recognition to the extent it could be useful to customers. Still not solved, like I mean, it's not that we're perfect at recognizing speech, but we're great at it in terms of the settings that are. That was important even in the early days.
So first of all, I'm trying to look back at that time. If I remember correctly, it was seems like the task was pretty so like so kind of take it for granted that it worked, you know.
Yes. Right.
So let me like how first of all you mentioned startup. I wasn't familiar how big that kind of because I know there's a lot of people working on it now. It's a very very large team. How big was the team? How likely were you to fail in the eyes of everyone else?
And ourselves.
And yourself. So like what?
I'll give you a very interesting anecdote on that. When I joined the team, the speech recognition team, 6 people, my first meeting, and we had hired a few 10 people. 9 out of 10 people thought it can't be done. Right? It was the one. The one was me. Actually, I should say, and one was semi-optimal.
Yeah.
And eight were trying to convince, let's go to the management and say, let's not work on this problem. Let's work on some other problem like either telephony speech or customer service calls and so forth. But this is the kind of belief you must have. And I had experience with speech recognition, and my eyes lit up when I saw a problem like that, saying, okay, we have made speech recognition always looking for that killer app. And this was the killer use case, bring something delightful in the hands of customers.
You mentioned the way you kind of think of it in product way, have a press release and FAQ backward. Did you have team have the Echo in mind? So this far field speech recognition, actually putting a thing in the home works is able to interact with. Was that the press release?
Very close, I would say, in terms of the, as I said, vision was started computer, right?
Yes.
So, or the inspiration, and from there, I can't divulge the exact specifications, but one of the first things that was magical of the music, it brought me to back to music because my taste was undergrad. So I listened to songs, and it was too hard for me to be a music fan with right? So I hate things in my ear. So from that perspective, right, hard, and it was fun, at least that's from that perspective. I think yes, in terms of how far are we from the original vision? I can't that, but that's why I ton of fun at work because every day we go in and thinking like these are the new set of challenges.
Yeah, that's a great way. Great engineering. Press release. I like that idea. Maybe we'll talk about it a bit later. It's just a nice way.
I'll tell you this: you're a scientist, and one of my scientists have adopted that. They they have now they love it as a problem because it was very as scientists you're trained to write great papers, but they're all after you've done the research or you've proven that your PhD dissertation something that comes or a DARPA proposal or an SF proposal that comes press release. But that process is now ingrained in science, which is delightful.
write the paper first and make it happen.
That's right. In fact, it's not.
The end result.
Or you leave the results section open. Right, and here's what it will change. Right? I think it's a great thing.
And yeah, what was the big went over the that journey like this today?
Yeah, I think as you said, there was a lot of skepticism on whether body speech recognition ever would be good enough. And what we first did was got a lot of training data in a setting, and that was extremely hard to get because none of it existed. So how do you collect data in far field setting
with no customer base?
With no customer, right? So that was the first innovation. And once we had that, the next thing was, okay, you have the data. First of all, let's talk about like what would magical in this? What is good enough? That's always, since you've never done this before, what would be magical? So it wasn't just a search problem. In terms of accuracy and customer features, on the ground saying that I think it should get. So you established a bar, and then how do you measure progress to customer right now? From that perspective, we went first data without customers. Second was doubling down on deep learning as a reason. And I can just tell you that the combination got our error rates by a factor of 5 from where we were when I started with 6 months of having that data. At that point, I got the conviction, right? So because that was magical in terms of when it started working, and that's the thing back to the bar that we felt we where people you really have one chance at if we had launched in November 2014 as well. I don't think this category exists if you don't need them.
Yeah, and just having looked at interaction or earlier, it's a frustrating for people. In fact, we use interaction to collect data on subject to measure frustration. As a training division-based data, you get a data set of frustration. That's the best way to frustrate people, having a track of them. So that bar I met,
I talked about how errors are perceived from AIs versus errors by but we're not done with the problems that ended up had to solve them. On the next one.
Yeah, the next
So the next one was what I think of as multi-domain natural language understanding. It's very, I would say, because during those days, solving it, understanding in one domain, a narrow domain, was doable. But for these multiple domains like music, like information, other kinds of household productivity, alarms, timers, even though it wasn't as big as it is in terms of number of Alexa has and the space has grown by orders of magnitude, it was still daunting even though and again no customer base. So now you're looking at meaning understanding and action on behalf of customers, their requests. And that is the next hard problem. Even if you've gotten words recognized, how do you make sense of it? Those days, there was still a lot of emphasis on basis for writing grammar patterns and we had a statistical first approach even then. Where for our language understanding we had in starting days an entity recognizer and an intent classifier, which was all trained statistically. In fact, we had to build the deterministic matching as follow-up to fix bugs that statistics have, right? So it was just a different mindset where we focused on data-driven statistical understanding.
in the end,
Yes, it is contingent on that, and that's why it came back to you the data for customers, understanding system built up. And notice that for talking about human machine dialogue, even in the early days, even if it was very much transactional, one thing, short utterances, pretty, there's a lot of debate on how much should Alexa talk back in terms of it misunderstood or simply songs by the store. Then let's say it doesn't know, 30 days, knowledge can be sparse. For the store, right? It's the Rolling Stone,
Yeah,
right?
that's
So, I don't want to touch the sample pilots or Rolling Stones, right? So you don't know which one it is. Kind of other signal. Now there we had great assets, right? Amazon,
like what is it? What kind of how do you solve that problem?
in terms of what we think of it as an entity resolution problem, right? So
Oh,
which one is it, right? And even if you figured out the source of an entity, resolve it, whether it's stone or the temple pilots or something.
maybe I misunderstood. Is the resolution the job of the algorithm or the job of UX getting human to help us?
Well, there is both, right? Not, you want 90% or high done without any further questioning or units, right? So, but that is absolutely okay, just like as we ask the question, I understand you, Max. It's fine for Alexa to occasionally say, I do not understand. And that's an important way to learn, and I'll talk about where we have come with more self-learning, these kind of feedbacks. But those days, just solving the ability of understanding the intent and resolving the action, where action could play a partner particular song, was probably again the bar was high as we are talking about, right? So while we launched it in sort of 13 big domains, I would say, in terms of our we think of it as 13 big skills. We had like music as a massive one when we launched it, and now we have 90,000 plus on Alexa.
But what is the skills page? The only thing I use it for is music, weather, and shopping.
So we think of it as music, right? So weather is a part of information, right? So when we launched, we didn't have smart home, but by smart home I mean you connect your smart devices, control them with voice. If you haven't done it, but it'll change
Like
your life.
turning on the lights. And
Yeah,
so
turning on your lights, anything that's connected and has a, it's just
what's your favorite smart device for you?
my light.
Light.
And now you have the smart plug with, and you don't have this echo, which is
Oh yeah, you can plug it in.
plug it in, and now you can turn that on and off.
I use this conversation to motivate.
The garage door, check your status of the garage door, and things like that. On the more and more practice where it has hunches now. Hunches like you left your light on. Let's say you gone to your bed and you left the garage light on. It'll help you out at these settings, right? So
The smart devices, smart devices, the music.
I don't remember everything we had.
Yeah, but those
alarms,
are the big
timers
ones.
were
Yeah.
the big one. That was, the timers were very popular. Right out. Like you play song, artist, album, everything. That was like a huge customer. That's again, this is language understanding. Now things have evolved, right? So where we want Alexa definitely to be more accurate, competent, trustworthy based on how well it does the core thing. But we have evolved in many different directions. First is what I think of it as conversational, high utility, not just for chat, right? And there at Remars this year, which is my launch what is called Alexa Conversations. That is providing the ability for developers multi-turn experiences on Alexa with in terms of the dialogue. Initially, it was like all the IVR system. You have to fully if the customer says this, do that, right? So the whole dialogue flow is hand off. And with Alexa Conversations, the way it is that you just provide a sample interaction data with your service or API. Let's say your Atom that provides a service for buying movie tickets. You provide a few examples of how your customers interact with your API. And then the dialogue flow is automatically constructed using regular neural network, train of that data. So that simplifies the developer experience. We just launched developers to try this capability out. And then the second part of it, which shows an increased utility for companies, is you and I, when we interact with Alexa or any customer, as I'm coming back to our initial part of the conversation, the goal is often unclear or unknown. If I say, Alexa, what movies are playing nearby? Am I trying to just buy movies? Am I actually, do you think I'm looking for just for curiosity whether the Avengers is still in theater or when it's maybe it's on and maybe someone might miss it, watch it on Prime? So from that perspective now, what is my goal? And let's say I now complete the movie ticket purchase. Maybe I would like to get dinner nearby. So what is really the goal here? Is it night out or is it as in just watch a movie? The answer is we don't know. So can Alexa now, because we have the intelligence that I think this meta goal is really night out or at least to the customer and you've completed the purchase of the ticket, it's an angle during. Then the next thing is, do you want to get an Uber to the theater, right? Or do you want to go to the restaurant and then not ask the same information over and over again? What time? What? How many people in your party, right? So this is where you shift the cognitive from the customer to the AI, where it's thinking of what is your, it anticipates your goal, it takes the next best action to complete it. Now that's the machine learning problem. Uh, Essentially, the way we solve this question, and long way to go, it scale to everything in the world, but at least for this situation, it is from at every instance, Alexa is making the determination to stick with the experience with Atom or offer, or based on what you say, whether either you have completed the interaction or you said, no, get me an Uber now, so it will shift context into another perspective or another service. That's the dynamic decision making. That's making Alexa use conversation for the benefit of the customer rather than simply the transaction which well what you as the customer specify what you want to be accomplished. It's accomplishing.
This kind of has an pedestrians and model and the thinking possible goals are most likely goal and at the thing. My question is there seems no question, but it would help a lot if Alexa remembered me what I said previously.
Right.
It's trying to use some memories for the customer.
It is using a lot of memory within that. So right now, not so much in which restaurant do you prefer. Right, that is a long-term memory, but within the short-term memory, within the session, it is remembering how many people. If you said buy 4 tickets, now it has made an assumption that you were going to have, you need at least 4 seats that night, right? So these are the kind of context preserving within that session. But you're asking the right question in terms of for it to more and more use, it has to have more long-term memory, and that's also a question. And again, this is still
So me, I mean, everybody's different, but yeah, I'm definitely represent our population in the sense that I do the same thing. Like I eat the same, like I do everything the same. Um, this reflection. So it's frustrating when Alexa doesn't get what I'm saying because I have to correct her every time the exact same way. That's with certain songs. Like she doesn't know certain songs and doesn't know Spotify about this. So the RG Spotify is nowhere to heaven. I have to correct it. Doesn't play Led Zeppelin. It plays a cover of Stairway to Heaven. So
you should figure. You send me your next time. Feel free to send it to me. We'll take care of it.
okay. Well,
because Led Zeppelin is one of my favorites. And it works for me to like rock it.
plug it for. I'll make it public and then everybody retweet it. Then what happens? Anyway, but the point is, I'm pretty boring and things, but I'm sure most people do the same set of things. Do you see Alexa utilizing that?
Yes, and not only utilizing, already doing something we call it, where Alexa is becoming self-learning. So uh, Alexa is now auto-correcting millions and millions of utterances without any human. The way it does it is, let's take an example, a particular song. What do? You either the wrong song and you said Alexa, that's not the song I want, or you say Alexa, play that, try it again. And that is the signal that you've done something wrong. And from that perspective, if there's that failure pattern or that action of song A was played when song B was requested. And it's very common with station NPR. You can have N being confused as an M, and then there's a certain accent like mine. People confused by N and M all the time. Because I have an accent, they're confused. It is for Alexa too. And that part where it starts autocorrecting, and we correct, we correct a lot of automatically without looking at videos.
One of the things that for me missing Alexa, I don't know if I'm a representative, but every time I correct, it'd be nice to know that made it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that, sort of like I heard you, like
sort of some acknowledgement.
Work a lot with Tesla autopilot, and a large amount of Tesla autopilot, they feel like they're excited by the possibility of safety. I don't know if Alexa customers generally think that they're teaching this stuff, and that's a really powerful thing.
Against, I would say, the spectrum. Some customers think that way. Be annoyed by Alexa acknowledging, or because again, while there are certain patterns, everyone's thinking this way. But we believe that again, customers helping Alexa is a connect for us, and more self-learning is by again the unsupervised, right? There's no human and no labeling happening, and based on your actions as a customer, Alexa becomes smarter. Again, it's early days, but I think the whole area of teachable AI is gonna get bigger and bigger space, especially in the US. That's the second part where I mentioned more conversational self-learning. The third is more natural, and the way I think of more natural is we talked about how Alexa sounds, and we've done a lot of advances in our text-to-speech by using again neural network technology for it to sound very
the individual texture of the sound, the timing, now the tone,
everything. Of the control in each of the places for how the speed of the voice, the pattern, the actual of how it sounds, all of those are factored in a ton of listening tests to make sure that what naturalness, how it sounds should be very natural. How it understands it is also very important. In terms of like we have 95,000 have imagine that in many of the skills you have to remember the skill and say Alexa ask type skill to tell me X, right? Or to remember the skill name, that means the discovery of the interaction is unnatural. We are trying to solve that by what we think of as again this was you don't have to have the app metaphor here. These are not individual apps, right? Even though so you're not sort of opening one at a time and interacting. It should be seamless because it's voice. And when it's voice, you have to be able to understand these requests independent of the specificity, like a skill. And to do that, what we've done is again build a deep learning capability where we shortlist a bunch of skills when you say, let's get me a car, and then we figure it out, okay, good skill versus the left or based on your preferences. natural is like talking about lists, for instance, and you want to say, Alexa, add milk, Alexa, add eggs, Alexa, add cookies, Alexa, add cookies, milk, and eggs, and that one shot, right? That helps with the natural. Talked about memory. If you said, remember at your mom's house, or you may have entered a calendar in it. Calendar that's like, you don't want to remember whether it's a calendar or did I tell you to remember something or some other reminder, right? So you have to now, independent of how customers create these events, it should just say, Alexa, when do I have to go to mom's house? And it tells you go to mom's house.
That's a fascinating problem. Put that problem on people create skills. Who's tasked creating all that knowledge together? Skills become creators of the skills, or is it the infrastructure that provides problems?
It's both. I think the large problem in where your skill quality is high, that has to be done by our because so these skills, just to put the context, they're built through Alexa. It's a self-serve way of building an experience. This is like any developer in the world could go to Alexa and build an experience like a Domino's, build a Domino's skill that does pizza. When you've authored that, you do want to now, people say Alexa open Domino's, Alexa ask Domino's to get a particular type of pizza. That will work, but the discovery is hard. You can't just say Alexa get me a pizza and then Alexa figures out. That latter part is definitely up in terms of when the request is not fully specified. How do you figure out what's the best service that can fulfill the customer's request? And it can keep evolving. Imagine going to the situation I said with night out planning that the goal could be more than that individual request that came. A pizza ordering could mean a nighting when you're having an event with your kids in your house. Welcome to the conversation we are.
Super exciting because it's not the academic problem and natural language processing problem. The stakes are high in the sense that customers get frustrated quickly, people get frustrated quickly, so you have to get it right, interaction right. So I love it. But from that perspective, what are the challenges? What are the problems that?
Yes, I think as I mentioned that get the basics right is still true. Basically, even one-shot request, which you think of as transaction request, needs the word magic. No question about that. If it doesn't turn your light on and off, even if I can complete the night out, you not do that. That is unacceptable, right? So that you get the foundational understanding. The second aspect, when I said more conversational, is, as you imagine, is more about reasoning. It is really about figuring out what the latent goal is. I have the information now and the history. What's the next best thing to do? That's some reason and decision problem. Just like a self-driving car, the goal is still more finite. It evolves. The environment is self-driving, and the cost of mistake is huge. Here, but there are certain similarities. Think about how many decisions Alexa is making or evaluating at any time is a huge hypothesis. And we're only talked about so far about what I think of reactive decisions. You ask for something and Alexa is reacting. If you bring the proactive part, which is Alexa having conscience, so any given instance, then it's really decision at any given point based on the information. Alexa has to determine what's the best thing it can do. These are the ultimate AI decisions based on.
I think my perspective is work a lot with sensing space. So I should stop it a little bit earlier. It'll be a day Alexa can also look at you to help improve the quality of the lunch it has for our lead. detect frustration or detect, improve the quality of the perception of what you're trying to do.
I mean, again, back to what we've already done. We talked about how we've done margin for Alexa. It's a very high probability it must have done something wrong. That's why you the next extension of whether frustration is a signal, of course, is natural thought in terms of how that should be understood.
Get that from
Get from voice, but it's very hard. Like, I mean, historically, different kinds, the traffic that MIT is super hot. And we're now talking about a far field device as if we're talking about a noisy environment. And in that environment, have a sense for your emotions. This is a very, very hard problem.
but you haven't tried with hard problem. So deep learning has been at the core of a lot of this technology. Are you optimistic about the current deep learning approaches solving the hardest aspects of what we're talking about, or do you think there will come a time where new ideas, for the, if you look at the OpenAI DeepMind, a lot of folks are now starting to work and see how we make neural networks. Do you see that new approaches being invented to take the next?
Absolutely. I think there has to be a lot more investment in, I think, in many different ways. And there are these nuggets of research forming in a good way, like learning with less data or like zero-shot learning, one-shot learning.
And the active learning stuff you talked about is incredible.
This transfer learning is also super critical, especially when you're thinking about applying knowledge from one task to another or one language, right? It really drives. These are great. Deep learning has been, and now we're sort of marrying deep learning with transfer learning, active learning. Of course, that's straightforward in terms of applying deep learning and active learning setup. But I do think in terms of now looking for reasoning-based approaches is going to be for our next big technology. But there is a good news. The good news is that I think for keeping on to delight customers, a lot of it can be done by prediction time. And we haven't exhausted that. So you don't need to give up on learning approaches for that. That's just I wanted
The creating a rich, filling, amazing experience that makes Amazon a lot of money, everybody a lot of money. It does awesome things. Deep learning stuff. The point.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say deep learning is enough. I think for the purposes of Alexa accomplish the task for the customer, I think there's still a lot of things we can do with prediction-based approaches that do not really. I'm not saying that, and we haven't exhausted, but for the kind of high utility experiences that I'm personally passionate about, what Alexa do, reasoning has to be solved today to the same extent as you of natural language understanding and speech recognition to the extent of understanding intent has been how accurate it has become. But reasoning, you're very, very
Yes, another way. How hard of a problem do you think?
hardest of them. I would say hardest of them because again, the hypothesis space of is really, really large. And when you go back in time, like you were saying, I want to make it memorable. That once you go beyond a session interaction, which is my session, a time span, which is to thing which restaurant I like, and then when I'm planning a night out restaurant, now you're up the stakes big time, and where the reasoning dimension.
Do you think that space, you elaborate on that a little bit, philosophically speaking, any reason about trying to model like the goal of a person in a context of interacting with Alexa? I think that space is huge. Do you think so? Another devil's advocate would be well, like small set of things.
You
not talking about a fulfilling general conversation. Perhaps I can be less surprised more after that. Creating a customer like so many of the interaction feels like are clustered groups that are don't require general reach.
I think yeah, you're right in terms of the head of the distribution of all the possible accomplish. The tail is long and worse. Right?
Yeah,
So from
there's
that
many long tails.
there from that perspective, I think you have to solve that problem. Otherwise, uh, everyone's very different. Like I mean, we see this already with the, right? I mean, if you're an avid surfer, which I am not, right? Somebody asking Alexa, right? And there's a skill that is there for them. That tells you that the tail is massive. Like it tells like kind of skills people of it, which means there are these different and when you start looking at the combinations, it, pairs of uh, 90 a big set of combinations. You start saying there's like here now, and I think customers are wonderful treated with things, and I'm going to keep getting to do better things with them.
I'm not known to be patient. You have to do it
Too fast.
too fast. So you mentioned the idea of a development, Amazon, Alexa, Amazon, kind of future product, make it happen. So you draft me, probably already have one, make up one, but 10, 20, 30, 40 years out that the Alexa keep putting out broad strokes.
I think let's start with a 5 year. Right? So, and I'll get 40 too hard to
have
think.
a real 5 year one. Let's sign up for that. Broad strokes.
5 years is very, I mean, basis hard, especially if you think of the things beyond 5 years. A lot of things change, right? If you ask me 5 years back, will Alexa be good? I would have, I think it has surpassed my so I think that from the next 5 years perspective, from an AI perspective, there's that notion which you said, oriented dialogue, like next surprise. I think that bridge is going to get closed. They won't be different. And I'll give you why that's shopping. How do you shop? Do you shop in one shot? Sure, you're doubling. How long does it take for you to buy a camera? Ton of research. Then you make a decision. There that a goal-oriented dialogue and like somebody like find me a camera. Is it citizenness? Right. So even in the something that you think of it as shopping, which you say yourself, you go beyond where reorders or items where you sort of are not brand conscious. That was just a shopping.
Yeah, just to comment quickly, I've never bought a Alexa that I haven't bought before on Amazon on the desktop after I clicked on a bunch, read a bunch of reviews.
Now you think in even for something that you felt like this finite goal, I think the space is huge because even products, the attributes are many. Like, and you want to look at some on Amazon, some outside, some you want to look at Peanut is saying, or another consumer forum is saying about even a product, right? So that's just shopping where you could argue the ultimate goal is sort of, and we haven't talked about Alexa, what's the weather at Cape Cod, right? So why am I asking that weather question, right? So I think of it as how do you complete goals with minimum for our customers? And when you think of it that way, the distinction between goal oriented and compensation goes away. I may want to know what happened in the presidential debate, right? And I'm seeking just information or I'm looking at uh, very good things, right? So these are all quite hard problems. So even the 5-year horizon problem, like I sure hope will solve these.
Right? You're optimistic. That's a hard problem.
Which one?
The reasoning enough to be able to help explore complex goals. That feels like it could be. Well, 5 years is the nice.
It's a nice bar for it, right? I think like a nice ambition in the press release for that. Absolutely. Can I tell you what specifically the roadmap will be, though? Right? And what and will we solve all of it in 5 years space? This is we'll look on this forever. Actually, the hardest of the AI problems, and I that makes not even in a 40-year horizon. Because even if we limit with the human intelligence, we know we are quite that every aspect, sensing to neural processing to information, how it we don't yet know how to represent them, right? So we're still in our early stages. I wanted to start, that's why at the 5 year, because the 5 year success would look like that in solving these complex problems. And the 40-year would be where it's just natural to talk in terms of all of these complex problems. Right now, we've already come to the point where transactions you mentioned of weather or ordering something in your favorite tea. Natural for you to ask Alexa. It's now unnatural to pick up your phone, right? And that I think is the first 5 year transformation. Next 5 year transformation will be okay. I can plan my weekend with Alexa, or I can plan my next meal with Alexa, next night out with Seamless.
So just to pause and look back at the picture of it all. You're part of a large team that's creating a system that's in the home. That's not human. That gets to interact with. So we human beings, we descendants of apes, have created an artificial intelligence system able to have conversations. That to me, two transformative robots of this century will be autonomous vehicles, but they're a little bit transformative in a more boring way. It's like a tool. I think conversation in the home, second experience. How does that make you feel? You're at the center of creating this. You sit back in awe sometimes. Your what's your feeling about the whole message? You believe that they're able to create something.
I think it's a privilege. I'm so fortunate, like where I ended up, right? And it's been a long journey. Like I've been in this space for a long time, rich, right? And it's so heartwarming to see the kind of adoption conversationally. 5 years back, it was almost like, should I out of this? Because we are unable to find this other application that customers would love that would not simply be good to have thing in research lab. And it's so fulfilling to see it make a difference to billions and billions of people worldwide. The good thing is that it's still very early. So I have another 20 jobs doing what I love. Like so I think from that perspective, I tell every researcher this that joins or every member of my team that this is a unique privilege. Like I think we have, and I would say not just launching Alexa in 2014, which was a good time. Along the way, we have launched Alexa Skillskit. It became democratizing AI. When before that, there was no good evidence of an SDK. Now we are coming to this where you and I are having this conversation. I'm not saying, oh, next planning night out with AI. I'm saying it's realm of possibility, and not only launching, right? So, Samuel, that every it's getting better. We know that is a universal truth. Once you have these kind of agents out there used, they get better for the customer. I think that's where I think the amount of research topics we are throwing out at our budding researchers is gonna be exponentially hot. And the great thing is we can now get adoption by having customers use it, not just to pay for it reps or another conference.
I think everyone, myself included, are excited about that future. So I don't think it's going to replace Rohit.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Rohit the Pod. Thank you. Our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Go Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First. STEM education nonprofit inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, dream of engineering. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support on Patreon, connect with me. Now, let me leave you with great Alan Turing. Sometimes it's the people no one can imagine anything of, do the things imagine. Thank you. Following this conversation, Michael Steve, creator of Vsauce, one of the most popular educational YouTube channels in the world, with over 15 million subscribers and over 1.7 billion views. Videos often answer questions that are both profound and entertaining, spanning topics such as college. Popular questions include, what if everyone jumped at once? Or what if something appeared? Or why are things creepy? Or what if the earth stops spinning? Part of his channel, he created 3 seasons of Minefield, a series that explores human behavior. Curiosity and passion inspiring millions of people. So as an educator, impact and contribution to the world is truly immeasurable. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, connect with me on Lex spelled FRID. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. Every 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show presented by Cash App, #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin. Cash App also investing. You buy fractions of the stock, $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investment, area where member SI. Excited to be working with Cash App, one of my favorite organizations, best known for their first robotics and Lego company. They educate, inspire hundreds of thousands in over 110 countries. Rating at Charity Navigator means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. Get Cash App in the App Store, Google Play, Lex Podcast. Get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization that I first inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. Now, here's my conversation. Michael, one of your deeper interests is psychology, understanding human behavior. You pointed out how messy human behavior is and far from the ideal behavior of something like how do you think we could take psychology from the 20th century to something this is theoretical doing lifestyle?
Well, do it by finding the physical foundations of psychology, right? If all of our emotions, moods, and feelings, behaviors are the result of mechanical behaviors of atoms and molecules in our brains, then can we find correlations? Perhaps like chaos makes that really difficult. Certainty principle and all these things. We can't know the position and the velocity of every single quantum state in the brain. But I think that if we can get to that point in psychology, then we can start to think about consciousness in a physical and mathematical. We ask questions like, well, what is self-reference? How can you think about yourself thinking? What are some mathematical structures that could bring that about?
There's ideas of the consciousness and breaking it down into there's ideas of like where that whatever consciousness is fundamental part of reality. Do you think your views on do you think it has the a part of reality or that's deeply human and constructed as
Starting nice and light.
yeah. Nothing I asked you today has actually answer.
Yeah,
we
right.
Just hypothesized.
So yeah, and I should clarify, this is all speculation. And I'm not an expert in any of these topics, and I'm not God. But I think that consciousness is probably something that can't be fully explained within laws. I think that our body, brain, and the universe, and at the quantum level is so rich and complex. I'd be surprised if we couldn't find room for consciousness. And why should we? Why are we aware of ourselves? That is a very strange and interesting question. And I think for the next few thousand years, we're going to have to believe in answers purely on faith. But my guess is that we will find that in the configuration of these possible arrangements of the universe, there are some that contain memories of others. Literally, Julian Barber calls it time capsule state. Where you're like, yeah, not only do I have a scratch on my arm, but also this state of the universe also contains a memory in my head of being scratched by my cat. And for some reason, those kinds of states of the universe are more plentiful or likely.
Say those ones that contain memory of the past, ones that contain memories of the past and have
just the first part, because I think the consciousness that emerges from the fact that a state of the universe that contains fragments or memories of other states is one where you're going to feel like there's time. You're going to feel like, yeah, things have happened in the past, and I don't know what'll happen in the future. These states don't get to think about the future. For some reason, those kind of states are either or you could use the anthropic principle and just say, well, they're extremely rare. But until you are in one, if you are in one, then you can ask questions like you're asking me on this podcast.
why question.
But yeah, it's like, well, why are we conscious? Well, because if we weren't, we wouldn't be asking why we were.
Kind of implied that you have a sense, hypothesis, theorizing that the universe is. What's your thoughts about free will? Do you think of the universe as deterministic? That unrolling there's operating under benefit laws and have like the initial condition unroll in the exact same way in our particular line every time.
That is a very useful way to think about the universe. It's done us well. It's brought us to the moon. It's brought us to where we are today, right? I would not say that I believe in determinism, that kind of absolute. Or actually, I just don't care. Maybe it's true, but I'm not going to live my life like it is.
What in your sense, you study kind of how we think of the world. What's, in your view, is our perception, like how we think the world is, reality? I think there's a huge gap there. Like we view ourselves as the whole vision, just everything about human psychology and how things actually are. All the things study, that's something happy.
Well, again, purely speculative. I think we will never know the answer. We cannot know the answer. There is no experiment to find an answer to that question. Everything we experience is an event in our brain. When I look at a cat, I'm not even, I can't prove there's a cat there. All I am experiencing is the perception of a cat inside my own brain. I am only a witness to the events of my mind. I think it is very useful to infer that if I witness the event of a cat in my head, it's because I'm looking at a cat that is literally there and has its own feelings and motivations and should be pet and get food and water and love. I think that's the way you should live life. But whether or not we live in a simulation of a brain in a vat, I don't know.
You care.
I don't really. Well, I care because it's a fascinating question, and it's a fantastic way to get people excited about all kinds of topics: physics, psychology, consciousness, philosophy. But at the end of the day, what's different? If you
Cat needs to be fed. You know, otherwise,
right, but if it's not even a real cat, then it's just a cat. And right, so what's the difference between a digital cat and a video game because of neglect versus a real cat? It's very different logically. Like I don't really feel bad about, oh my gosh, I forgot to feed my Tamagotchi, right? But I would feel terrible if I forgot to feed my actual cat.
so can you just touch on the topic? You find this thought experiment useful, inspiring, constructive kind of way? Seems ridiculous. It could be true, or is it just a useful thought experiment?
I think it's extremely useful as a thought experiment because it makes sense to everyone, especially as we see virtual reality and computer games getting more and more complex. You're not talking to an audience in like Newton's time, where you're like, imagine a clock that has mechanics in it. They're so complex that it can create love. And everyone's like, but today you start to feel, at what point is this robot friend of mine be like someone I don't want to cancel plans with? you know? And so great the thought experiment of simulation. Am I a brain in the back given electrical impulse from some nefarious other being so that I believe that I live on Earth and that I have a body and all this? And the fact that you can't prove it either way is a fantastic way to introduce people to the deepest question.
So you mentioned a little buddy that you would want to cancel an appointment with. So that's a lot of our conversation. My research is artificial intelligence. I apologize. You're such a fun person to ask these big questions.
Oh, I hope I can give some answers.
Well, because of sharp your brain's ability to most some of the questions that many scientists actually are afraid to read is fascinating. I think you're in that sense through this process of sharpening your brain.
Well, I don't know if I am a scientist. I think, science is a way of knowing. And there are a lot of questions I investigate that are not scientific questions. On like mind field, we have definitely done scientific experiments and studies that have hypotheses and all that. But not to be too like precious about what does the word science mean, but I think I would just describe myself as curious, and I hope that that curiosity is patient.
But to use the scientific method, your curiosity took you to asking questions. Me asking a question, even if society feels it's not a question we teach science currently, me asking the question, the biggest step of scientific method is the second part, and that may be what traditionally applies. Me asking the question, brave enough to ask the question, being curious and not constrained by what you're supposed to think is the true what needs to be scientific.
It's certainly a huge part of what it means to be. If I were to say, you know what, I don't believe in forces. I think that when I push on a massive object, a ghost leaves my body and enters the object I'm pushing, and these ghosts happen to just get really lazy when they're around massive. And that's why I think we'll end. Oh, and by the way, the laziness of the ghost is in proportion to the mass of the object. So, boom, wrong. Every experiment, well, you never find the ghost. And so, none of that theory is scientific. But once I start saying, can I see the ghost? Why should there be a ghost? And if there aren't ghosts, what might I expect? And I start to do different tests to see if it's falsifiable. Are there things that should happen if there are ghosts, or are there things that shouldn't happen? Do they, what do I observe? Now I'm thinking scientific. I don't think of science as, wow, a picture of a black hole. That's just a photograph. That's an image. That's data. That's a sensory and perception experience. Science is how we got that and how we understand it and how we reduce our uncertainty around it.
But I was there scientific community, and sometimes disheartened by the thinking of not allowing yourself to think outside the box. So allowing the possibility of going against the conventional science. The beautiful part of some of the greatest scientists.
I don't know. I'm impressed by scientists every day. And revolutions in our knowledge of the world occur only under very special circumstances. It is very scary, challenge critical thinking, and risky, because let's go back to elitism and ego, right? If you just say, you know what, I'm spirit of my body, and all are actually created by visible creatures that transfer themselves to an object. If you ridicule every other theory and say that you're correct, then ego gets involved and you just don't go anywhere. But fundamentally, the question of, well, what is a force is incredibly important. We need to have that conversation, but it needs to be done in this very political way of like, let's be respectful of everyone and let's realize that we're all learning together and not shutting out other people. And so when you look at a lot of revolutionary ideas, they were not accepted right away. And Galileo had a couple of problems with the authorities, and later thinkers, Descartes was like, all right, look, I kind of agree with Galileo, but I'm going to have to not say that. I'll have to create and write different things for me in trouble. Slowly made progress.
Revolution. We'll get to AI. Topic of revolutionary ideas. We asked on Reddit AMA, the Earth is flat. One of the favorite questions you ever answered.
Yeah.
Speaking of revolutionary ideas. So your video on that, definitely watch it. Fascinating. Can you elaborate why you enjoyed these questions?
Yeah, well, it's a long story. I remember a long time ago, I was living in New York at the time, so it had to have been like 2009 or something. I visited the Flat Earth Forum. And this was before the Flat Earth theories became as sort of extreme as they are.
Sorry to ask some questions. Forums.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society. I don't know if it's .com or .org. I went there and I was reading, their ideas, how they responded to criticism of, well, the Earth isn't flat. What about this? And I could not tell, and I mentioned this in my video, I couldn't tell how many of these community members actually believed the Earth was flat or just trolling. And I realized the fascinating thing is, how do we know anything? And what makes for a good belief versus a maybe not so tenable for good belief? And so that's really what my video about Earth being flat is about. Look, there are a lot of reasons the Earth is probably not flat. But a flat Earth believer can respond to every single one of them. But it's all in an ad hoc way. And all of their rebuttals aren't necessarily going to form a cohesive, non-contradictory whole. And I believe that's the episode where I talk about Occam's razor and Newton's laser sword. And then I say, well, you know what? Wait a second. We know that space contracts as you move. So to a particle moving near the speed of light towards Earth would be flat in the direction of that particle's travel. So them Earth is like we need to be, really generous to even wild ideas because they're all thinking. They're all the communication of ideas. And what else can it mean to be a human?
Yeah, and I think I'm a huge fan of the flat Earth theory, unquote. That to me feels harmless. Explore some of the questions what it needs to explore the edge of science and so on. It's a harm. To me, nobody gets hurt whether the Earth is flat or round. Not lecture. That said, again, I find that scientists roll their eyes way too fast on the flat Earth. The kind of dismissal that I see to this notion, they haven't sat down and say what are the arguments for both, why these arguments are correct. This is that should be something that scientists should even to ideas. I like this almost my test when I ask people what they think about theories, how quickly they roll their eyes.
Well, yeah, let me go on record and say that the Earth is not flat. It is a three-dimensional sphere. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything. It just reduces uncertainty. Could the Earth actually be flat? Extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely. And so it is a ridiculous notion if we care about how probable and certain our ideas are. But I think it's incredibly important to talk about science in that way and to not resort to, well, it's true. It's true. Same way that a mathematical theorem is true. And I think we're kind of being pretty pedantic about finding this stuff, but sure, I could take a rocket ship out and I could orbit Earth and look at it, and it would look normal, right? But I still can't prove that I'm not living in a simulation, that I'm not a brain in a bag, that it's all an elaborate ruse created by some technologically advanced civilization. So there's always some doubt, and that's fine. That's exciting.
And I think that kind of doubt, practically speaking, is useful. Quantum mechanics. Oh, hey, that kind of adds a little spice to the thinking process of scientists. So, I just as a thought experiment, your video kind of say the Earth is flat. What would forces walk above this flat Earth? It's a really nice thought experiment.
Wow. Right, because what's really nice about it is that it's a funny thought experiment, but you actually wind up accidentally learning a whole lot about gravity and about relativity and geometry, and I think that's really the goal of what I'm doing. I'm not trying to convince people the Earth is. I feel like you either believe that it is or you don't, and that how can I change that? What I can do is change how you think and how you are introduced to concepts like, well, how does gravity operate? Oh, it's all about the center of mass of an object. So right on a sphere, we're all holding in the middle, essentially central geometrically, but on a disk, you're going to be pulled at a weird angle if you're out near the edge. And that stuff's fascinating.
Yeah, to me that particular video opened my eyes even more to gravity. It's a really nice visual. You always imagine gravity with masses.
Yeah.
And imagining gravity on masses that are not some other shape, but here a flat object. It makes you really kind of visualize the three-dimensional way the force.
Yeah, even if a disk the size of Earth would be impossible. I think anything larger than the moon basically needs to be a sphere because gravity will round it out. So you can't have a teacup size universe, right? There's a great book about the teacup in the universe that I highly recommend. I don't remember the author, I forget her name, but it's a wonderful book. So look it up. I think it's called Teacup in the Universe.
And this point, brief briefly, your videos are generally where people love them, right? If you look at the sort of number of likes versus dislikes, measure, right? Incredible, and as do I. This particular flat Earth video has more dislikes than usual. What do you on that topic in general? How big is the community, not just flat Earth, but the anti-scientific that naturally distrust scientists in a way um, that's not an open-minded. Scientists like they're bought by some kind of mechanism of the kind of trying to. What's your sense of the size of that? You're one of the sort of great educators in the world that educates people on the exciting power of science. So you're kind of up against.
I really have no idea. I haven't looked at the likes of this on the flat Earth video. I would wonder if it has a greater percentage of dislikes. Is that because of because they think that it's a video about Earth being flat and they find that ridiculous, not even watching much? They wish that I was more like those flat Earth theories. I know there are a lot of response videos that kind of go through the episode and are pro flat Earth, but I don't know if there's a larger community of unorthodox thinkers today than there have been in the past. And I just want to not believe them. I want to keep thinking. And by calling them all, idiots or something, that is no good. Because how idiotic are they really? I mean, the Earth isn't a sphere at all. We know that it's an oblate spheroid. And that in and of itself is really, and I investigated that in Wikipedia, where I'm like, really down does not point towards the center of the Earth. It's different directions, depending on what's underneath you, and what's above you, and what's around you. The whole universe is tugging on me.
And then they also show that gravity is non-uniform across. Like if you get the thought experiment, if you build the bridge all the way across the Earth, just knock out pillars, what would happen?
Yeah,
it'd be describe how it would be like a very chaotic, unstable happening. Gravity is non-uniform throughout there.
Yeah, in small spaces we work in, we can essentially assume the gravity is uniform, but it's not. It is weaker the further you are from the Earth, and it also is going to be, it's radially pointed towards the middle of the Earth. So a really large object will feel tidal because of that non-uniformness. And we can take advantage of that with satellites, right? Gravitational induced torque. Great way to align your satellite without having to use fuel.
So let's jump back to artificial intelligence. What's your thought of the state of where we are at currently with artificial intelligence? What do you think it takes to human level or superhuman level?
I don't know what intelligence is. That's my biggest question at the moment. And I think my instinct is always to know, well, what are the foundations here of our discussion? What does it mean to be intelligent? How do we measure the intelligence of an artificial machine or a program or something?
Can we say that humans are intelligent? Because there's also a fascinating field of how do you measure human intelligence.
Of course.
But if we just take that for granted, saying that whatever the fuzzy intelligence we're talking about, kind of have it. What would be a good test for you during develop a test natural language conversation? Does that impress you? Chatbot that you'd want to hang out and have dinner with a bunch of hours or have dinner plans with? Is that a good test natural language conversation? Is there something else that would impress you? Or is that also
Oh yeah, I think that
Roomba?
if there was a chatbot that was like incredibly really had a personality, and if I didn't the Turing test, right? Like if I'm unable to tell that it's not another person. But then I was shown a bunch of wires and mechanical components, and it was like, that's actually what's talking to me. I don't know if I would feel that guilty destroying it. I would feel guilty because clearly it's well made. It's a really cool thing. It's like destroying a really cool car. But I would not feel like I was a murderer. So yeah, at what point would I start to feel that way? And this is such a subjective psychological question. If you give it consent, or if you have it act as though perhaps really feel pain as I destroy it and scream and resist, then I feel.
That's beautifully put. Let's just say act like it's pain. So you just have a robot that not screams, just like moans pain.
Yeah.
That immediately just puts in a class that when it becomes anthropomorphized, it immediately becomes.
Yeah,
that's a psychology question.
Right. I think that's a really good instinct to have. If the robot screams and moans, you don't believe that it has the mental experience, the qualia of pain and suffering. I think it's still a good instinct to say, you know what, I'd rather not hurt it.
The problem is that instinct can get us in trouble, and robots can that. And there's different kinds of robots. There's robots like the Facebook and the algorithm that recommends the video, making it in the same kind of way. Well, let me ask you, just on artificial intelligence for a second. Do you have worries about existential threats from AI or existential threats from other technologies like nuclear weapons that could potentially destroy life on Earth or damage it very significantly?
Yeah, of course I do. Especially the weapons we create. There's all kinds of famous ways to think about this. One is that, wow, what if we don't see advanced alien civilization because of the danger of technology? What if we reach a point, and I think there's a channel, Body 2. Jeez, I wish I remembered the name of the channel. But he delves into this kind of limit of maybe once you discover radioactivity and its power, reach this important hurdle. And the reason skies are so empty is that no one's ever managed to survive as a civilization once they have that destructive power. And when it comes to AI, I'm not really very worried because I think that there are plenty of other people that are already worried enough. And oftentimes these worries are they just get in the way of progress, and they're questions that we should address later. And I think I talk about this in my interview with the self-driving autonomous vehicle guy, as I think it was a bonus scene from the trolley problem episode. And I'm like, wow, what should a car do if this really weird contrived scenario happens where it has to swerve and save the driver but kill a kid? Well, what would a human do? And if we resist technological progress because we're worried about all of these issues, then it gets in the way. And we shouldn't avoid those problems. We shouldn't allow them to be stumbling blocks. Advancement.
So folks like Sam Harris or Elon Musk are saying that we're not worried enough. So worry should not paralyze technological progress. We're sort of technology is marching forward without the key scientists developing a technology worrying about the overnight having some effects that would be very detrimental to society. So to push back on your thought of the idea that there's enough people worried about it, Elon Musk says there's not enough people worried about it. I think that's the kind of balance. It's it's like people really nuclear deterrence are saying there's not enough people worried about nuclear deterrence. Right? So the question is, what is a good threshold for people to worry about? And if many people, you're right, if the press would over-report on it, all technological, not enough, march straight ahead into that abyss that human beings might be destined for the progress of technology.
Yeah, right balance of how many people should be worried, how worried should they be, but we're always worried about new technology. You know, we know that Plato was worried about the written word. But we shouldn't teach people to write because then they won't use their minds to remember it. There have been concerns over technology and its advancement since the beginning of recorded history. And so, you know, I think, however, these conversations are really important to have. And we learn a lot about ourselves. We're really scared of some kind of AI coming into being that is conscious and self-replicate. We already do that every day. They're not artificial. They're human, but they're intelligent. And I don't want to live in a world where we're worried about babies being born because what if they become evil? Right? What if they become mean? What if they're thieves? Maybe we should just not have babies born? Like maybe we shouldn't create AI? It's like, we people want to have safeguards in place in the same way that we know like it could be born that becomes some kind of evil person. We have right?
And it's possible that with the mental genetics in general, able, Gary thought that, my child born, he would have an 83% chance of being a psychopath, right? Being able to what to use that information, what to do with that information, that's the goal.
Yeah, I'd like to find an answer that isn't, well, let's not have them live. I'd like to find an answer that is, well, all human life is worthy. And if you have an 83% chance of being a psychopath, well, you still deserve dignity. And you still deserve to be treated well.
And
you still have rights.
At least at this part of the world, America, there's that's of life in that way. That's me, but again, bubble thing. But there's other cultures where individual life is not that important, where a society is always born in the Soviet Union, where the strength of nation, society together, is more important. So, interesting also notion. Stories we tell ourselves. I like the one where individuals matter, but it's not clear that that was future hope.
Well, yeah, and I mean, maybe even throw this out. Like, what is artificial intelligence? How can it be artificial? I really think that we get pretty obsessed and stuck on the idea that there is something that is a wild, a pure human organism without technology. But I don't think that's a real thing. I think that humans and human technology are one organism. Look at my glasses, okay? If an alien came down and saw me, would they necessarily know that this is an invention, that I don't grow these organically from my body? They wouldn't know that right away. And written word, and spoons, and cups, these are all pieces of technology. We are not alone. And so the technology we create, whether it be video games or artificial intelligence that can self-replicate and feed us, it's actually all the same organism. You're in a car, where do you end and the car begin? It's a really easy question. But the more you think about it, the more you realize, wow, we are in this symbiotic relationship with our invention. And there are plenty of people worried about it. But it's inevitable.
And I think that even just us think of ourselves, individual intelligence, notion, because much better to think of society all living organisms on Earth.
Right.
Because right, everything is fine. Connected. Mentioned Elon Musk. You're a curious lover of science. What do you think of the efforts that exploration with electric vehicles, autopilot, sort of getting autonomous vehicles, exploring LA, and Neuralink trying to communicate brain machine machine brain.
Well, it's really inspiring. I mean, look at the the fandom you amass. It's not common for someone like that to have such a following. So
Engineering nerd.
yeah, so really, really exciting. But I also think that a lot of responsibility comes with that kind of power. So if I met him, I would love to hear how he feels about the responsibility he has. When there are people who are such a fan of your ideas and your dreams and share them so closely, you have a lot of power. And he didn't always have that, you know? He wasn't born as, but, well, he became that later. The point is that I want to know the psychology of becoming a figure like him. Well, I don't even know how to phrase the question right, but it's a question about what do you do when your followers, your fans become so large that it's almost bigger than you, and how do you responsibly manage that? And maybe it doesn't worry him at all, and that's fine. But I'd be really curious, and I think there are a lot of people that go when they realize, whoa, there are a lot of eyes on me. There are a lot of people who really take what I say very earnestly and take it to heart, defend me, and whew, that's that can be dangerous, and you have to be responsible.
In terms of impact to society and logic, just the logic and
Yeah, yeah. How does he think about that? Or is oh,
that right back at you. Funny guy that's gotten a humongous following. Funny guy with a curiosity. Got a huge following. How do you use psychological responsibility? Give a reach in bigger than Elon Musk. What is your what is the burden that you feel in educating, being one of the biggest educators in the world, where everybody's listening to you? Actually, everybody, like most of the world that's used YouTube for educational material, trust you for of wrong side.
it's a burden, and I try to approach it with a lot of humility and sharing. Like I'm not out there doing a lot of scientific experiments. I am sharing the work of real science. I'm celebrating their work and the way that they think and the power of curiosity. But I want to make it clear at all times that, like, look, we don't know all the answers, and I don't think we're ever going to reach a point where we're like, wow, and there you go. That's the universe. This equation, you plug in conditions, whatever, and you do the math, and you know what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to reach that point. But I, I, I think there is a tendency to sometimes believe in science, become elitist, become hard. In reality, it should humble you, make you feel. I think there's something very beautiful about it. Very, very small, very weak, and to feel that you need other people. So I try to keep that in mind and say, look, thanks for watching. Vsauce is not. I'm not Vsauce. When I start the episodes, I say, hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Vsauce and Michael are actually a different thing in my mind. I don't know if that's always clear, but yeah, I have to approach it that way because it's not about me.
Yeah. It's not even you're not feeling responsibility. You're just plugging into the scientific exploration of our reality of the world that represents much, but you're just plugging into the sauce ball that others.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to encourage curiosity and responsible thinking and an embracement of doubt and being okay with that.
So next week talking to Christos Control. I'm not sure, but he's the VP of engineering, head of the quote unquote YouTube algorithm or the search and discovery. So
Yeah.
let me ask first, high level, do you have a question for him that you can get an honest answer to ask? But more generally, how do you think about the algorithm? that drives some of the motivation behind some of the design decisions as you ask questions to do. How would you improve this algorithm? What would you ask him? And outside of that, how would you like to see the algorithm?
Well, I think of the algorithm as a mirror. It reflects within. We don't always like what we see in that mirror.
From the individual, mirror to the individual, mirror to
both. In the aggregate, it's reflecting back what people on average want to watch. And see things being recommended to you. It's reflecting back what it thinks you want to see. And typically, I would guess that it's not just what you want to see, but what you will click on and what you will watch some of and stay on YouTube because of. I don't think that, this is all me guessing, but I don't think that YouTube cares if you only watch like a second video, as long as the next thing you do is open another video. If you close the app, close the site, that's a problem. Because they're not a subscription platform. They're not like, look, you've given us $20 a month no matter what, so who cares? They need you to watch and spend time there and see ads.
But one of the things I'm curious about, whether they longer term sort of develop your longer term development being, which I think ultimately will make you feel better about using long term and allowing you to stick with it for longer. Because even if you dopamine rush in the short term and you keep clicking on that video, eventually you wake up like from a drug, and I wonder how much you're trying to optimize for the long term. When I look at your videos aren't exactly sort of, no offense, they're not the most clickable. They're both the most clickable, and I feel I watch the entire thing and I feel a better human after I watch it, right? So, like, you're not just optimizing for the click and through. I hope so. My thought is, how do you think of it? And does it affect your own content? How deep you go, how profound you explore it?
I've been really lucky in that I don't worry too much about the algorithm. I mean, look at my thumbnails. I don't really go too wild. And with my where I'm in partnership with YouTube for thumbnails, I'm often like, let's put this back. Let's be mysterious. Like, usually I'm just trying to do what everyone else is not doing. So if everyone's doing crazy Photoshop kind of thumbnails, I'm like, what if the thumbnail's just a lie? What if the title is just a word? And I kind of feel like all of the Vsauce channels have cultivated an audience that expects that. They would rather Jake make a video that's called Stains than one called I explored stains. It's shocking. But there are other audiences out there that want that. And, I think most people kind of, want algorithm favoring mainstream traditional celebrity and news kind of information. I mean, that's what makes YouTube different than other streaming platforms. No one's like, what's going on in the world? I'll open up Netflix to find out. But you do open up Twitter to find that out. You open up Facebook. You open up YouTube. You'll see that the trending videos are like what happened amongst the traditional mainstream people in different industries. And that's what's being shown. And it's not necessarily YouTube saying we want that to be. That's what people click on. When they see Ariana Grande, reads a love letter from like her high school sweetheart, they're like, I want to see that. When they see a video from me that's got some lines in math on causes, like, well, I mean that I'm just on the bus, like I don't have time to dive into a whole lesson. So, before you get super mad at YouTube, you say, really, they're just reflecting back.
That's something you would improve about the algorithm, knowing, of course, that as far as we're concerned, it's a black box. We don't know how it works.
Right, and I don't think that even anyone at YouTube really knows what it's doing. They know what they've tweaked, and it learns. I mean, it learns, and it decides how to behave, and sometimes YouTube, they're left going, I don't know. Maybe we should change the value of how much it, worries about watch time. Maybe it should worry more about something else. I don't know. But, I mean, I would like to see, I don't know what they're doing and not doing.
Well, is there a conversation that you think they should be having, just internally, whether they're having it or not? Is there something, should they be thinking about the long-term future? Should they be thinking about educational content and whether that's educating about what just happened in the world today, news, or educational content you're providing, which is asking big, timeless questions about how the way the world works?
Well, it's like, what should they think about? Because it's called YouTube, not our tube. And that's why I think they have so many phenomenal educational creators. You don't have shows like Three Blue, One Brown, Girl, or Looking Glass Universe, or Up and Atom, or Brain Scoop, or I mean, I could go on and on. They aren't on Amazon Prime and Netflix, and they don't have commissioned shows from those platforms. It's all organically happening. There are people out there that want to share their passion for learning, that want to share their curiosity, and YouTube could promote those kinds of shows more. But like, first of all, they probably wouldn't get as many clicks. And YouTube needs to make sure that the average user is always clicking on the site. They could still promote it more for the good of society, but then we're making some really weird claims about what's good for society. I think that cat videos are also an incredibly important part of what it means to be a human. I've mentioned this from Uno Muno about, look, I've seen a cat like estimate distances and calculate its jump, more often than I've seen a cat cry. And so things that play with our emotions and make us feel things, cheesy and cheap, but like, man, that's very human. And so even the dumbest blog is still so important that I don't think I have a better claim to take its spot than it has to have that spot.
It puts a mirror to us, the beautiful parts, the ugly parts, the shallow parts, the deep parts. You're right.
What I would like to is I miss the days when engaging with content on YouTube helped push it into my subscribers' timeline. It used to be that when I liked a video, say from Veritasium, it would show up in the feed on the front page of the app or the website of my subscribers. And I knew that if I liked a video, I could send it 100,000 views or more. That no longer is true. But I think that was a good user experience. When I subscribe to someone, when I'm following them, I want to see more of what they like. I want them to also curate the feed for me. I think that Twitter and Facebook are doing that, and also ways that are kind of annoying. But I would like that to happen more, and I think we would see communities being stronger on YouTube that way, instead of YouTube going, well, technically, Michael liked the Veritasium video, but people are way more likely to click on Carpool Karaoke, so I don't even care who they are, just give them that. Not saying anything against Carpool Karaoke, that is an extremely important part of our society, but it needs to be on Earth, but
I'll say it, but
but a lot of people would disagree with you, and they should be able to see as much of that as they want. And I think even people who don't think they like it should still be really aware of such a thing, such an influential thing. But yeah, I just wish that like new channels I discover and that I subscribe to, I wish that my subscribers found out about that, because especially in the education community, a rising tide floats all boats. You watch a video from Numberphile, you're just more likely to want to watch an episode from me, whether it be on Vsauce One or Ding. It's not competitive in the way that traditional TV was. Like, well, if you tune into that show, it means you're not watching mine. They both air at the same time. So helping each other out through collaboration is a lot of work. Just through engaging, commenting on their videos, liking their videos, subscribing to them, whatever, that I would love to see become easier and powerful.
So a quick and impossibly deep question, last question, about mortality, spoken about death is an interesting topic. Do you think about your own mortality?
Yeah, every day. It's really scary.
So what do you think is the meaning of life? That mortality is very explicit. Why are you here on Earth, Michael? What's the point of this whole thing? What does mortality, in the context of the whole universe, make you realize about yourself? Just Michael.
Well, It makes me realize that I am destined to become a notion. I'm destined to become a memory, and we can extend life. I think there's really exciting things being done to extend life. We still don't know how to protect you from some accident, some unforeseen thing. Maybe we could like save my connectome and recreate my consciousness digitally, but even that it could be lost if it's stored on a physical medium or something. So basically, I just think that embracing and realizing how cool it is that someday I will be an idea, and there won't be a Michael anymore that can be like, no, that's not what I meant. It'll just be what people they have to guess what I meant, and they'll remember me and how I live on as that memory will maybe not even be who I wanted to be, but there's something powerful about that, and there's something powerful about letting future people run the show themselves. I think I'm glad to get out of their way and say, all right, it's your world.
You, the physical entity, Michael, have ripple effects, space of ideas, or outlives
Yeah,
in ways that you can't control. But it's nevertheless fascinating to think, especially with you. Imagine an alien species finally arrive and for all of us watch videos and try to figure out what were the questions.
But even if they didn't, I still think that there will be ripple. When I say memory, I don't specifically mean people remember my name and my birth date, a photo of me on Wikipedia. All that can be lost, but I still would hope that people ask questions and teach concepts in ways that I have found useful and satisfying. Even if they don't know that I was the one that popularized it, that's fine. But if Earth was completely destroyed, burnt to a crisp, everything on it today, what the universe wouldn't care. Jupiter is not going to go, oh no. And that could happen. So we do, however, have the power to launch things into space to try to extend how long our memory extends. And what I mean by that is we are recording things about the world. We're learning things about all of this. Observing that is truly what I think is the essence of being a human. We are autobiographers of the universe. We're really good at it. We're better than fossils. We're better than light spectrum. We're better than any of that. We collect much more detailed memories of what's happening, much better data. And so that should be our legacy. And I hope that that's kind of mine too, in terms of people remembering something or having some kind of effect. But even if I don't, you cannot have an effect. It's not me feeling like I hope that I have this powerful legacy, no matter who you with. But you also have to embrace the fact that impact might look really small, and that's okay. One of my favorite quotes from Tessa D'Urberville, and it's along the lines of the measure of your life depends on not your external displacement, but the subjective experience. If I am happy, and those that I love are happy, can that be enough? Because if so, excellent.
No better place. Honor me.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Stevens. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, next podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go for STEM education nonprofit. Inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, dream, engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, connect with me on Twitter. Now, I leave you with some words of wisdom. Albert Einstein. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity is one reason we cannot help but be in awe. We contemplate the trees of eternity, life, marvelous structure of reality. Enough one tries merely to comprehend little mystery. Thank you for listening. See you next time. Following conversation, fashion, one of the greatest robotics computer scientists and educators of our time. He led the development of the autonomous vehicles at Stanford that won the 2005 DARPA Grand Challenge, and second 2007 DARPA Urban Challenge. He then led the Google self-driving car program, which launched the self-driving car revolution. He taught the popular Stanford course on artificial intelligence in 2011, one of the first massive open online courses, or MOOCs, they're commonly called. That experience led him to co-found Udacity, an online education platform. If you haven't taken courses on it yet, I highly recommend it. Their self-driving car program, for example, is excellent. Also, the CEO of Kitty Hawk, a company working on building flying cars, or more technically, eVTOL, for electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. It launched several revolutions inspired, but also, many know, he's a really nice guy. It was an honor, pleasure to talk to him. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow it on Spotify, support on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M. Leave a review on Apple Podcasts or YouTube or Twitter. Consider mentioning ideas, topics you find interesting. It helps guide the future of the podcast. In general, I just love comments, kindness. This podcast is a side project, so I still put a lot of effort. Positive words, support, basic community. You really help. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after the episode. Never any ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. I provide timestamps at the start of the conversation. It helps. If you listen to the ad, support this podcast, trying out the product and service. The show is presented by Cash App, number one finance app. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, and also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in a second. Cash App also is a new investing feature. Buy fractions of a stock in $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, member SIP. I'm excited to be working with Cash App, one of my favorite organizations. Known for their first robotics and Lego. They educate, inspire hundreds of thousands of people in over 110 countries. They have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum impact. When you get Cash App in the App Store, play and use code Lex Podcast, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to the person. Again, it's an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. Now, here's my conversation. Fashion. You mentioned that The Matrix may be your favorite movie. Let's start with the crazy philosophical question. Do you think we're living in a simulation? And in general, do you find the thought experiment?
Define simulation, I would say maybe we are, maybe we are not, but it's completely relevant to the way we act.
Putting aside for a moment the fact that it might not have any impact on how we should act things, people studying theoretical physics, kinds of questions might be interesting. Looking at the information processing system.
Because it's an information processing system, it is used by logic. There's no question. I live here and now. What we should do in the past.
What do you think it's trying to create?
I think there's an intention. I think all the balls, the balls. It's beautiful. It's unpredictable. And I'm basically like
Spoken like a true
which dance time check that was.
well, that in fact this whole conversation is going to us and you are. You also said that one of the first programs, or the first programs you've written was wait for it, TI-57 calculator.
Yeah.
Maybe that's early 80s. Don't want to see calculators doing
Early 80s, correct.
Yeah. So if you were to place yourself back to that time, the internet, technology, well, I was super fascinated by Silicon Valley. I've seen on television once, oh my God, so cool. They built like DRAM there, CPU. How cool is that? And as a college student, a year later there, I decided to study intelligence. I found that even back then in the 80s, 90s, artificial intelligence was fascinating. I was missing that back in the day, the really small. They like the brains, not anywhere bigger than a cockroach. And cockroaches are very smart. But at the scale yet fascinating. Did you dream at that time to achieve the kind of scale we have today? That seemed possible. I always wanted to make robots smart. I thought it was super cool. Basically, not artificially a robot. Unfortunately, we aren't there yet. Robots, but it's fascinating to study intelligence. Understand, build. What do you think it takes to build intelligent robot? The biggest that we've seen is machine learning, and the idea that completely themselves. Give an example. I'd say everybody pretty much knows to walk, and we learn how to walk in the to our life. But no, haven't been able to write on the gate. Don't understand it. Can't even our brains we understand it. We cannot take it in language. That to me is kind of the definition of the yeah. It's so insane. Very unlike the way people learn from data and experience. So hard to get instructions that right. $100,000 a year. Now, the most recent innovation, which has been big for like 30, 40 years, is the idea that find their rules. They can learn from falling down and getting up. Great children learn from getting up. Evolution has led to a computer can watch expert jobs, whether you're a doctor or a lawyer, have the regularity, learn those rules, and become as good as the So the dream of in the 80s lecture system, for example, had at the core the idea that humans could fall down there on a sheet of paper and be able to explain to machines how to do something. Do you think the use of human expertise in this, most of the intelligence will come from machine learning without human? So the question for me is much more how do you express it? Express it by writing a book. You can express it by showing someone. You can express it by applying it by many different ways. And I think the expert system is our best attempt in AI to expert rules. If someone sat down and said, the rules of the case, then it big go forward and backwards and you always something. And as we now know, set of rules, a set of language we can command, incredibly limited. The majority of the human brain doesn't feel language. Just numerical, conceptual things pretty clear. Now, when a AI system watches an expert do their job, practice their job, it can pick up things that people can't even do, writing in books. That's what the power is. AI system, for example, over the shoulders of highly paid doctors like dermatologists, radiologists, they can somehow pick up those skills. If you were a key person launching free revolution, online education, autonomous vehicles, flying cars, so high level, and I apologize for all this. No apology necessary. How do you choose what problem to try to solve? What drives you to reality? I have something I want to make the lives of others better. Why is you all hey, people make for the better place? It's funny as it sounds. And second, I want to learn. I want to get I don't want to be in the job I'm good at because if I'm in the job that I'm good at, minimize. I want to be say that the stuff that I done lately after Stanford really focused on like what is the maximum by transportation. I mean, transform the 20th century any other invention and see the different workers that right and yet we have a very often transportation very low 1.2 or so million people every year in traffic expected young people in many countries. We are inefficient force-wise, so good average neighborhood city with the number of parked cars, drivers or where we spend endless hours in traffic and very, very simple innovations like a self-driving car or what we call a flying car completely change the there. The technology is basically there. It's the close guide. So during on autonomous vehicles, fascinating space, incredible work you've done throughout your career. Start with DARPA. I think the DARPA challenge, the desert and urban streets, that inspire an entire generation of roboticists, obviously from excitement about particular kind of four-wheeled robots we call autonomous cars. So, but the development of the family autonomous car that won the race to the DARPA challenge in 2005, and junior car that finished second DARPA urban challenge is also incredibly well. What are some painful, inspiring, lightning experiences on this handout? Oh my God, painful for all these incredibly complicated stuff. The pace together, mainly our car that eventually won the DARPA urban challenge was every 30 miles, and they ended up just the syncing of the clocks. Occasionally, the clock went backwards, and then negative time elapsed. Sort of the entire logic, but it took ages to find the bugs like that. And like empathy, focus machine learning software, as everybody else sees better hardware. Our knowledge that a human being with a rental car can simply drive the force by having better that a rental car than a human being. He was the conjunction of three steps. We had sensors, eyes, ears, the eyes, brain, and then the actuator for hands. The actuator was actually also was the brain, so and nothing further than the brain is learning. Why not just with massive learning is launched, and with that way, not just learn from drivers, you has control of the public driving, but also learn from. You mentioned pain points, software, clocks, visualization, be a problem in robotics, tricky one with drones and so on. What does it take to build a thing, a system, so many constraints, you have a deadline, no time, you're unsure about anything really. First time that people really, well, yeah, it's not even sure that when we talk about the desert, what does it take to scramble a product that actually do it? They're lucky because you multi for people. And I as a job everybody and car and stuff like this. Immediate control we got you were open minded like no egos. We didn't really know every software looking at other teams every team they just more weak than more and we decided that's good you're gonna be early and we did a month if you found minor bugs in the First of all, that's such an incredibly rare in terms of being done on time or ahead of time. What do you? How do you do that in future work? What advice do you have in general? It seems to be so rare, especially in highly innovative projects or work last time. But the nice thing about the document challenge problem but if you were able for a while to drive document challenge course for and then for some reason kicked out of the region this desert or desert able to drive desert trails stuff. Never any debate about the age of the car or had to build a car. It made it very, very easy. Then I studied my own life and life of others. Typically, of crazy bug left that and then we read it and it just didn't want to point to it. So I read the booklet, pages of text we had to actually shape what the testing team was all the time. It was a framework or we do at the start of the event. And all these thought, oh my god, this sounds trivial, loud, but framework why not? Oh my god. Very good. There was a bit but out of the as long as you be positive that is that is your like that. That's the core part of it. You need to linger on the point of leadership. I think it's one of the first times where really a leader but he means then what does it take? I would say most of us just take credit for the work of others, right? That's very convenient but can't do all these things myself. I'm an art so I care about engineering. So I don't know what the chicken and egg is, but as a kid I love computers because you could tell them actually it was very cool and you could like middle of the night wake up at 1 in the morning and switch on your computer and yesterday but still that was really cool. Unfortunately people go to people and tell them what to do they hate you or you have to do it today and that stop doing it. So then the question really became how can you discover the brain of people? Because the computers are super dumb if you are as dumb as but people are smart, emotional people have pride, inspiration. How can I connect that? That's the thing where most of leadership fails. Many manager believes they can leader and it's really bad. So how can I connect to people? Turns out Polish one the fun your job or yes turns out probably great. They actually love you and their parents love you and they give you all the credit that you don't deserve. Almost super smarter than all the ways and yes. So they give me credit, they go to the bathrooms, making them feel good about of people and them what they actually want life. Learn this perspective because every I know very big intention, bad intentions. If every person I think every person I've met wants to help others. How much of a urge not to just help ourselves, but to help others. How can we empower people by framework? Accomplish when it works magic. You need of people being able to make the world a better place and to having enormous confidence right out of it. And that's when my environment was best. There are moments where I can be here for a month and come back agree with you very much. It's not often heard that most people in the world have good intentions, or their intentions to benefit people. That's a beautiful message. It's not often heard. We make this mistake, and a friend of mine, I put that we judge ourselves by our intentions, not by the act. And I think that because I mean, Kansas Valley, we're full of engineers, puddled by it doesn't work for them. The biggest skill I think that we should acquire is self the position of the other, and to the other has to be shocked how similar they are. They might even be shocked how their own actions affect their intention. I often have conversations with who said, okay, love you, great job, and by the way, what you just did has a following effect on you of that. And then he would say, oh my god, no, I wasn't. My intention was that. Yeah, what's your intention? But just to help you in the future, if you keep expressing it that way, then people just hate you. And I've had many thoughts. It wasn't my intention to like it wasn't my intention to face. I know Dave Carnegie, 1936, how to be friends, how to influence others, has the entire Bible is this, and it does right every day. I wish I could, I was right every day. But it's a thing, right? Like positive, how people think, smile, and eventually get empathy. Like the person who hates and is an idiot, like yourself, the person struggling well, and who might need help, and gets recently spoke with Steven Schwartz, I'm not sure if you know who that is, but he says on my list, but he said, sort of, kind of what you're saying, one of the biggest things to do is hear people when they tell you what their problem is, and help them. He says it's surprising how you listen to trouble right there in front of you, and benefit most, back yourself, be around you by just hearing the problem. Solving. I mean, that's my little view of engineering. While I was engineering computers, I didn't care at all what the problems were because I just wanted to do it. And it doesn't work the same. It doesn't work with me. You come to me and say, hey, I do the opposite. But let's return to the comfortable world of engineering. Can you tell me, in broad strokes, how you see it? You're at the core of starting it for driving technical evolution of autonomous vehicles. The first Starbucks challenge, incredibly successful. He started with the self-driving car and Waymo, and the entire industry has sprung up on different kinds of states. But the idea of self-driving car goes back to 80, that is very pioneer. But back in the day, I think the computers were so efficient. Engineers in the world basically stood no chance. It then exploded into a phase where the government spent $500 million to count big project. But the way the works, a successful stack of people describing lots of products. We trained our researchers lots of it all changed at DARPA Challenge, and I really got excited. The ingenious at DARPA, government and Congress, funding moderated effort that turned out. It sounds trivial, but there was no tax code that allowed the use of congressional tax money. It was all effort. Put in $100, charge $100, $1,000, $1,000. By Canadian folks taking this they drew in automatically out all these drugs or drew in a whole bunch of people. And these people thought if I put my computer in my car and I can be rich. And it was so awesome. Like half the surface people brought like these fashion girls, like, and you could tell these guys were not your common railway bandits. All these big parties countries with government. And there was a great university. I was very fortunate in Kenya, and I had enough money. There was a parties, and even car companies, and they had very quiet because they Paris, their car was over. But Ford was there, and Volkswagen was there, and a few other GM was there. It kind of reset the entire landscape of that big name Southern cars today become mostly challenge. Okay, that's incredible. Can you just comment quickly on your sense of lessons learned from that kind of model and the research that's going on in academia and paper? Something to be learned, scaled up here, having these kinds of grand challenges, outcomes. Some of it you and focus on end to end. I'm a really big fan of building that always my academic career. You go to a lot of math and abstract stuff, but it's all derived from the of this model. Very hard for me in academic to be solve no problem. Someone like non-monetary logic or AI planning, people believe style of problem solving ultimate end objective, and I would always go and say, hey, what problem does my grandmother care about that doesn't understand computer technology, doesn't want to understand? How can I make her love what I do? Only then do I have an impact in the world. I can easily impress my colleagues. That is, but impress my grandmother is very, very hard. I would have thought if I car, my grandmother would use it after she was driving precious, children would use it for maybe it's life somewhere. It'd be very impressive. There's so many problems. There's a problem with cancer, whatever it is, right as long. Once the problem is defined, of course I can't solve it in society. I can take sometimes thousands of people to find a solution. There's nobody can run an army of thousands of people. You're going to build a prototype. Build a meaningful prototype. And the Darwin challenge was what this prototype had to think about what it had to be the and it's most beautiful, I think, what academia could aspire to build a prototype that's the system level that solves, gives you an inkling that this problem can be solved. That's all I want to emphasize what academia understand it. First and foremost, academia is the way to young people. First and foremost, the professor is educated, whether you are a small suburban college or whether you are a Harvard or Stanford. That's not the way most people think of themselves in academia because you have this competition going on for papers and publications, measurable things, but that is secondary, primary purpose of it. Now, in terms of research, most of the great science research comes out of university. Almost everything back in school because there's nothing really fundamental. The good system, I think America finest university planet. What reach and the outside the system, but the system. If I had one wish, I would say really great is more debate about what the great big problems are in society and focus on those. And most of the right interdisciplinary. It's very easy to fall into interdisciplinary where the problem is dictated by what your those points problem. It's very hard to break out and say, well, there's a entire new problem. To give an example, prior to selling cars, I was a roboticist, a machine learning expert, and I wrote books on robotics. time was moderately challenging. When I started working on cars, several colleagues told me, Sebastian, you're destroying your career because our feature cars look like it's a gimmick. They're not impressive enough. They can only bottle and break. There's no dexterity. There's no one can say, wow, we solved the problem. I mean, all robotic problems that I've seen in my life, the self-driving car, transportation, is the one that has a hope for the science. So how come the robotics community wasn't all over? It has become because we focus on methods. Like, you go around today and ask your grandmother about what we I challenge any academic and then realize how far your research is probably away from that. At the very least, that's a good thing for academics. The other thing that's really nice in Silicon Valley is full of smart people outside academia. There's the Larry Pages. Anywhere smarter than the best academics. And what they do is they are at a different level. They build a system, they build the interface, they build things that people can use without technical education. And they are inspired by research. They're inspired by science. They hire the best PhD, the best university for a reason. So I think there's critical integration between the product, the impact, and the real thought. That's actually working surprisingly well in Silicon Valley. It did not work as well in other places. When I worked at Carnegie Mellon, we had the world's finest science university, but there was people work that would be able to take these very fine science that the impactful product. That uses pretty much only in Silicon Valley and maybe a bit in Boston also. Stanford, that's really interesting. So if we look a little bit further on from the Darwin Grand Challenge and the launch of the self-driving car, what do you see as the challenges of autonomous vehicles as they are now? Actually achieving that scale and having a huge impact. I'm being proud of what has been accomplished. And again, I'm taking a lot of credit for others, and I'm actually very optimistic. People have worrying is it fast, is it slow, why is it gas, and so on. It's actually quite a hard problem. Self-driving car, build one that manages 90% of the problems in every driving easy weekend. 99% might take 1%, 1% have a fatal accident week, very unacceptable. Now you work 99% that left the remaining 1% is relative. And now you're down to like 100%. The variety of things you encounter are just gives me enormous respect for human beings. Here, couch on the highway, right, or the deer in the headlight, or the blown tire. They've never been trained for also. Often amazing that perspective. Safe driving actually is how many minutes every. We are now at a point where I believe technology is there, and I've seen it. I've seen it in Waymo, I've seen it in Aptiv, Cruise, the number of companies, Voyage, where vehicles now driving around basically flawlessly are able to drive people around in limited scenarios. In fact, go to Vegas today, order a Lyft, get the right setting of your apps, by a driverless car. Now there's still safety drivers in there, but that's a fantastic way to learn what the technology is today. There's some become very, very rare. The next step is going to be down cost of charging. Government incentives are not quite an automotive standard yet. It's really, really goes up. The business case is hard work. It's not just, oh my God, we have the capability, we're going to buy it, make it affordable. People that find the social acceptance. None of the team has been able to drive around without completely empty in traffic. And I think every day wait for the done. So, you mentioned guts. Let me ask some maybe unanswerable question, edgy questions. But, in terms of how much risk required, guts, in terms of leadership style, a good contrast approaches. I don't think anyone knows what's right. Compare Tesla and Elon Musk. There's slightly different approach. So on Elon's side, there's more, I don't know what the right word to use, aggression. And on Waymo's side, more cautious, safety focused approach to the problem. What do you think take? What's at which moment right? Which approach right? Look, I don't see those, so I'm unable to verify like so correct. At the end of the day, every fundamental dilemma, and I would say aerospace science, but you have to balance public safety with your drive. And this country in particular, in the States, has a 100+ year history of very successful. Air travel is what 100 times safe per mile than travel than cars. And there's a reason for it because people have found ways to be methodological about ensuring public safety while still being able to make progress on important aspects, for example, like airline noise consumption. So I think that those practices are actually work. We live in a world safer than ever before, and yes, there will always be the provision that something goes wrong. There's always the possibility that someone makes a mistake, unexpected failure. We can never guarantee to 100% absolute safety other than not doing it. But I think I'm very proud of the States, and we've dealt with much more dangerous technology like nuclear energy and weapons. We keep those. We have methods and procedures balance things very, very simple. You mentioned a lot of vehicle companies that are taking the level 4, level 5. They jump in full autonomy, safety driver, that kind of approach. And also, there's also the approach that Tesla Autopilot is implementing on level 2, using machine learning and learning from the driving of human beings and trying to creep up, trying to incrementally able to achieve level 4 time. Perfect autonomy kind of geographic. What are your thoughts on contrasting approach? Well, so first of all, I'm a very proud that I literally qualified that day. Is a beautiful technology for driving when I'm slightly tired. And I'm a much safer driver. And I'm 100% confident. In terms of the right approach, I think the biggest change I went to business is thing called deep learning. Deep learning was not a hot topic when I started parts there. We started Google Brains, Google X, invested. Now there's a shift on geometrics. Geometric sensors, they give really geometric reasoning about all of this. But you might be a car. What's the more human like? Let's just learn about that. Like this 1,000 times before, so maybe it's machine learning perspective. And that has been put, I think, all these approaches on steroids. If you actually teach a course in self-driving cars, whether it's over 20,000 people on self-driving cars, every self-driving car team will now use our engineers. And in this course, the very first homework assignment is lane finding on images. Lane finding images for layman, what this means, put the camera into your car or your eyes, you wouldn't know where the lane is, right? So you can stay inside the lane with you.
humans can do this super easily. You just put the lane. For machines, for long time, super hard. People would write these kind of crazy, like wine lane markers, right? Not quite wide enough, so that's not right, or maybe the sun is shining, sun shines. This is why straight line, I mean, it's quite a straight line because it's curved. You know that there's a lane marking or not, 12 feet, whatever it is. And now, what the students are doing, they're learning instead of like writing crazy marker is taking our driving, label it, tell the vehicle, the lane by hand. The example, time its own rules, lane marking. Within 24 hours, never done any in this case, right? Lane finder, lane finder. That's completely amazing to me. Machine learning for anything that I saw.
Yeah, and side note, the self-driving car nanodegree, the fact that you launched that many years ago now, maybe 4 years, 3 years ago, is incredible. That's a great example of simple, like instead of just taking an entire course that you thought to solve the entire problem. I definitely recommend.
It's been kind of super popular and it's become actually pretty high quality based other companies. That's recently find that Tesla and Waymo are taking. The insight was one is university based move at MetLife. There's the self-driving cars. So been making double E and computer science together to run really, really hard. Professor listening here will know before you agree to that. And secondly, even if all the great universities did this, which none so far has developed a curriculum, it is just a few thousand partake with all the great universities. So how about people in India? How about people in China or in the Middle East or in Asia or why are they any dumber than me? I mean, that's privilege. And the answer is we should everybody the skill the self-driving car because if we do this, it's like 1,000 self-driving car startups. Succeed, it's like 100. It means 100 countries now will have self-driving cars.
Kind of interesting to imagine, possible to quantify, but the number, the over a period of several decades, the fact that has a single course, the ripple effect of society. Recent Android who creator of Cosmos, the show. Think about how many scientists that show. So really, in terms of impact, you can't imagine a better course than a car course. The other more specific disciplines like deep learning and so on that you ask yourself, self-driving cars really, of course.
Yeah, and it came at the right moment. It came at a time when there were a bunch of acqui-hires. Acqui-hire is an acquisition of a company not for technology but its products, but for people. So acqui-hire can be still no product yet, but it was smart people. It's the amount of money. So I took acqui-hires like Fruit, and others. To see how many people are there and how much money was. As a lower bound, I estimated the value of a self-driving car engineer acquisition. So think about this. You get yourself a skill, not the company. Worth now dollars. I mean, that's kind of what other thing could you do by keyword because
Amazing. But come back for a moment on learning and application. Speak. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk's provocative the liner punch, those geometric waves about the world, maybe holding us back what we should then be doing robotics, in particular honestly both camera as a primary sensor, vision machine learning as a primary way.
there are two comments. I think first of all, we all know that drive cars without lidars in their head. We only have eyes. Just use eyes for driving. Maybe other perception of our bodies, observation
years on our nose. The existing eyes. In fact, we could even drive a car, the camera out, give us a camera image. No latency. You'll be able to drive a car that way. This camera. Secondly, I really love the Western world. Many different trying to like an answer, like an answer. There's two answers. We would have it maybe not just like, or we can even just spread out. Spread out is better because if the testing philosophical sexual ends get wrong, they're all move the wrong direction in a way. We're discussing again, but whereas if all these random directions speed, we're gonna come back in victory to get right away. And all march in the same direction. That's great about society. That's great about the society and style government. They forge, just forge rather than come on, go out and try it out. Like it. Very looking at the long term the machine learning as fundamentally being able to solve most learning. I'd say we should be very clear about what is the technology can go large pattern, find the pattern. For example, we did a study for 2 years ago where we applied machine and we harvest data for 100,000 rods. All had biopsy or the actual situation. Melanomas, carcinomas, also rashes, and other skin conditions, lesions. And then we had a network find the patterns by and large who then cancer with an iPhone as accurately as certified Stanford level dermatologist. Now this thing was great in one thing, finding but it could drive a car. The difference in human intelligence is we do all these many often learn from very small data sets. Machines large data sets. It needs to be very repetitive. But that's still super impactful because almost everything is repetitive. That's going to be form your favor. But it's not this almighty general intelligence far away that way general. To that end, I actually commiserate the naming of it, artificial intelligence. If Hollywood, the idea of professional machine authority, I don't see this in my lifetime. Passionate idea. I don't see it. But it seems very large data impactful. Take the artificial. We all know that it takes 10,000 hours. Even a doctor or a lawyer, a good driver, and you coming. Things now are able to show observe people become experts, track the experts, interestingly, or fail to driving cars, diagnose cancer, and then even get capable people being, that's done usually who an expert on the video for the effect hour, but not want the doctor. Now we can average machine. Aaron, like a
the machine medical doctor mentioned that sort of accelerated learning curve. They start a job when the first 10,000 hours being assisted by machine. How do you envision
this happened when I found that classify and diagnose. So it is pretty much as good or better than best. There's a minus one can. Then is a very famous venture capitalist and doctor at more. I say probably harmless. And for some very less I have laboratory study. Yeah, I don't know. The melanoma. And the background, melanomas are cancers and cancer. Melanomas go from stage 0 to 4. Less than a year. 0 means basically pathology stuff. 4 means chance to get 5 more years. This is very so the doctor iPhone looked at the iPhone and was a little puzzled, but hey, let's cut it out biopsy. The technical term for this diagnostic more and came with a cancer, melanoma, and it was then removed. I was happy with talking about AI. Oh, funny. My doctor just had an iPhone that my cancer. Wow. I was like completely crazy about this person. The real human life, right? Who doesn't know somebody who's been affected by cancer? Cancer is also number 2. Disease the following way. Most cancer should be cured relatively early. The reason why you don't catch them early is they have no symptoms. Like your very first gallbladder cancer or pancreas might be a headache. When you finally go to your doctor because of headaches, your back pain, image, usually age 4 plus, and that's the time when chances might drop to percentage. So if you expect the eye, affect your body on a regular basis without doctor and maybe when you take a shower or what have you, maybe but you might be able to have times.
you mentioned there's a concern that people have about near-term impacts of AI, job loss. You mentioned being able to doctor to assist people in their jobs. You have a worry of people losing their jobs or the economy being affected by the AI.
Anybody doing about job losses, come to dasani.com. We teach have a job. We measure we and way over 50 and very expensive and it costs almost and costs 500.
Program that you do with guaranteeing that you help get scholarships that educate people in this kind of situation.
We work with the US government on the idea of basically rebuilding. The US dedicated 100,000 scholarships for America for various levels of eventually will get you a job. And those courses are all somewhat related to the tech sector because the tech sector is kind of the hottest sector right now. And they range from entry-level digital marketing to very advanced driving car engineering. And we're doing this with the White House because we think it's bipartisan issue that we want to really make America great. Being able to be part of the solution if the American people requires us to be proactive about our education and our today. It's always been always had this American dream to send our kids to college and how American dream be to send themselves to college. It's very, very, very efficient, very reason and things online.
So at all ages.
All ages. So our learners go from age 11 to age 80.
travel Germany and guy in the train compartment next to me. It's like, wow, that's amazing. I don't think about the impact. Yeah, we've become the indicator of choice for now, I believe, officially 5 countries, like Saudi Arabia, Egypt. Egypt, we just had a cohort graduate. We had 100 high school students that went through programming skills proficient at the level of a science undergrad, and the 95% graduation rate. It's online, it's not tough, but kind of trying to figure out how to make it. The vision is very, very vision education ought to be basic, right? It cannot be locked up behind ivory tower walls for the rich people, parents, private, only for young people, only for people with the right demographics, the right geography, and possibly even the right race. It has to be opened up to everybody. We have human mission, who's our value. We cannot open up education to everybody in the world. So Udacity batch of 100,000 scholarships, biggest batch of scholarships ever, and we're working, as I said, in the White House, very accomplished CEOs like Tim from Apple and others, really bring education everywhere in the world. Not to ask you to pick favorite of your children, but that's Jasper. I only have one that I know of. In this particular moment, what man are we? What set of courses that you're excited about that Udacity led to possible? I've been super excited about something we haven't launched yet. When we talk to our partner companies, and then also to our students, we've kind of arts like the math skills of the design skills, and very common ask soft skills like how do you behave in work, how you develop empathy, what are the very basics of management, how do you do time management, how do you advance your career in the context of a broader community. And that's something that we haven't done very well in Udacity. Universities are very clear as well. It's a little tension for in education. That's something I see moving into the company because I'm excited about this. I think that we can teach people tech skills and they're going to be great, but if you teach empathy, it's going to have the same impact. Maybe harder than self-driving cars. I don't think so. I think those are really simple. You just have to want to engage. In school, in the self, we teach kids that it's the highest math. If you are a rational human being, right, on the education stage, having the best math skill, of course, making the best leader, turns out not to be the case. Actually, be wrong. Because, first of all, in terms of math school, if you have trying to hire somebody with good math skills, to be yourself, you can hire someone with great empathy, that's much harder, but you can always hire someone with great math skills. But live in constantly with other people. It's not a new. Someone develop that muscle, that well, and empower others in the world. I think you could be super. I know many fellow water system computer scientists that I will take this course. So, not to be named. Many years ago, 1903, the Wright brothers flew Kitty Hawk and launched a company with the same name, Kitty Hawk. Dream of building flying cars, eVTOLs. So, the big picture, what are the big challenges that actually inspire generations of people about what the future looks like? What does it take? What are the big challenges? So, flying cars is always a dream. Every boy, every girl wants to fly. Let's be honest. And let's go back in our history of the dream of flying. Honestly, my single most remembered childhood dream has been the dream. I was sitting on a pillow and flying. Like 5 years old. I remember like 3 dreams of my childhood. That's one dream. And then yes, he famously promised flying cars. He was a character.
going back now to Vico when flying cars. And to be precise, they're not really cars. They don't have wheels. They're actually much closer to helicopters than anything else. They take off vertically, they fly horizontally, but they have been called. One difference is that they are much quieter. We just released a vehicle called Project Heaviside. It can fly over you, over the helicopter, and it basically can't hear. Also, second, if you go inside the library, you might be able to hear it, but anywhere outdoors, ambient noise is higher. Secondly, they're much more affordable. They're much more affordable. The reason is helicopters are expensive for many reasons. There's lots of single contact failures in helicopters. Jesus bolt. It's called Jesus bolt. This bolt breaks, you know, die. Whereas we have these gasoline. We now have many small motors as opposed to a big motor. That means if you lose one of those motors, not if it loses a motor, 8 of those. If you lose one of those 8 motors, so it's 7 left. You can take off just and we are now also moving. It doesn't require a commercial pilot. Some level, flight is actually easier than ground transportation. Like self-driving cars. What is full of like children, bicycles, other cars, neighbors, curbs, ramps, what have you. All these things deployed. You go above the buildings, line. There's test right now. Look outside. Count it out. Flying. I'd be shocked if you can see things. Probably just 0. In the Bay Area, the most I've ever seen was 6. Maybe it's 15 or 20, but not 10,000. The sky is very ample, very empty, very free. The vision is, can you build a acceptable mass transit solution for daily transportation that is affordable? And we have an heavy side by 100 miles in range, 30% electric reserves. They can fly up to like 180 miles an hour. We know that that's scale make your ground transportation 10 times as fast as a car based on use is there, which means you could take your 300 hours of daily commute down to 30 hours, 30 hours back. One doesn't hate traffic. I hate it. He's a person that doesn't hate traffic. I hate traffic. Every time I'm in traffic, I hate it. And if you could free the world from traffic, technology. Yeah, we have this is not technology the problem. You think there's a future where tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of both delivery drones and flying cars find cars I have to believe obviously the title is major safety. I believe the safety aviation, and in terms of I think one of the key why we have blended the devices electric VTOL vehicle built. The nice thing about the sky is it's three-dimensional. Any mathematician will recognize one vehicle like a regular sky. But to make it clear for the layman, say you want to make 100 vertical lanes of Highway 101 because you believe building 100 vertical lanes is the right solution. Imagine how much would cost back 100 vertical lanes because it onto 101. That would be prohibitive. That would be consuming the whole GDP for an entire year just for one highway. It's amazing. It would just be a big compilation because all virtual. That means any vehicle that is conflict with another vehicle would go to a different altitude. And if you don't believe that, that's exactly how commercial aviation works. You fly from another plane, fly from another different altitude, so they don't hit each other. It's a solved problem for dense space, and it will be a solved problem for space. There's companies like Google, Ring, and Amazon, very innovative management.
autonomy being a part of it, so the flying vehicles are either semi-autonomous or fully autonomous.
100% autonomous, you don't want kids like me flying the sky, I promise. And you get 10,000. What's the fifth element? It's not autonomous.
And a centralized, really the idea of a centralized management lanes and so on. So actually being able to have much we have in the current commercial aviation, but scale it up to much more vehicles. It's a really interesting competition problem.
Mathematically very, very straightforward. Like the gap we need between jets is gigantic. Part of the reason is that many jets. So this seems like a good solution. Today, when you get vectored by air traffic control, right? Any ATC controller might have maybe 20 planes. And that feels right because there isn't about anyhow everybody. But if there's 20,000, you can't talk to everybody. Digital text messaging, like solutions like what 5 billion smartphones in the world now, right? And they're all connected. Some of it solves the scale problem of smartphones. But they all are talk to somebody and it's very reliable, it's amazingly reliable. You could same system, same scale for air traffic control. Instead of me as a pilot, a human being, of the conversation receiving a new frequency, like how agent is bad, you could digitize the stuff and digitally transmit the right flight coordinates. And that automatically scale.
We talked about empathy. You think we'll one day build an AI system that a human being can love, that loves that back.
So I'm a pragmatist. Me, AI is like a shovel, and the ethics of using the shovel are important. And it has to be. In terms of emotion, I would hate to come to my kitchen and see that my refrigerator spoiled all my food, then have it explained to me that it fell in love with the dishwasher, and I wasn't nice dishwasher, so as a result, it would just be a bad experience, and it would be a bad product. I'd probably not recommend this refrigerator to my friends. And that's where I draw the line. That technology has to be reliable. I want my car to work. I don't want to love with my car. I just want it to work. Compliment me, not to look. I have very unique properties, and I want machines. I'm already a human things around me. Examples. I can run across the Atlantic and hear the sound. It's 1,000 a day. It's amazing. I can. My voice now carries me over to Australia using a smartphone today, and it's not the sound. It takes hours. It's the speed of light. My voice travels in. How cool that makes me. I would even argue my flushing toilet makes me. Think of the time before flushing toilet, and we have a very old family that you can ask take a trip to rural India, experience it. It makes me superhuman. So to me, what technology does is complement. It makes therefore words like love and passion have very little interest in machines. I have interest in
You don't think, well, beautifully argued, but do you think love has used in our tool fashion?
I think love is a beautiful concept. I think what love is a means to convey safety, to convey trust. I think trust is a huge need in technology as well. We want to trust our technology and we trust and human interaction standards have emerged and feelings, emotions have emerged and we're largely able to convey a sense of trust, passion of love. applications that makes human fabric. I'm a big sucker for love. I want to be loved. I want to be admired. All these wonderful things. And because all of us we have this system, I wouldn't just blindly copy the machine. Here's why. If you look at city transportation, uh, you could have observed that up to the end of the 19th century, almost all transportation used any number of legs, one leg, two legs, 1,000 legs, and you could have concluded that this is the right way to move about the environment. Maybe some birds, flapping things. There are many aviation flaps. There are lifts. Um, then the interesting thing is technology solutions are very different. Like technologies, biology is hard to admit. There's very few perpetually rotating biology things. Engineering can build wheels, and those wheels gave rise to cars. Um, Similar wheels gave rise to aviation, like a thing that flies, that something that rotates, like an engine or helicopter blades. The solution has very different laws of nature, and that's great. For me to be too much focused on all this, how nature does it, let's just replicate it. If we really believe that the agricultural revolution was a humanoid robot, would again, beautifully put. Instead that you don't take yourself serious. I just say that. You don't want me to say that. Maybe you don't take. I'm not. It's like good. Right. I don't want to get that up. But you have a humor in that about like that. I think it's inspiring for a lot of people. Where does that come from? The smile, the humor, the lightness amidst all the chaos of the hard work that you're in. Where does that come from? That might have to put it on. That's so bad. Like I'm not a 51, not be better. But looking around the world, go back 200, 300 years. Humanity is 300,000 years old, but for 300,000 years minus the last 100, our life expectancy would have been minus 30 years, especially. I would be long dead now. Like, that makes me just enjoy every single day of my life because I don't deserve it. Like, why am I born today? Many of my ancestors died of horrible famine, massive wars that ravaged Europe for the last 1,000 years. This disappeared after when the Americans, the Allies, did something amazing to my country that deserved country of Germany. That's so amazing. Then when you're alive, till this day, then it's so amazing what we can accomplish, what we in the world that is so incredibly vastly changing everything, almost everything that we cherish, from your smartphone to your flushing toilets, all the basic inventions, bread, pain, penicillin, I don't know, anesthesia for surgery, penicillin, have been invented in the last 150. So in the last 150, something magical. I would trace it back to the press has been able to send information more efficiently than before, that all of a sudden we're able to spend agriculture, nitrogen fertilization, agriculture is much more potent. Working the farms anymore and started writing. All these wonderful things we are today, from airline pilot, massage therapist, software engineer. It is amazing. Living in that time is such a blessing. We should sometimes really think about that. Steven Pinker, who is a very famous author and philosopher whom I read for great book, Enlightenment, the one book direct, he asked the question, if there was only a single article written in the 20th century, only one article, what's the most innovation, the most important thing that happened? And he would say this article is by an Karl Bosch. And I challenge anybody, have you ever heard of the name Karl Bosch? I had, okay. There's a Bosch corporation in Germany, but it's not associated with Karl Bosch. But I looked it up. Karl Bosch invented nitrogen fertilization. And in doing so, together with invention of irrigation, was able to build agricultural land impact of 2,500% increase in fertility of land. And that, Baker argues, saved over 2 billion lives. 2 billion people would be dead if this man hadn't done what he did. Okay? Think about that impact. That's the way I look at it. Amazing to be. I'm so glad I lived after Karl Bosch and not before. I don't think there's a way to ask the honor of you, John. Had the chance to learn from you. Thanks for coming out. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Basher. Thank you, signing sponsor, Cash App. Download it, go like this podcast, get $10. $10 is the first. STEM education nonprofit, hundreds of thousands of young minds learn area. This podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcast, or on Patreon, and me on Twitter. Now, we leave you with some words of wisdom from Basher. It's important to celebrate your failure. Much. You celebrate your failures really well. Say, wow, failed, tried, was wrong, learn something. Then realize you have no fear. When your fear goes away, you will grow. Thank you for listening. The following is a conversation with S. James Gates Jr., theoretical physicist, professor at Brown University, working on supersymmetry, supergravity, superstrength. He served as former President Obama's council advisors on science and technology, and he's now the co-author of a new book titled Proving Einstein Right, about the scientists set out to prove Einstein's theory of relativity. You may have noticed that I've been speaking with not just computer scientists, philosophers, mathematicians, economists, much more. To me, AI is much bigger than learning, bigger than computing. It's our civilization's journey in understanding the human mind, creating echoes of it in the machine. That journey includes, of course, the world of theoretical physics, practice of first principles mathematical thinking, exploring the fundamental nature of our reality. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, or on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Twitter, consider mentioning ideas, people, topics you find interesting. Guide the future of this podcast. But in general, I just love comments, kindness. This podcast is a side project. A lot of effort, positive work, support, an amazing community. You really help. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction, 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, never any ads in the middle. I hope it works for you. It doesn't hurt to listen. Provide timestamps at the start of the conversation. You may have noticed you can skip to it. It helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product. The show presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in a second. Cash App also is a new investment feature. You can buy fractions of stocks at $1 no matter what the stock price is. More services are provided by Cash App, including subsidiary of Square and Meta. I'm excited to be working with Cash App, support one of my favorite organizations
known for their first robotics labor. They educate, inspire hundreds, thousands in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means they donate money to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App, the App Store, Google Play, use code LEX Podcast, you get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. Now, here's my conversation. That's James. You tell a story when you were 8, a profound realization that stars in the sky are actually places that we could travel to. Do you think human beings will ever venture outside our solar system?
Wow, the question of whether humanity gets outside the solar system is going to be a challenge. And as long as the laws of physics that we have today are accurate and valid, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult. I'm a science fiction fan, as you probably know, so I love to dream of starships and traveling to other solar systems, but the barriers are just.
If we just kind of venture a little bit into science fiction, do you think the spaceships, if we are successful, take us outside the solar system, like the ones we have today, or do fundamental breakthroughs are fundamental breakthroughs necessary?
In order to have starships, radical view of the universe are going to have to be our science. We could, the current technology, think about constructing generational starships where the people who get on them are not the people who get off at the other end. But even if we do that, one of the problems is actually our body, which doesn't conscious for a lot of people. Think of Mars challenge. We live as a protected magnetic atmosphere around it, so we're shielded from cosmic radiation. Once you leave this shield, there are some estimates that, for example, if you send someone to Mars, their technology, about 2 years out there without the shield, they're going to be bombarded. That means radiation, probably. So that's one of the most formidable challenges, even if we can get over technology.
Do you think so Mars is a harsh place? Elon Musk, SpaceX, and other folks, NASA, are really pushing to put a being on Mars. Do you think, again, lingering in science fiction land for a little bit, do you think one day we may be able to colonize Mars? First, do you think we'll put a human on Mars? And then do you think we'll put many on Mars?
So first of all, we're not. I am extraordinarily convinced we will not put on Mars by 2030. The date that you all
What's the challenge there? What do you think?
So there are a couple of ways that I could slice this, but the one that I think is most interesting and involves money. So look at how we got to the 1960s. There's about a 10-year duration between the challenge that was laid out and our successfully I was actually in MIT at first landing occurred, so I remember watching it on TV. But how do we get there? Well, we had this extraordinarily technical agency of the United States government, NASA. They consume about 5% of the country's economic output. So you say 5% of the economic output over about a 10-year period gets us 250,000 miles in space. Mars is about 100 times farther. So you have at least 100 times the challenge. And we're spending about the government. So my claim is that it's 1,000 times harder for me to imagine us getting to Mars by 2030.
And yet that part that you mentioned in the speech that I have to throw in there of JFK of do these things not because they're hard.
Yeah.
That's such a beautiful line that I would love to hear him out of say about a scientific endeavor.
Well, one day we live in hope that such a president will rise for our nation. But like I said, the technical problems, the biological engineering that I worry most about. However, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think that by 2090 or so,
120. I suspect we're going to have it.
Boss, do you think that many years out, first, a few tangent, bioengineering challenge, what's the challenge there?
So, as I said, the real problem with interstellar travel, aside from technology challenges, the real problem is communication. And how do you engineer either an environment or a body? Because rapid advances going on in bioengineering. How do you engineer either a shape or a body so that some person that's recognizable human will survive the rigors of interplanetary space travel? It's much more difficult than
So, if we could live on the 2090, 100, 120, sort of thinking of that kind of, and we're looking on money.
Okay.
So, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are pushing the cost, trying to push the cost down. I mean, do you have actually sort of a brilliant big picture scientist, a business entrepreneur, take science and make it cheaper, get it out there faster?
So bending the cost curve is, you'll notice that's been an anchor, a simple way for me to discuss this the challenge. Yes, the cost curve is certainly critical if we're going to be successful. Now, you ask about the endeavors that are out there now, sponsored by very prominent American citizens, and Elon Musk. I'm disappointed, actually, with what I see in terms of routes that are pursued. So let me give you one example there, and this is going to be more technical. If we look at the kinds of rockets that both organizations are creating, yes, it's wonderful this technology. We just see a rocket go up and land on its fins, just like science fiction. But the problem is the rockets, the technology that we're doing now is not really that realistic to the moon. And there are alternatives, it turns out. There's an engine called a flare engine. So a traditional rocket engine looks like a bell, right? Then the flame comes out the bottom. But there is a kind of engine called a flare engine. Essentially, when you look at it, it looks like an exhaust pipe, like a fancy car that's long and elongated. And it's the type of rocket engine that we know in their business testing, we know it works. It also is actually much more economical because what it does is allow you to vary the amount of thrust as you go up in a way that you cannot do with one of these bell shaped. So you would think that an entrepreneur might try to have the breakthrough to use their nozzles, they're called, as a way to bend the cost curve because we keep coming back to the factor. But that's not happening. In fact, what we see, I think, incremental in terms of our technology. I'm not really encouraged by what I personally think.
So incremental change won't bend the cost.
I don't see.
Just on the sci-fi for one more question.
Sure.
Do you think we're alone in the universe? Are we the only intelligent form of life?
So there is a quote by Carl Sagan, which I really love when I hear the question. I recall the quote, and it goes something like, if we're the only conscious life in the universe, it's a terrible way to space. Because the universe is incredibly place. And when Carl made that statement, we didn't know about the profusion of planets that are out there. In the last decade, we've discovered over 1,000 planets, and a substantial number of those planets are Earth-like in terms of being the Goldilocks zone, as it's called. So it's in my mind, it's practically inconceivable that we're the only conscious form of life in the universe. But that doesn't mean they've come to success.
Do you think they would recognize alien life? You saw it. Do you think it would look anything like the carbon-based biological system we have on Earth?
It would depend on that life's native environment, which it erode. If that environment was sufficiently like our environment. There's a principle in biology and nature called convergence, which is that if you have two biological systems that are totally separated from one another, if they face similar conditions, they tend to nature can converge on. So there might be similarity if alien life form born in a place that's kind of like this place.
Physics appears to be quite similar laws of physics across the entirety of the universe. Do you think weirder things than we see on Earth can spring up out of the same kinds of laws of physics?
From the laws of physics, I would suggest, first of all, the carbon-based life. Why are we carbon-based? Well, it turns out it's because of the way that carbon interacts with elements, which in fact is also a reflection on the electron structure of the carbon. We see similar stuff, and one that one is often used about science fiction is so there's a silicon life form out there, the conditions of life. But I think it's presumptuous of us to think that we are the template by which all life has done.
Before we dive into the beautiful details, let me ask a big question. What to you is the most beautiful idea, maybe the most surprising, mysterious idea in physics?
The surprising idea to me is that we can actually the universe did not have to be constructed in such a way that with our limited intellectual capacity, that is actually put together in such a way, and that we are put together in such a way that we can, with our mind's eye, delve incredibly deep into the structure of the universe. That to me is pretty close.
There's simple equations, relatively simple, that can describe things, the fundamental functions, and then describe everything about our reality. That's not. Can you imagine universes where everything is a lot more complicated? Do you think there's something inherent about universe that simple laws are?
Well, first of all, this is a question that I encounter in a number of guys. A lot of people will raise the question about whether mathematics is the language of the universe. And my response is mathematics is the language that we humans are using to describe the universe. It may have put the universe, but in terms of our capacity, the microscope, it's the telescope, it's the lens through which we are able to view the universe with the precision that no other human language allows. But could there be other universes? Well, I don't even know if it looks like I think it does.
But the beautiful, surprising thing is that the physics, there are laws of very few laws of physics that can compress down the functioning of the universe.
Yes, that's extraordinarily surprising. I like to use the analogy with computers and information technology. If you worry about transmitting large bundles of data, one of the things that computer science for us is to allow for processes that are called compression. You take big packets of data and you compress them down into much smaller packets, transmit those, and unpack them at the internet. And so it to me like the universe kind of done us a favor, constructed our minds in such a way that we have this thing called mathematics, which then as we look at the universe teaches us how to do the compression process.
A quick question about compression. I think your mind can be compressed. The biology can be compressed. And we talked about space travel. Compress the information that captures a large percent of what it be, and then be able to send that at the speed of light.
Wow, that's a big question, and let me try to take it apart, unpack it into several pieces. I don't believe that wetware biology, such as we are, has an exclusive patent on intellect and consciousness. I suspect that other structures in the universe are perfectly capable of producing the data that we use to process, first of all, our observation of the universe and of an awareness of ourselves. Right? I can imagine other structures can do that also. So that's part of what you're talking about, which I would have some disagreement.
Consciousness.
Yes.
What's more interesting interesting part of
Consciousness?
us consciousness.
I think that's the most interesting question.
And then you're saying that there's other throughout the universe.
I can well imagine that the architecture that supports our consciousness, again, has no patent on consciousness.
In case you have an interesting thought here, folks in philosophy, panpsychists that believe consciousness underlies everything. One of the fundamental laws of the universe. You have a sense that could possibly.
I don't know the answer to that question. One part of that belief system is that there's a kind of conscious life force about our planet. I've encountered these things where I don't quite know what to make of them. My own life experience, I'm 69 in about 2 months, and I have spent all my adulthood thinking about the way mathematics interacts with nature and with us to try to understand nature. And all I can tell you from all of my integrated experience is that there is something extraordinarily mysterious about our universe. This is something Einstein did from his life experience. And then this almost feels like versus our parent. Very strange thing, perhaps, to hear scientists say, but there are just so many strange coincidences that you could sense that something.
Well, I interrupted the compressing air down to the speed of light.
Yes. So the first thing is, I would argue that it's probably very likely that artificial intelligence ultimately develops like consciousness that will probably be indistinguishable from consciousness. That's what I meant by our biological processing equipment that we carry up here probably does not hold a patent on consciousness, because it's really about the data streams. As far as I can tell, that's what we are. We are self-actuating, self-learning data streams. To me, the most accurate way I can tell you what I have seen in my lifetime about what humans are at the level of consciousness. If that's the case, then you just need to have an architecture that supports the information process. So let's assume that that's true. That in fact, what we call consciousness is really about a very peculiar kind of data stream. If that's the case, then if you can export that piece of hardware, something metal, electronic, what have you, then certainly that kind of consciousness could get to Mars very quickly. It doesn't have our problem. Engineer the body, as I say, this ship work body, you engineer the turbo. Then there's the speed of light. No, that one is more difficult because that now goes beyond just a matter of having a data stream. It's now the preservation of information in the data stream. And so unless you can build something that's like a super version of the way the internet works, because people aren't aware that the internet itself is actually a miracle. It's based on technology package. So explain the message packet in some way to preserve the information in the data stream.
Can we mention artificial intelligence? Us having a monopoly on consciousness. Does the idea of artificial intelligence systems, computational systems, being able to basically replace us humans scare you, excite you? What do you think about that?
I'm going to tell you about a conversation I once had with Eric Schmidt. I was sitting at a meeting with him, and he was 2 feet away. And he turned to me and said, something like, Jim, in maybe a decade or so, we're going to have computers that do what you do. And my response was, not unless they can dream. Because there's something about the way that we humans actually generate creativity. It somehow, I get this sense of my lived experience and watching creative people, that's somehow connected to irrational parts of what goes on in our head, and dream part of that irrational. So unless you can build a piece of artificial intelligence that dreams, have a strong suspicion that it's not yet fully conscious by definition that I would accept.
So you mentioned dreaming. You've played around with some out there fascinating ideas. support that. We need the world is very small. Like symmetry and all that. In terms of visualization, in terms of how do you think about it, how do you dream of it, how do you come up with ideas, and that's fascinating, mysterious.
So in my workspace, which is basically where I am charged with coming up on a mathematical palette with new ideas that will help me understand the structure of nature. All of us understand the structure of nature. I've observed some my creativity expresses. There's one mode which looks pretty normal, which I sort of as the Chinese water torture method. It's drop, 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 get more and more information. And suddenly it all congeals and you get a clear picture. And so that's a standard way of working. I think that's how most people think about the way technical people solve problems. That is kind of accumulate this body of information at a certain point, you synthesize it, there's something else. But I've also observed in myself and other scientists, there are other ways we are creative. The other ways to me are actually far more powerful. I first personally experienced this when I was a freshman at MIT, living over in Baker House, right across the campus. And I was in a calculus course, 1801, called at MIT. And calculus comes in two papers. One that was called differential calculus. It was called integral calculus. Differential calculus, the calculus that Newton invented to describe motion. Turns out integral calculus was probably invented about 1700 years earlier by Archimedes. That when I was a freshman. But that's what you study as a and differential calculus part of the course was to me how do I say this? It was something that by the drip you could sort of figure it out. Now the integral part of calculus I could memorize. That was not the problem. The problem was why in my own mind why do these work? And because of that, when I was in part of the calculus course where we substitutions and solve integrals, I had a lot of difficulty. I was emotionally involved in my education because this is where I think the passion emotion comes to it. And it caused emotional crisis that I was having difficulties understanding calculus. The why. That's right. The why of it, not the numbers back, but the why of it. Why does this work? And so one night I was in my dormitory in Baker House. I was trying to do a calculus problem set. I was getting nowhere. I got a terrific headache. I went to sleep and had this very strange dream. And when I woke awakened, I could do 3 and 4 substitutions and integrals with relative ease. Now this was an astounding experience because I had never before in my life understood that one's subconscious is actually capable of being harnessed in mathematics. I experienced this, and I've experienced this more than once. So this was just the first time why I remember. So that's why when it comes to like really tough problems, I think that the kind of creativity that you need to solve them is probably the second variety, which comes somehow from.
And do you think, again, I told you I'm Russian, we romanticize suffering, but do you think part of that equation is suffering leading up to that dream?
So the suffering is, I have been that this kind of creative, this second mode of creativity, I'm convinced that the second mode of creativity is in fact that suffering is a kind of crucible that triggers it. Because the mind, I think, is struggling to get out of it. And the only way that it can actually solve the problem. And even though you're not conscious of the problem, something is going on. And I've talked about I've heard this similar stories. And so the way I think about it is a little bit by like the way that nuclear weapons work. You know, remember there's actually 2 bombs. Atomic bomb, which doesn't think of off it. Somehow that emotional pressure, I think, acts like the first stage of the weapon. That's big bombs.
The analogy between when you grow up and subconscious, the connection there is at least visual. It's kind of interesting.
subconscious connected to that experience.
I apologize for all the tangent, but
Well, you're doing it.
you're encouraging my answer.
Not stupid.
Father was in the army. What do you think about Neil deGrasse Tyson wrote a book on interlinking the the progress of science to sort of the aspirations of our military endeavors, DARPA funding, and so on. What do you think about war? Do you think we'll always have war? We'll always have conflict in the world?
I'm not sure that we're going to be able to afford to have more always. Because it's
strictly financially?
No, not in terms of finance, but in terms of consequences. So if you look at technology, you can have non-state actors acquire technology, for example, bioterrorism, which is roughly speaking to what nations impart on the population. I think the cost of the war is going to be, I think it's going to work a little bit like gold. We survived 50, 60 years as a species with these weapons that are so terrible that they could have actually ended our form of life. Why did it? Well, it's a very bizarre and interesting thing. It was called assured destruction. And so the cost was so great that people eventually figured out that you can't really use it. It's kind of interesting because if you read history about the development of nuclear weapons, physicists actually realized this pretty quickly. I think it was maybe Schroeder who said that things are not really weapons, they're political enemies, not weapons, because the cost is so high. If you take that example and spread it out to the kind of technological development we're seeing now outside of physics, I think example biology, I could well imagine science sorts of across a broad front of technology, take that experience from the picture that I see, that it was so technology was so terrible you couldn't use them because the cost that might be for us.
And many people have argued that actually prevented nuclear weapons, prevented conflict.
It certainly froze the conflict of it. It's interesting that nowadays of the threat of mutually assured destruction that other forces spin over in our geopolitics.
Worried that existential weapons or other technologies like artificial intelligence, I think we humans tend to figure out how to not blow ourselves up.
I don't know, quite frankly. This is something I've thought about, and I'm not. I mean, so I'm a spectator. As a scientist, I collect and collate data. So I've been doing that all my life. It's not clear to me that we are going to avoid a catastrophic self-extinction.
Not as a scientist, but as a
I would say I wouldn't bet against that.
But let's dive into the world of very small. What are the big particles, either experimentally observed or hypothesized by?
So, as we physicists look at the universe, you can first of all, there's a big bucket of particles that is the smallest objects that we are able to currently mathematically see, experimentally verify that these ideas have a set of accuracies. So, what those buckets we call matter. These are things like electrons, things that are like quarks, which are particles out of protons. And there's a whole family of these things. There are, in fact, apparently electron-like objects that we call photons. So that's one. The other bucket that we see both in our mathematics as well as in our experiments are a set of particles which are called carriers. First carrier is the particle of light that allows you to see. In fact, the object that carries the portion charge. Science fiction, we have object graviton, which is talked about in science fiction and Star Trek. The graviton is also a mathematical object that physicists have known about, essentially from the there are four forces in nature, fundamental forces. There is the gravitational force, its carrier is the graviton. Electromagnetic force, the strong nuclear force. And each one of these forces has one is the carrier magnet. Strong nuclear force actually has 8 carriers there. And then the weak nuclear force has 3 carriers. W plus minus N bosons. So in mathematics and in experiment, by the way, the most precise experiments were in a PhD study about measuring the accuracy of the science. One part of the science are right.
First of all, you've made it sound elegant, but you that there is a force carrier. That's a trivial idea. Well, think about photon, gluon, that there's fundamental of forces that are expressed. There's carriers.
It's not a trivial thing at all. In fact, it was a puzzle for surprising. The first person before Isaac exists, natural philosophy. So discussions about methods of classical philosophy, natural philosophy. Call them scientists, natural philosophers. Physics doesn't get born into one of the things that puzzled him was how gravity works. Because if you read very carefully what he writes, he says, I'm paraphrasing badly, but he basically says that someone about this subject would find an object in one place or location and magically reach out and touch another object with nothing. So it puzzles him.
Puzzles you.
But actually,
I mean, how does
it would, except that I am a physicist and long ago to solve this issue. The solution came about through second. Most people have heard of Einstein. Between the two, there was another extraordinary man named James Clerk Maxwell. And Maxwell, between these two other giants, taught us about electromagnetic force. And it's from his equation to figure out that there's an area called the photon. Was resolved physicists.
So what are bosons, fermions, and elementary positives?
Sure. So earlier I said 2 buckets. You got 2 buckets if you want to start off with 2 buckets. So you got to have things, matter, then you have to have other objects that act on them, all those things here to finite patterns, because you need those fixed finite patterns building blocks. That's the way I understand it. Now, the building blocks do thing. So let's go back to the buckets. Let me start with the bucket being the particle. Let me imagine I'm in a dusty room with 2 flashlights. And I have one flashlight which I direct in front of me. I have you stand over to this left. We both take our flashlights and turn them on to make sure the beams go right to each other. The beams do just that. They go right to each other. They don't bounce off. Dusty. The room that's over there, we would actually see the light until we got to the wall. Right? Dusty. But the 2 beams actually pass right through each other. They pass right through. They don't affect each other at all. Acts like that was not there. There are particle of light is the simplest example that shows that that's a boson. Now let's imagine that I have to converse in the same dusty room, this time with a bucket of balls, not a bucket of balls. We try to throw them that like a fast, right? If they collide, they don't just pass through, they bounce off of each other. Now, that's mostly because they have electric charge. The electric charge is like charge. But mathematically, I know how to turn off the electric charge. If you do that, you'll find they still repel. And it's because they are things we call fermions. How you distinguish the things that are in the two buckets. They are either bosons or fermions.
Which of them, maybe you can mention, hey, popular boson,
She's it's like it's like when I was in high school when there was a really popular majorette. Her name is the Higgs particle.
can you describe uh, which of the bosons and fermions have been discovered, hypothesized, experimentally validated,
Sure.
still out there?
Right. So the two buckets I've actually described to you have all been first hypothesized and verified by observation. The Higgs boson being one of these things. We haven't actually verified the graviton. We mathematically have an expectation of graviton. But we've not performed experiments to show that this is an accurate idea that nature uses.
Something has to be a carrier
For the force of gravity, exactly. Because
it's going to be something way more mysterious than when you say the graviton. Is it would it be like the other particles, which carriers, or
in
could it be something much more
some
mysterious?
ways, yes, but in other ways, no. It turns out that the graviton is also, if you look at Einstein, he taught us about this thing he calls space-time. If you try to imagine, think of it as kind of a rubber surface, that's one popular depiction of space-time. It's not an accurate depiction. Accuracy is actually a calculus that he uses, but that's close enough. So if you have a sheet of rubber, you can actually form space-time is enough like that that when space-time oscillates, you create these waves. These carry energy. We expect them to carry energy and quanta. That's what a graviton is. Waves. So the fact that we with LIGO, of course, for the last years, and gravitational wave observatories to watch colliding black holes, stars, all sorts of stuff out there. So we know the waves exist, but in order to know that gravitons exist, you have to prove that these waves carry energy packet. That's what we don't have the technology.
And perhaps just jumping to a philosophical question, it makes sense to you that gravity is so much weaker than the other force.
No. There's now you've touched on a very deep mystery about. There are a lot of such questions about why as they are, and as someone who believes that there are some things that certainly are coincidences. Like you could ask the same question about, well, why are the planets at the orbit that they are around the sun? The answer turns out there is no good reason. It's just an accident. There are things that have that character, and perhaps the strength of various forces is like that. On the other hand, we don't know that that's the case. There may be some deep reason about why the forces are ordered as they are, where the weakest force is gravity, the next weakest force is the weak interaction force, and there's electromagnetism, there's a strong force. We don't really have a good understanding of why this is.
Some of the fascinating work you've done is in the space of supersymmetry, symmetry in general. Can you describe, first of all, what is supersymmetry?
Yes. Buckets I told you about perhaps earlier, so there are buckets in our first. So now I want you to think about drawing a pie that has four quadrants. So I want you to cut the pie. So the quadrant, I'm going to put all the buckets we talked about that are like different angles. Quadrants are in. Now, if I showed you a picture of that, you see a circle, there would be a bunch of stuff, upper quadrant, stuff in others, and then I would ask you a question. Does that look symmetrical? No. No. And that's exactly right, because we humans actually have a very deeply programmed system of symmetry. It's something that are that universe. So how would you make it symmetrical? What you could is by saying those two quadrants head something. And if you do that, that's symmetry. That's what I understood when I was a graduate student here at MIT in 1975. The idea of mathematics of this was first being born. Supersymmetry was actually born in late 60s, but we had this thing called the Iron Curtain, so we actually didn't know about it. But by the early 70s, independently, scientists in the West, we discovered supersymmetry. Even those may know it, that's so this was around 71 or 72. I started graduate school in 70. So around 70, well, 75, I was trying to figure out how to write it so that I could become a physicist the rest of my life. I did. I had a great advisor, Professor James Young, who had taught me a number of things about electrons, forces, those sorts of things. But I decided that if I was going to have a really an opportunity to maximize my chances of being successful, I should strike it off in a direction that people were not. The consequence, I surveyed ideas being developed. I came across the idea of supersymmetry, and it was so mathematics was so remarkable that I just it bowled. I actually have two undergraduate. My first graduate was actually mathematics and physics, though I always wanted to do this. Um, Plan A involved getting good grades. I was a mathematics major, but my heart was.
If we could follow that question, what's the view like in mathematics that you've encountered interpreting math?
The idea of symmetry. The fact that our innate sense of symmetry winds up aligning just incredible mathematics. It's very strange, but true, that if symmetry is perfect, it does not exist. So even though we have these very powerful ideas about balance versus substance, then when you break those balances, you get creatures like humans, objects like planets and stars. So although they are a scaffold of reality, cannot be the entirety of reality. I I'm kind of naturally attracted to parts of science and technology where symmetry is a dominant.
Magic, I guess symmetry, the magic happens. Right.
Magic happens with symmetry.
Diving right back in, you mentioned four quadrants, yes, super filled with buckets, and there's crazy mathematical ideas.
The other two.
What are the
So earlier, the way I described the bucket is I gave you a story that started out by putting a dusty two flashlights, and I said, "Turn on your flashlight, I'll turn on mine." Go through each other. The beams are carriers called photons, carry the electromagnetic, and they pass right through each other. So imagine looking at the mathematics of such an object. Not to imagine people like me do that. But you take that mathematics, and then you ask yourself a question. See, mathematics is a palette. It's like a musical composer is able to construct variations on a game. A piece of mathematics in the hand of a physicist is something that we can construct variations on. So even though uh, mathematics that Maxwell gave us about light, we know how to construct variations on that. And one of the variations you can construct is to say, suppose you have a force carrier for electromagnetism that behaves like an electron in that it would bounce off of another one. That's changing a mathematical term in equation. So if you did that, you would have a force carrier. So he would say first it belongs in this force carrying bucket, but it's got this property of bouncing off like electrons. So you say, once you wait, no, that's not the right bucket. You're forced to actually put it in one quadrant. So those sorts of things, basically we give them so the photon mathematically can be accompanied by a photon. The thing that carries the force but has the rule of bouncing off. In a similar manner, you could start with an electron. And you say, okay, so write down the mathematics of electron. You know how to do that. This is named Dirac first told us how to do that back in the 1920s, early 30s. So take that mathematics and you say, let me look at that and find out what are the mathematics called two electrons bounce off, even if I turn off the charge. So I could do that. But now let me change that mathematical term. So now I have something that carries electrical charge, but if you take two of them, I'm sorry, if you turn their charges off, they'll pass through. puts things in the other quadrant. Those things we call the S and their name. So in the lower quadrant here we have electrons, and this now newly middle quadrant with electrons. In the quadrant over here we had quarks. Over here we have quarks. So now we've got this balanced pie, and that's basically what I understood as a graduate student in 1975 about this idea of symmetry. And it was going to fill up the quadrants of the pie in a way that no one had ever thought about before. So I was amazed that no one else at MIT found this an interesting idea. So that's it led to my becoming the first person at MIT to really study supersymmetry. This was 1975, 76, 77. And in 77, I wrote the first PhD thesis in the physics department on this idea because I was drawn to the balance.
Drawn to the symmetry. So what does that? First of all, it's a fundamentally mathematical idea. So how much experimental? We'll have this theme as an interesting one. When you go to the world so small, and in your book talking about moving up that right that we talk about the theme of kind of starting and going crazy ideas first in mathematics, being a way. Where do you put supersymmetry in that?
It's closer than string theory. It is not yet validated. In some sense, you mentioned Einstein, so let's go there for a moment. In our book, Proving Einstein Right, we actually do talk about the fact that Albert Einstein in 1915 wrote a set of equations which were very different from Newton's equations describing gravity. The equations made some predictions that were different from Newton's predictions. They actually made three different predictions. One of them was not actually a prediction, but a postdiction. It was known that Mercury was not orbiting the sun the way that Newton was supposed to. And so Einstein's theory actually describes Mercury orbiting the way that it was observed. One prediction. The second prediction that came out of the theory of general relativity, which Einstein was that if you so let me describe an experiment and come back to it. Suppose I had a glass of water, and I filled it up, filled the glass up, and then I moved the glass slowly back and forth between two faces. It would appear to me like your face was moving, even though you weren't moving. It's actually, and what's causing it is because the light gets bent through the glass as it passes through your face to my eye. So Einstein, in general relativity, found out that gravity has the same effect on light as that glass of water. It would cause beams of light to bend. Now, Newton also knew this, but Einstein's prediction was that light would bend twice as much. And so here's a mathematical idea. Now, how do you actually prove it? That's what.
Yeah. A quick pause on that language you found out. I could calculate. Interesting notion. One of the beautiful things in the universe, you can do a calculation and combine with some of that magic actually predict what's possible to experimentally validate. He found out in the sense that there seems to be something here, and mathematically should bend, gravity should bend light amount. So therefore, that's something that could be potentially, and then come up with an experiment that could validate.
Right. That's the way that actually modern physics, deeply fundamental modern physics, how it works. Earlier we spoke about the Higgs boson. So what we can look at? The answer is that back in the late 60s, early 70s, people wrote some equations, and the equations predicted, but then we went looking for it.
So on supersymmetry for a second, there's this thing called Adinkra symbols, strange little graphs.
Yes.
You refer to them as revealing something like binary code underlying reality. First of all, can you describe these graphs? What are they? What are these beautiful little strange graphs?
Well, first of all, Adinkras are an invention of mine, together with a colleague, Michael Fox, in 2005, looking at equations. And so the story's a little bit more complicated, a bit too long all the details. But the Reader's Digest version is certain class of equations, put in pictures, and the pictures they look like just little balls. You have black balls and white balls. Those stand for those two buttons, by the way. That we talk about reality. White balls are things that are like particles of light. Black balls are like. Then they draw lines connecting these balls. These lines are mathematical objects, and there's no I have no uh, model telling you what the lines are. But as a mathematician, technically they say the action, the symmetry generation. Mathematicians would understand that. Nobody else in the mind would. But we figured out that data that was in the funny. So that was stunning, but it also was encouraging. There are problems with equations, which I had first learned about in 1979. When I was down at Harvard. I went out to Caltech for the first time. Pretty scientific with John Schwartz. There are problems with equations. And so one of the things about solving problems that you don't know that beating your head against a brick wall is probably not a good philosophy about how to solve it. But what do you need to do? You need to change your frame of reference, your perspective. When I saw the pictures, I thought, hey, that might be a way to solve these problems with equations that we don't know how to do. So that was to me one of the first attractions, that I now had an alternative language to try to attack that. But I quickly realized that mathematics was not known by mathematicians, which makes it interesting. Now you have to actually teach mathematicians how to teach mathematics. That's how they make their living. Versus the reader, which they have an idea. So they make your idea start up. So I started with and it was in the collaboration that we figured out that these teachers had error correcting.
So can you talk about what are error correcting codes?
Sure. So the simplest way to talk about error correcting code is first of all to talk about digital information. Digital information is basically strings of ones and zeros. They're called bits. So now let's imagine that I want to send you some bits. Well, maybe I can show you pictures, but maybe it's a rainy day. Maybe the windows in your house are foggy. So sometimes when I show you a zero, I might interpret it as one. Sometimes when I show you a one, I might interpret it as two. So if that's the case, then when I try to send data, so you interrupt it. The challenge is how do you get it? 1940, a computer scientist named Hemming addressed the problem of how you reliably transmit digital information. And what he came up with was a brilliant idea. The way you solve it is that you take the data that you want to send, brings one zero string, and you dump more ones and zeros in. You dump them in a particular pattern. This particular pattern is what it happens. It's an error correction because the first thing you have to get the pattern is supposed to be taken together. You got to change the zeros. So it turned out that our strange little object that came at the equation solved. It turns out that when you look at them deeply enough, you find out that they have ones and zeros buried. But even more astounding, zeros are not there randomly. They are in a pattern of error correction. This was an astounding thing that we first got this result, tried to publish it. It took us 3 years to convince other physicists that we weren't crazy. Eventually we were able to publish it by collaboration of mathematicians and other people. And so ever since then, I have actually been looking at the mathematics of the object, trying to understand the properties of the equations. And I want to understand the properties of the equations because I want to be able to try things like electrons. As you say, like a two-step process trying to get back to reality.
Well, what would you say is the most beautiful property of the graph object? By the way, what do you think of the graphs?
how should we think about people who work with mathematics like me, our mathematical concepts are, we often refer to them as objects. They feel like real things, even though you can't see them or touch them. They're so much part of your interior life that it is as if you could. So we often refer to these things as objects, even though there's nothing objective about them. What is this single graph represent? So the simplest graphs has to have one white ball and one black ball. That's that balance that we talked about earlier. You want to balance out the quadrants? You can't do it. You have black ball and white ball. So the simplest of these objects is like two ball, one black, one white, connected by a sequence. And what it's talking about is, as I said, a deep mathematical property. You mentioned the error correcting code, but is there a particular beautiful property that stands out to you about these objects that you just find very early on in the development? Yes, there is. The crazy thing about these to me is that when you look at physics, try to write equations where information gets transmitted reliably. If you're in one of these supersymmetrical systems with this extra symmetry, that doesn't happen unless the error correcting code present. So it's as if the universe says, don't transmit information unless there's something about an error code. This is the craziest thing that I've ever personally encountered. And it's actually got me wondering how this could come about, because the only place in nature that we know about error correcting codes is genetics. And in genetics, I think it was evolution that caused error correcting codes in the genome. And so does that mean that there was some kind of form of evolution acting on the mathematical laws of the physics of our universe? Very bizarre and strange idea. It's something I've wondered about from time to time since making these discoveries. Do you think such an idea could be fundamental, or is it emergent throughout all the different kinds of systems? I don't know whether it's fundamental. I probably will not let you find out. It's going to be the work of probably some future either mathematicians to figure out what things actually mean. We have to talk a bit about magical, the mysterious string theory. String theory, sure. There's still maybe this aspect of it, which is there's still, to me, from an outsider's perspective, this fascinating heated debate on the status of string theory. Can you clarify this debate, perhaps articulating the various and say where you land on it? Well, first of all, I doubt that I will say anything to clarify the debate around string theory for general audience. Part of the reason is because string theory has done something I've never seen theoretical physics do. It has broken out into consciousness in the general public. You see, string theory doesn't actually exist. Because theory means a particular set of attributes. In particular, it means that you have an overarching paradigm that explains what it is that you're doing. Overarching paradigm is string theory. What string theory is currently enormously large, virtually interesting collection of mathematical facts, which we can find no contradictions. We don't know why it's there. We can certainly say that without challenge. Now, just because you find a piece of mathematics doesn't mean that it applies to nature. And in fact, there has been a very heated debate about whether string theory is some sort of hysteria among the community of theoretical physicists, or whether it has something fundamental to say about our universe. We don't yet know the answer to that question. But those of us who study string theory will tell you are things like string theory has been extraordinarily productive in getting us to think more deeply, even about mathematics that's not string theory, but the kind of mathematics that we've used to describe electric particles. There have been spin-offs of string theory on now for 2 decades almost. I have allowed us, for example, to more accurately calculate the force between electrons. Quantum mechanics. Not something to hear about in the public. There are other similar things. The kind of problem about is what's called strong duality. There are other things such as a property called holography, which allows one to take equations and look at them on the boundary space, and to know
inside the space without doing calculations there. Come directly from string theory. So there are a number of direct mathematical effects that we learn in string theory. The idea is look at math that we already know and we find suddenly powerful. Good indication interesting going on.
The early days of a powerful mathematical.
That's right.
What are the big? Most people will probably, most general public would know actually at the highest.
String theory is
One, can you describe what is string theory and what are the challenges?
well, the simplest explanation I can provide is to go back and ask what are particles, which is the question you first asked.
Smallest thing.
Yeah, the smallest thing. So particles, one way I try to describe particles, start, I want you to imagine a ball. And I want you to let the size of that ball shrink, but it has no extent. But it still has the mass of the ball. That's actually what Newton's working on. He first invented physics. He was the inventor of the massive particle, which is this idea that applies to all of physics. So that's where we start. It's a mathematical construct that you get by taking a limit of things that you know. So it's a string. In the same analogy, I would say now I want you to start with spaghetti. We all know what that looks like. And now I want you to let the thickness of the spaghetti shrink until mathematically, I mean, of course this makes no sense. Mathematically, it actually works. Mathematical object now. It has properties that are like spaghetti, wiggle, jiggle, but it can also move collectively. Like the mathematics of those sorts of objects that constitute.
And does the multi-dimensional, 11-dimensional, however many dimensional, or dimension, is that a crazy idea to you? Is that the stranger aspect?
Not really. And also partly because of my own research. So earlier we talked about a strange symbols that we discovered inside the equation. It turns out that to a very large extent, thinkers don't really care about the number of dimensions. They kind of have an internal mathematical that allows them to manifest. And supersymmetry is part of string theory, then the same property you can compare it. However, another well-known fact, not in the public debate, there are actually strings that are only dimensional. This is something that was discovered at the end of the 80s by three different groups of physicists working independently. I and my friend Warren Siegel, who were at the University of Maryland at the time, were able to prove that there's mathematics that is totally four-dimensional, and yet it's a string. There was a group in Germany that used slightly different mathematics, but they found the same result. And then there was a group at Cornell using yet a third piece of mathematics found the same result. So the fact that extra dimensions are widely talked about in the public is partly a function of how the and string theory and how the story has been told. But there are alternatives.
Let's talk about the experimental validation. You're the co-author of a recently published book proving Einstein right. The human story of it, daring expeditions that changed how we live. It echoes the early days of general relativity in the 1910s to the more stretched out string theory.
I do. That's why I was happy to focus on the story of how Einstein became a global superstar. Um, our discussion over his history where in a piece of mathematics some calculations and then made predictions. But making a prediction is not enough. You have to go out and measure 1990, makes correct prediction. By the way, he made an incorrect about the same thing in 1911. And by 1919, the first experimental observational data became available to say, yes, he's not wrong. And by 1922, the argument that based on observation was that he was not wrong.
Can you describe professional general relativity are just briefly?
Sure.
Predictions I made. Maybe some or memorable moment from the human journey trying to prove this right.
Sure. Right. So I'm very fortunate to have worked with a talented novelist who wanted to write a book that coincided with what I wanted to write about how science kind of feeds a person. It's actually people who do science that may not be honest. Because I wanted to write this book for a couple of reasons. I wanted young people to understand that seeming giants that live just as they are.
Married against divorce.
Great things. This people like. And so that part of telling the story allowed me to get that out there. Young people interested in sciences as well. So, another part of the story, I wanted to open up sort of what it was like. Now, I'm a scientist, and so I will not pretend to be a great writer. I understand a lot about mathematics. My own mathematics that, you know, but in order to tell the story, you have an incredible master of the narrative. That was my co-author. So we have this joint fellas. Fellas realize that my expression were a joint tell this story. And it allowed, so what are some magical moments? To me, the first magical moment in telling the story was Albert Einstein and his struggle. Because although we regard him as a genius, in 1911 he actually made an incorrect prediction about the time. And that's actually what set the astronomers off. In 1940, it was neglected. And by various accidents of war and weather and all sorts of things that we talk about in the book, no one was able to measure it. If he had made the measurement, he would have disagreed with his 1911 prediction. Because nature only has one answer. And so you see how fortunate he was that wars and bad weather and accidents of transporting equipment stopped measurements from. He corrects himself in 1950, but the astronomers are already out there trying to make a measurement. Now he gives them a different number, and it turns out that's the number that nature comes with. So it gives you a sense of a person struggling deeply, and it, although I led into this, it is the circumstance of time, place, and accident, but through which we view it. And it could, the story could have turned out very differently. Where first makes a prediction, the measurements are made in 1914, they disagree with this prediction. What would the world view him as? Well, he's a professor who made this prediction that didn't get it right. So the fragility of human history is illustrated by that story, and it's one of my favorite things. We also learn things like in our book how eclipses and watching eclipses was a driver of the development of our nation when it was very young. In fact, even before we were a nation, it turns out there were citizens of this country that were out trying to measure eclipses.
So some fortune, some misfortune affects the progress of science, especially with ideas. As me at least, I put myself back in those days as radical as general relativity is. you describe, okay, briefly what general relativity is? And yeah, could you just take a moment of put yourself in those shoes in academic researchers, scientists of that time, hearing about our world?
It's trying to answer the thing that left Isaac. Isaac Newton says gravity magically goes from one place to another. He doesn't believe it, by the way. He knows that's not right. But the mathematics is so good that you have to say, well, I'll throw my qualms away because I'll use it. That's all we used to get a man from the Earth to the Moon was that mathematics. So I'm one of those scientists. I've seen this. And if I thought deeply about it, maybe I know that. And so the first thing I would hope that I would feel is, gee, there's this young kid out there who has an idea to fill in the hole that was laid left by Isaac. I hope would be my reaction. I have a suspicion. I'm I'm kind of a mathematical creature. I was 4 years old when I first decided that science was what I wanted to do with my life. So if my personality back then, like it is now, I think it's probably likely I would wanted to have studied this mathematics. Those are people in mathematics that he was using because he didn't actually create that mathematics. That mathematics was created roughly years before he was the person who harnessed in order to make a prediction. In fact, he had to be taught this mathematics by a friend. This is in our book. So, putting myself in that time, I would want to, like I said, I think I would feel excitement. I would want to know what the mathematics is, and I would want to do the calculations myself. There's one thing that physics is all about that you don't take anybody's word for anything. You can do it yourself.
It does seem that mathematics is a little bit more tolerant and radical mathematicians, the people who find beauty in it. Why? All the white questions I think to answer. Let me ask: why do you think Einstein never got the Nobel Prize? He got it for the electric effect.
That is correct. Well, first of all, that's something that is misunderstood about the Nobel Prize in physics. The Nobel Prize in physics is never given for purely proposing an idea. There's always given proposing an idea and observational support. So he could not get the Nobel Prize for either special relativity or general relativity because the provisions that Alfred Nobel left before prevent that.
But after it's validated, can you not get it?
Yes, but remember the validation.
That's when you invented the Nobel Prize. I mean, very creative. You can get a second Nobel Prize for one of the greatest theories.
The theory of general relativity had its critics. So if the committee had wanted to give the prize for him, there were vociferous critics of general relativity up until the 50s. Einstein died in 1955.
What lessons do you draw from the story you tell in the book, general relativity, from the radical nature of the theory to looking at the future of string theory?
Well, I think the string theorists are probably going to trace this path. It's going to be far longer and more tortuous, in my opinion. String theory is such a broad and deep development that, in my opinion, when it becomes acceptable, it's going to be because of the confluence of observations. It's not going to be a single observation. And I have to tell you that. So I gave a seminar here yesterday to my team, and it's on an idea I have about how string theory can leave signatures in the cosmic microwave background, which is an astrophysical structure. And so, if those kinds of observations are borne out, if perhaps other things related to this guidance, those are going to be the first powerful observations observationally based pieces of evidence that will begin to getting to, but who may take.
Do you think there will be Nobel Prizes in string theory?
No,
because
I think I think but there are other prizes that are given. There's something called the Breakthrough Prize. There's a Russian American immigrant named Yuri Milner, I believe they started this wonderful prize called the Breakthrough Prize. It's as much money as the Nobel Prize, and it gets awarded every year. And so something like one of those prizes is likely to be garnered at some point far earlier than the Nobel.
Jumping around a topic, while you were at Caltech, you gotten to interact, I believe, with Richard Feynman. I have to ask.
Yes, Richard Feynman, indeed.
Do you have any stories that been on your memory?
I have a fair number of stories, but I'm not prepared to tell them. They're not all correct. Let me just say, I'll say the following. Richard Feynman ever read some of the books about him. In particular, there's a book called Surely You're Joking. There's a series of books that start with Surely You're Joking. And I think the second one may be something like What Do You Keep What They Say or something. I mean, the titles are all, there are three of them. When I read those books, I was amazed at how accurately those books portray the man that I interacted with. He was reverent, he was fun, he was deeply intelligent, he was deeply human. And those books tell that story very effectively.
Even those moments, how did they affect you?
Well, it's funny because one of the things that I didn't Feynman say this, but one of the things that is reported that he said is if you're on a bar stool as a physicist and you can't explain to the guy on the bar stool next to you what you're doing, you don't understand what you're doing. And there's a lot of that I think is correct. That when you truly understand something as complicated as string theory, but it's in its fully formed final development, it should be something you tell the person with Barcelona next to you. And that's something that affects the way I do science, quite frankly. It also affects the way I talk to people about science. It's one of the sort of my mantras that I keep deeply and try to keep deeply before me when I appear in public fora, speaking about physics in particular and science in general. It's also something that Einstein said in a different way. He said he had different formulations. One of them is when the answer is simple as God. The other thing that he said was that what he did in his work was simply the distillation of common sense. That you distill down to something. He also said you make things as simple as possible. So all of those things, and certainly the attitude for me, first sort of seeing this was simplified by Brown Richard.
In all your work, you're always kind of searching for this.
I am.
Clearly.
Ultimately, I am.
You served on President Barack Obama's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology
For 7 years, yeah.
Eric Schmidt, several other brilliant people.
Met Eric for the first time, 2009. The council was called together.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of you in that room. I mean, a bunch of brilliant people. What was that experience like being called upon that kind of service?
So let me go back to my father first of all. I earlier mentioned that my father served 27 years in the U.S. Army, starting in World War II. He went off in 1942-43, fight against the fascists. Part of the supply corps that supplied General Patton as the tanks rolled across Western Europe, pushing back the forces of Nazis. Beat up our Russian comrades who were pushing the Nazis, starting at Stalingrad. And the Second World War is actually a very interesting piece of history to know from both sides. And here in America, actually study history of the adult science, story.
On the Russian side, we weren't taught the.
I know. I have many questions. We had this conversation on many occasions. But like Zhukov, that you would know about, you might not know about him. But Zhukov, Rokossovsky. I mean, there's a whole list of names that I heard in the last 15 or 20 years that came to. So,
Your father was in this. That's probably one of the greatest warriors
in the history of our species. And so the idea of service comes to me especially from that example. So in 2009, when I first got a call from a Nobel laureate actually in biology, so I went over to India, and I got this email message, and he used to talk to me, and I said, okay, fine, we can talk. Got back to the States, we went through several cycles. I want to talk to you, and then never got it. Because finally, I was on my way to a physics presentation at the University of Florida, Gainesville. Just stepped off a plane, and my mobile phone went off, and it was Harold. And so I said, Harold, why do you keep sending messages that you want to talk, but you never call? He said, well, I'm sorry, things, da. And he said, if you were offered the opportunity to serve on the Vice President Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, what would be your answer? Now, I was confused at the formulation of the question. There's a purpose of why the question was asked that way. But then he made it clear to me he was joking. And literally, one of the times in my life, he's one week, and I had to hold myself against the wall. I didn't fall over. I doubt if most of us who have been the beneficiaries of the benefits of this country, given that kind of opportunity, say no. And I know I certainly couldn't say no. I was frightened out of my wits because I had never, although I have my career in terms of policy recommendations is actually quite long. It goes back to the 80s, but I had never been called upon to serve as an advisor to a president of the United States. And it was very scary, but I did not feel that I could say no because I wouldn't be able to sleep stuff at night. That I chickened out, whatever. And so I took the plunge, and we had a pretty good one. There are things that I did of which I'm extraordinarily proud of. One of the ways I tell people, you've ever seen that television cartoon called Schoolhouse Rock? There's one story about how it was law, and I kind of lived that. There are things that I did that have now been codified in law. Not everybody has a chance to do things like that in life.
What do you think is the science and technology in American politics? We haven't had a president, engineer, or scientist. What do you think is the role of a president like President Obama in understanding science and tech? What was that experience like?
Well, first of all, I've met other presidents besides President Obama. He is the most extraordinary president I've ever encountered.
Despite the fact that he went to Harvard.
When I think about President Obama, he is a mystery. In the same way, perhaps, that the universe is a mystery. I don't really understand how that constellation of personality traits become within a single individual, but I saw them for 7 years, so I'm convinced that I wasn't mistaken. Just an extraordinary man. And one of the things that was completely clear was that he was not afraid and not intimidated to being a really smart people. I mean, really smart people. That he was completely comfortable in asking some of the world's greatest experts. What do I do about this problem? And it wasn't that he was going to just take their answer. Right. And that to me was extraordinary. As I said, I've been around other executives and I've never seen one quite like him. He's an extraordinary learner, is what I observed, and not just about science. He has a way of internalizing information in real time that I've never seen in a politician before, even in extraordinarily complicated,
even scientific ideas,
scientific or non-scientific. Complicated ideas don't have to be scientific ideas, but I have, like I said, in real time process complicated ideas with a speed that was stunning. In fact, he shocked our council. I mean, we were all stunned at his capacity to be presented with complicated ideas and then to wrestle with them and internalize them and then come back, more interesting enough, come back with really good questions.
I've noticed that in the area that I understand more of artificial intelligence, I've seen him integrate information about artificial intelligence and come out with these kind of Richard Feynman-like.
That's exactly right. That's that. As I said, those of us who have been in that position, it is stunning to see it happen because you don't expect it.
Yeah, it takes what for a lot of graduates it takes 4 years in a particular topic. He does it in minutes.
Very natural.
You mentioned that you would love to see experimental validation of string theory before
shuffle all this.
Which the poetry of that reference, wow, when I saw it.
People actually misunderstand that because it's not what it doesn't mean generally, but it's such a beautiful story.
Yeah, it's from the Hamlet to be or not to be a speech. I still don't understand the interpretation. Anyway, what are the most exciting problems in physics that are just within our reach of understanding, maybe solve the next decade that you may be able to?
So, in physics, you limited it to physics.
Mathematics, this kind of space problems that fascinate you.
Well, the one that looks on the immediate horizon like we're going to get to is quantum computing. And that's going to, if we actually get there, that's going to be extraordinary.
Is it the fundamental problem of theory, or is it now in the space of engineering?
It's in the space of engineering. I was out at, as you may know, Microsoft has a research facility in Santa Barbara. I was out there a couple of months in my capacity as vice president of American Physical Society. And I got it, I had some that were like lectures, and they were telling me what they were doing. And it sure sounded like they knew what they were doing and that they were close to major breakthroughs.
Yeah, that's a really exciting possibility. But back to Hamlet, do you ponder mortality, your own mortality?
Nope. My mother died when I was 11. And so I knew what the end of the story was. As a consequence, I never spent a lot of time thinking about death. It will come in its own good time. And sort of, to me, the job of every human is to make the best and the most of the time that's given to us in order not for our own selfish gain, but to try to make this place a better place for someone else.
And on the why of life, why do you think we are?
I have no idea. I never worried about it. For me, I have an answer, a local answer. The apparent why for me was I'm supposed to do physics.
But it's funny because there's so many other quantum mechanically speaking possibilities in your life. Such as being an astronaut, for example. If
So you know about that, I see. Well, like Einstein and the vicissitudes that prevented the 1914 measurement of starlight bending, the universe is constructed in such a way that I didn't become an astronaut, which would have, for me, I would have faced the worst choice in my life, whether I would try to become an astronaut or whether I would try to do physics. When I was
all simultaneously. And so I can't imagine how difficult that decision would be.
The universe helped you out on that one.
Not only that, but many ones. It helped me by allowing me to pick the right dad.
Is there a day in your life you could relive that made you truly happy? What day would that be if you could just look back?
Being a miracle is like having Christmas every day. I have lots of joy.
The moment of invention, the moment of ideas, revelation.
Yes. The only thing that exceeds them are some family experiences, like when my kids were born and that kind of stuff. But they're pretty high up there.
Well, I don't see a better way to end it. Thank you so much. It's huge honor talking today.
This sounds better than I thought.
Glad to hear it. Thanks for listening to the conversation. That's James Gates speaking. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Code Lex Podcast. You get $10, and $10 is going first. STEM education nonprofit inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, connect with me on Twitter. Now, we leave you with some words of wisdom. Great Albert Einstein, the rebels among us. Unthinking respect for authority, greatest enemy, truth. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following conversation with Melanie Mick, professor of computer science at Portland State University and an external professor at Innovation. Worked on, written about artificial intelligence, fascinating perspective, adaptive complex systems, genetic algorithms, copycat, cognitive architecture, places the process of analogy making, or cognition. From her doctoral work, her advisor, Douglas Hofstadter, John Holland, today, a lot of important thinking with AI, including a recent book called Artificial Intelligence, a guide to human. This is Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, also connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads in production, 1 or 2 minutes after the episode. Never any ads in the middle. Break the flow. I hope that works for you. Provide timestamps for the start of the conversation. It helps listen to the ads or the podcast. But trying out the product. This show is presented by Cash App, #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. Also use it to buy, sell, deposit Bitcoin. Cash App also new investing fees. You can buy fractions of the stocks, what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, member SIP. Excited working with Cash App. One of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for FIRST Robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries. Perfect grading and training navigation. Donated money is maximum effective. Get Cash App from the App Store, Google Play, use code Lex Podcast, get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST. Again, an organization that I personally inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. Now, here's my conversation with Melanie Joe. The name of your new book is Artificial Intelligence, subtitle Guide for the name of this podcast, Artificial Intelligence. Let me take a step back and ask Shakespeare's question on the road. What do you think of the term artificial intelligence or big complicated issue?
not crazy about the term. I think it has a problem because it's so many different things. Intelligence is one of those words that is very clearly defined. Different kinds of intelligence, degrees of intelligence, approaches to intelligence. John McCarthy was the one who came up with artificial intelligence. But from what I read, he called it that, differentiated from cybernetics, another related movement. And he later regretted calling it artificial. Herbert Simon was calling it complex information. Got nixed, but probably is equally vague, I guess.
Is it the intelligence or the artificial words that
I think it's
a problem?
Yeah, I think it's a little of both. But it has good sides because I personally was attracted to the field because I was interested in the phenomenon of intelligence. And if it's called complex information processing, maybe I think something totally different.
What do you think of heard the term cognition? Cognitive.
Yeah, I mean, cognitive has certain associations that people like to separate things like cognition and perception. I don't actually separate. Often talk about cognition different from other aspects of intelligence, higher level.
Cognitive, broad, memory,
I think it's hard to draw lines. When I was coming out of grad school in the 1990s, when I graduated, that was during one of the AI winters. And I was advised not to put AI, artificial intelligence, on my CV and call it intelligence. That was kind of a euphemism, I guess.
What about, just like briefly on terms, words, the idea of artificial general intelligence or intelligence? It's starting to talk about that achieve higher and higher levels of intelligence. How artificial intelligence, a term used more for narrow, very applications of AI. What set of terms appeal to you to describe the thing that actually drives?
People have been struggling and defining exactly what it is. John Searle had this distinction between strong AI and weak AI. Weak AI could be general AI. This idea from strong AI would do that actual thinking that as opposed to simulating or carrying out intelligent processes that we would call.
At a high level, look at founding of the field, McCarthy, and so on. Are we closer to having a better sense of that line between narrow, weak AI and strong AI?
Yes, I think we're closer to having a better idea of what that line is. Early on, for example, a lot of people thought that playing chess couldn't play chess, didn't have general. And of course, once computers were able to play chess better, that revised that view and said, okay, well, maybe now we have to revise what we think of intelligence. And so that's kind of been a theme throughout the history of the field, is that once a machine has passed, we then have to look back and say, oh, well, that changes my understanding of what intelligence is, because I don't think that machine is intelligent. That's not what I want to call it.
Think that line forever, or will we eventually really feel as a civilization like we cross the line, if it's possible?
It's hard hard to predict, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't, in principle, create something that we would consider intelligent. I don't know how we will know for sure. Maybe our own view of what intelligence is will be refined more and more until we finally figure out what we mean when we talk about it. But I think eventually we will create, in a sense, that have intelligence. They may not be the kinds of we have now. And one of the things that that's going to produce is making us sort of understand our own machine-like qualities, that we, in a sense, are mechanical in the sense that cells are kind of mechanical. They have algorithms they process information by, and somehow out of this mass of cells, we get emergent properties that we call, but underlying it, really cellular processing and lots and lots of.
Do you think we'll be able to? Do you think it's possible to create intelligence without understanding our own mind? That sort of in that process we'll understand a lot more. But do you think it's possible to sort of create without it fully understanding from a mechanistic perspective, from a functional perspective, how our mind works?
If I had to bet on it, I would say no. We have to understand our own minds to a significant extent. But I think that's a really big open question. I've been very surprised at how far kind of force approaches based on big data and huge networks can take us. We haven't expected that. And they have nothing to do with the way our minds. So that's surprising to be wrong.
For the psychological on the philosophical, I think we're okay with something that's more intelligent than us. Do you think perhaps the reason pushing that line further and further is people are afraid, acknowledging that there's something stronger, better, smarter than us humans?
Well, I'm not sure we can define intelligence that way because, smarter than is with respect to computers are already smarter than us in some areas. They can find much better than we can. They can figure out driving routes to take faster and better than we can. They have a lot more information to draw on. They know about, traffic conditions and all that stuff. So for any given particular task, sometimes computers are much better than we are. And we're totally happy with that. Right? I'm totally happy with that. I don't bother me at all. I guess the question is, which things about our intelligence would we feel very sad or that machine recreate? So in the book, I talk about my former advisor, Douglas Hofstadter, who encountered a music program, and that was really the line for him. That if a machine could create beautiful music, that would be terrifying for him, because that is something he feels is really at the core of what it is to be human. Beautiful music, art, literature. I don't think he doesn't like the fact that machines can recognize spoken language really well. Like he personally doesn't like speech recognition. But I don't think it bothers him core, because that's not at the core of humanity. But it may be different for every person what really they feel would usurp their humanity. And I think maybe it's a generational thing also. Maybe our children or our children will be adapted. They'll adapt to devices, tasks, and say, yes, this thing is smarter than me in all these areas, but that's great. It helps me.
Looking at the broad history of our species, why do you think so many humans dreamed of creating artificial life century or the 20th century, but really many, many centuries.
That's a really good question. I have wondered about that. I myself, was driven by curiosity about my own thought processes. It would be fantastic to be able to get a computer to mimic some of my thought processes. I'm not sure why we're so driven. I think we want to understand ourselves better, and we also want teams to do things for us. But I don't know, there's something more to it because it's so deep in kind of mythology or those our species. And I don't think other species have this drive. So I don't know.
If you were to sort of psychoanalyze yourself, your own interest in that, what excites you about creating intelligence? You said understanding our own self.
Yeah, I think that's what drives me. I'm really interested in human intelligence, but I'm also interested in the sort of the phenomenon of intelligence more generally. And I don't think humans are the only thing with or even animals. But I think intelligence is a concept that encompasses a lot of complex of things like insect colony, cellular processes, immune system, or all kinds of different biological or even societal processes have as an emergent property some aspect of what we would call it. They have memory, they do process information, they have goals, they accomplish their goals, etc. And me, that question of what is this thing we're talking about here was really fascinating to me, and exploring it using computers is a good way to approach the question.
You think intelligence, you think of our universe as kind of hierarchy of complex systems, property of things. Look at any level, every level has some aspect of intelligence. We're just like one little speck, giant hierarchy of complex.
I don't know if I would say any system like that has, but I guess I don't have a good enough definition of intelligence to say that.
Let me use sort of multiple choice, I guess. So, ant colonies. Are ant colonies intelligent? Are the bacteria in our body intelligent? Go into the physics quality, the behavior at the quantum level of electrons. Are those guys that possess intelligence? Like, where's the line that feels compelling to you?
I don't know. I mean, I think intelligence is a continuum, and I think that the ability to, in some sense, have intention, have a goal, have some kind of self-awareness is part of it. I'm not sure, it's hard to know where to draw that from. But I wouldn't say that today that the planets orbiting the sun are intelligent. I mean, I would find that maybe not the right term to describe. And this is, there's all this field of like what's the right way to define intelligence, what's the right way to model it. We think about computation, should we think about dynamics, about free energy and all of that stuff. I think that it's a fantastic time to feel because there's so many questions, so much we don't understand, so much work.
So are we the most kind of kind of a bunch of different elements, characteristics, intelligence systems, and colonies? Are human intelligence thing brain? Is that the most interesting kind of intelligence?
Well, it's interesting to us because interesting to me, yes. And I'm part of.
But to understanding the fundamentals,
Yeah, I mean,
it's studying the human, everything we've talked about in your book. AI field notion, yes, it's hard to define, but usually talking about very akin.
yeah, to me it is the most. It's the most self-aware. The only system that I know of that reflects on its own existence.
You talk about the history of AI and us in terms of creating artificial intelligence, terrible at predicting the future, the AI, tech in general. So, why do you think we're so bad at the future? Are we bad no matter what, whether it's this decade or the next few decades, if I make a prediction, no way of doing it well, or as the field matures, we're better at it?
I believe as the field matures, we will be better. And I think the reason that we've had so much trouble is that we have so little understanding of our own intelligence. So there's the famous story about Marvin Minsky assigning computer vision as a summer project to undergrads. And I believe that's actually a true story.
Yeah, no, there's a write-up on it that everyone should read. I think it's like a proposal that describes everything you've done in the project. It's hilarious because you can play with from my collection describes problems which still haven't been.
Yeah, and I don't know how far they really expect it to get, but I think that and they're really Marvin Minsky is a super smart guy and very, but I think that no one really understands or understood and how complicated, how complex things that we do are because they're so invisible. To us, vision, being able to look out at the world and describe what we see, that's immediate. It feels like it's no work at all. It doesn't seem like it would be that hard. But there's so much going on unconsciously to us that I think we overestimate how people need to get.
And sort of, you'd ask an unfair question. You've done research, thought about different branches of AI, and look widespread, look at where AI has been, where it is today. If you were to make a prediction, how many years from now is a society create something that they achieve some level of intelligence or level?
That is an unfair question.
A prediction that will most likely be wrong, but it's just your notion because.
Okay, I'll say more than 100 years.
More than 100 years.
And I quoted somebody in my book who said that human level intelligence is 100 Nobel Prizes away, which I like. It's a nice way to sort of nice unit for prediction. And it's like that many fantastic discoveries have been made. And of course, there's no Nobel Prize. AI.
Right.
Not yet.
Look at that 100 years. Your sense is really the journey to intelligence has to go through something more complicated that's into our own cognitive system. Understanding them, being able to create them in artificial machine learning approaches of today, and we're scaling them and scaling them exponentially with compute and hardware and data.
That would be my guess. I think that in the sort of going along in narrow AI, that the current approaches will get better. I think there's some fundamental limits to how far they're going to get. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. and there's some fundamental weaknesses that I talk about in the book that just comes from this approach of supervised learning, uh, requiring feed forward networks, so on. Uh, it's just, I don't think it's a sustainable approach to understanding the world.
Yeah, I'm personally torn on it. Sort of by everything you read about the book and sort of what we're talking about now, I agree with you, but I'm more and more, depending on the day. First of all, I'm deeply surprised by the success with learning. Very beginning, one of this is the main focus of work. Surprised how far I get, and I'm also, I think we're really early on in these efforts of these narrow AI. So I think there'll be a lot of surprise how far I get. I think we'll be extremely impressed. Like my sense is everything I've seen so far, talk about autonomous driving and so on. I think we'll get really far. But I also have a sense that we will discover, just like you said, that even though we'll get really far, in order to create something like our own intelligence, that's much farther than we realize.
Right.
I think these methods are a lot more powerful than people give them credit for, actually. So then, of course, the media hype, but I think there's a lot of researchers, especially like not undergrads, right? But like people who've been in AI, they're skeptical about how far deep. I'm more and more thinking that you can actually get farther than people realize.
It's certainly possible. One thing that surprised me when I was writing the book is how far apart different people are in the field are on their opinion of how how far the field has come and what's accomplished and what's going to happen.
What's your sense of the different, or the different group mindsets, thoughts in the community about where AI is?
Yeah, they're all over the place. So there's kind of the singularity transhumanism group. I don't know exactly how to characterize that approach, which is yeah, sort of exponential progress. We're on the almost at the usually accelerating part of the exponential. By next 30 years, we're going to super intelligent AI and all upload our brain. There's that kind of extreme view that I think most people who work in AI don't have. But there are people who are maybe aren't singularity people, but they're do think that the current approach of learning is going to scale and is going to kind of go all the way, basically, take us to true AI or human level AI or whatever you want to call it. And there's quite a few of them, and a lot of them, like a lot of the people I met who work at big tech companies in AI groups, kind of have that we're really not that far, you know.
I think on that point, sort of, if I could take as an example, Alan, I don't know if you know about his work or his viewpoints on this.
I do.
He believes that there's a bunch of breakthroughs, like fundamental, like Nobel Prize needed still.
Right.
But I think those breakthroughs are top of deep learning.
Right.
And then there's some people who think we need to kind of put deep learning to the side a little bit as just one module helpful in bigger cognitive framework.
Right. So I think what I understand, Jan LeCun is rightly saying supervised learning is not sustainable. We have to figure out how to do unsupervised learning. That's going to be the key. And I think that's probably true. I think unsupervised learning is going to be harder than I think. I mean, the way that we. And there's the opposing view. There's the Gary Marcus kind of hybrid view where learning is one part, but we can bring back kind of symbolic approaches and combine them. Of course, no one knows how to do that very well.
Which is the more important part.
Right.
Emphasize how do they fit together? What's the foundation? What's the thing that's on top?
Yeah.
The cake? What's the icing?
Right.
Yeah.
Then people pushing different things. There's the people, the causality people who learning formulated today completely lacks any notion of causality. That's too, and therefore we have to somehow give it kind of notion of causality. There's a lot of push from cognitive science crowd saying you have to look at developmental learning, look at how babies learn, you have to look at intuitive physics, all these things we know about physics, and then somebody kind of quick also to teach machines intuitive metaphysics, which means like objects. Causality exists. These things that maybe we're born with. That they don't have any of that. They look at a group of people, maybe they get 10 million examples. They can't necessarily learn that there are objects. So there's just a lot of pieces that people are promoting and different opinions of like how important they are. Being able to put them all together in general.
Looking at the broad scheme, what do you take away from it? Who's the most impressive? The cognitive folks, the Gary Marcus camp, Jan camp, unsupervised, or self-supervised, but then there's engineers, right, building some sort of Andre Carpentier, Tesla, actual, it's not philosophy, it's real basic stuff. What do you take away from all this?
I don't know if these different views are not necessarily mutually, and I think like Jan LeCun agrees with the developmental psychology, causality, but still thinks that learning, like end-to-end learning, is the way to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that there's no innate stuff. It's because it's a hard problem. I personally, I'm very sympathetic to cognitive science field. I've become more and more sort of an embodiment adherent, saying that, without having a body, it's very hard to learn what we need to learn about the world.
That's definitely something I'd like to talk about in a little bit. Step into the cognitive world, and you don't mind, because you've done so many things. Copycat, taking a couple of decades, step back, us better, and others have created and developed Copycat 30 years ago.
That's painful to hear.
What is it? Well, what is Copycat?
It's a program that makes analogies in idealized domain, idealized world, of letter strings. Like you say, 30 years ago, wow. So I started working on it when I started grad school in 1984. Wow. And it's based on Hofstadter's ideas about that analogy or aspect. I remember he has a really nice quote in his book by himself and Manuel Sander called Surface about analogy. Without concepts, there can be no thought. Without analogy, there can be no concept. So the view is that analogy is not just kind of reasoning technique where we go, shoe is to foot, love is what you have on IQ test. But that it's much deeper. It's much more pervasive. Everything we do, our language, our perception. So he had a view, a very active perception idea. The idea was that instead of having kind of passive network in which you have input that's being processed over layers and output again, perception is really a dynamic process where our eyes are around getting information. That information is coming back. Look at next. Look at next how we look at it. So copycat trying to do that, kind of stimulate that kind of idea where you have agent, kind of an agent-based agents that are picking things to look at and deciding whether they were interested in information looked at more, and that would influence other agents.
But they interact.
So they interacted through this global kind of called the space. It was actually inspired by the old where you have agents that information on a blackboard, a common blackboard, like old, very old-fashioned AI.
You said we're talking about space programs
It's a computer program.
The agent concepts on a blackboard.
Yeah, we called it a workspace, and the workspace is a data structure. The agents are little pieces of code that those detect little detectors that I'm going to pick this place to look and look for thing and thing I think is there. So it's almost like, you know, a little bit more general thing, and highlighting it.
What it's in the workspace, what are the things that are highlighted?
So there's different kinds of agents that can build connections. So just to give you a concrete example, what Copycat did was it made an analogy to strings of letters. So here's an example. ABC to ABD. What does IJK change to? And the program had some prior knowledge about the alphabet, the sequence of the alphabet. It had a concept of letter, successor of letter, a concept of thing. It had some innate things programmed. But then it could do things like discover that ABC is the letters and then an agent can mark that.
So the idea that there could be a sequence of letters, is that a concept that's formed, or that's a concept
that's a concept that's innate.
Sort of, can you form new concepts? Or are all concepts in?
So in this program, all the concepts of the program were in, because we weren't, I mean, obviously that limits it quite a bit. But what we're trying to do is say, suppose you have some innate concepts, how do you flexibly apply them to new situations? And how do you make analogies?
Let's step back for a second. So I really like that quote. That without concepts there can be no thought, and without analogies there can be no concepts. In the Santa Fe presentation, you said that is one of the mantras of AI.
Yeah.
And that you also said how to form and concept is the most important open problem in AI.
Yeah.
How to form the use concept is the most important open problem in AI. So let's what is a concept? What is an analogy?
A concept is in some sense the fundamental unit of thought. So say we have a concept of a dog, okay? And a concept is embedded in the whole basic concept. So that there's certain concepts that are close to it, farther away from it.
Are these concepts, are they really like fundamental, like we're mentioning innate, almost like very basic, other stuff that's on top of it, including include everything? Are they complicated? Like,
Certainly have form new concepts.
right? I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
You form new concepts that are complex combinations of other concepts.
Yes, absolutely. That's kind of what we do. Learning.
And then what's the role of analogy?
So analogy is when you recognize that one situation is essentially the same as another situation. And essentially not the same. So if I say, last week I did a podcast in actually like 3 days ago in Washington. And that situation was very similar to this situation, although it wasn't exactly the same. It was a person sitting across from me with different kinds of microphones. The questions were different. The building was different. There's all kinds of different things, but really it was an. Or I can say, so doing a podcast, that's kind of a concept, new concept. Never had that concept before. And then I can make an analogy with it, like being interviewed for a news article, newspaper. And I can say, well, you kind of play the same role that the newspaper reporter played. Not exactly the same, because maybe they actually emailed me written questions rather than talking. And the written questions, are analogous to your spoken questions. There's just all kinds of things.
Somehow probably connects conversations you have over Thanksgiving dinner to general conversation. Like a thread you could probably take that just style all that life.
Sure.
Conversation.
Sure. And if I go and tell a friend of mine about podcast interview, my friend might say, "Oh, the same thing happened to me." Let's say, you ask me some really question, and I have trouble answering it. My friend could say, "The same thing happened to me, but it was like it wasn't a podcast interview. It was a completely different situation, and yet my friend is seeing essentially the same thing." We say that very fluidly. The same thing happened to me. We don't even say that, right? It's the same thing. Yeah. And the view that kind of went into, say, copycat, that whole thing is that act of saying the same thing happens to be an analogy. And in some sense, that's what underlies all of our concepts.
Why do you think analogy making describing is so fundamental to cognition? It seems like it's the main element action of what we think of as cognition.
Yeah, so it can be argued that all of the generalization concepts and recognizing concepts in different situations is done by that's every time I'm recognizing that, say, for a person, that's by analogy. I have this concept of a person here. And every time I recognize a new situation, things I talk about it in the book with the concept of walking a dog. And that's actually making an analogy because all of that, the details are very different.
So reasoning could be down to analogy making. So all the things as like you said, perception. What's perception is taking raw sensory input and integrating into our understanding of the world, updating all of that giant best analogies that made.
I think so, yeah.
You just link on the. What do you think it takes to engineer a process for us, our artificials?
Understand better how we do it, how humans do it. And it comes down to internal model. People talk a lot about mental model. That concepts are mental models that I can, in my head, I can do a simulation of a situation, walking a dog. And that there's some work in psychology that promotes the idea that all of concepts are really mental simulations. That whenever you encounter a concept, situation in the world, or read about it, or whatever, do kind of simulation that allows you to predict what happens, develop expectations. That kind of structure, I think, that kind of mental model that, in our brains, somehow these mental models are very much connected.
Again, a lot of stuff we're talking about are essentially open problems. If I ask a question, I don't know the answer. I'm ready to hypothesize, but how big do you think is the network graph data structure of concepts in our life? We're trying to build that ourselves. We take it, that's one of the things we take for granted. I mean, that's why we take common sense for granted. Common sense is trivial. But how big the thing of concepts is that underlies what we
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't even know what you consider it. How big
That's
is it?
beautifully put, right?
But we have, it's really hard to know. We have what 100 billion neurons or something, and they're connected trillions, and all this chemical process. There's just a lot of capacity for stuff, and their information's encoded in different ways in the brain. Chemical interactions code electric firing and firing rate. Nobody really knows how it's. It seems like there's a huge amount of capacity. So I think it's enormous, and it's amazing how much.
But we know, and not just know, like it's all integrated thing that we make analogy.
Yes.
There's a dream of web. A lot of dreams from expert systems of building giant knowledge bases. You see a hope for these kinds of turning Wikipedia into something that could be analogy making.
Sure. And I think people have made some progress along those. People have been working on this for a long time. But the problem is, and this I think is the problem of common sense. Like people have been trying to get these common sense networks. Here at MIT, there's ConceptNet project, right? But the problem is that, as I said, most of the knowledge that we have is invisible to us. It's not in Wikipedia. It's very basic things about, intuitive physics, intuitive psychology, intuitive metaphysics, all that stuff.
If you were to create a website that described intuitive psychology, would it be bigger or smaller?
I guess describe. Sorry, but
it's really good. Exactly.
That's a hard question because how do you represent that knowledge is the question, right? I can certainly write down F equals ma and laws and a lot of physics to be that, but that's probably not the best representation of that for doing kinds of reasoning we want a machine to do. So I don't know. It's impossible. And people, the projects like there's the famous Psych project, right? That Douglas did. That I think it's still going. And the idea was to try and encode all of common sense knowledge, including all the knowledge, in kind of logical representation. And it just never, I think, could do any of the things that he was hoping it could do. Because that's just the wrong approach.
Of course, that's what they always say. The history books say, well, it's like Project Violent Dawn of in 2058. So much progress has been made in just a decade.
Yeah, it could
who
be.
knows what the next breakthrough could be.
It could be.
Certainly a compelling notion, project.
I think Leonard was one of the early, say, common sense is what we need. That's what we need. All this, like, expert system stuff, that is not going to be AI common sense. And he basically gave up his whole academic career to go pursue that. I totally admire that, but I think the approach itself will not. 40 or wherever.
What do you think is wrong with the approach? What kind of approach might be successful?
Well,
again, nobody knows the answer, right?
If I knew that, one of my talks, one of the people in the audience, the public lecture, one of the people in the audience, what AI company are you investing in?
Investment advice, okay.
I'm a college professor. I don't have a lot of extra funds to invest, but also, like, no one knows what's going to work in AI, right? That's the problem.
Let me ask another impossible question in case you have a sense. In terms of data structure, multiple kind of information, do you think they've been invented yet, both in hardware and software, or is it something else?
I think something else. That's my.
That be
I don't know if Marie. I don't see any reason. So in that sense, have invented the hard you need to make it and right algorithm, sort of architecture.
during a very mathematical notion, have to engineering notion, all that stuff.
Well, I guess it is a question. People have brought up this question, and when you asked about, like, is our current hardware, will our current hardware work? Well, Turing computation says that, like, our current hardware is in principle Turing, right? All we have to do is make it faster, bigger. But there have been people, Roger Penrose, you might remember that the Turing machine cannot produce because intelligence requires continuous valued numbers. That was sort of my reading argument. And quantum mechanics, what else? Whatever, But I don't see any evidence that computation paradigm. But I don't know if we're, I don't think we're going to be able to scale up our current approaches to programming computers.
What is your hope for approaches like copycat or other cognitive architectures? Talk to the creator, for example. I use that term myself. I don't know if you.
Yeah.
What do you think is? What's your hope of approaches like that in helping develop systems of greater and greater intelligence?
Well, that's what I'm working on now, is trying to take some of those ideas so I think there's some really promising that are going on now that have to do with more active generative models. So this is the idea of simulation in your head, the concept when you're perceiving a new situation, you have some simulation that those are different models. You're generating your expectations, generating.
That's part of a perception. You have a mental model, model that generates prediction and you compare it.
Yeah.
And then the difference
And you also, that generative model is where to look and what to look at.
Dude.
Pay attention. And I think it affects your perception. Not that
How you doing, Tim? I'll be there in a second.
Pretty complicated conceptual things. Talk about a semantic network. That these different kinds of concept models in the brain that are connected. So let's take the example of walking. Okay. You guys see someone out on the street walking a cat. Walk their cat. Yes. Seems like a bad idea, but my model of there's connections between my model of dog and model of cat. And I can immediately see the analogy of that those are analogous situations. But I can also see the differences, and that tells me what to expect. So, also, I have a new situation. So, another example of dog thing is sometimes I see people riding their bikes. People in the beach, the dogs riding along the dock. Okay, so I know that I recognize that as kind of a dog walking situation, even though the person's not walking, right, and the dog's not walking. Because I have these models that say, okay, riding a bike is similar to walking transportation, but because they have their dog there, they're not going to work, they're going out for exercise. These analogies help me figure out kind of what's going on.
So these analogies are very human interpretable. That's that kind of space. Then you look at something like current deep learning approaches, kind of help you take raw sensory information, automatically build up higher. You can call them concepts, human interpretable concepts. What's the link here? Sort of the hybrid system question. How do you think they interact with each other? What's the value of learning, forming, of analogy making?
The goal of, the original goal of deep learning in visual perception was that you would get the system to learn to extract features at different levels of complexity. Edge detection, learning simple combinations of edges, or complex shapes, whole objects, faces, and was based on the ideas of the neuroscientist Weasel, laid out this kind of structure in the brain. And I think that's right to some extent. People have found that the whole story is a little more complex than that in the brain. It is feedback. So I see that as absolutely a good brain-inspired approach to some aspects of perception. One thing that is lacking, for example, is all that feedback. Extremely important.
The interactive element you mentioned.
The expectation, right? The conceptual.
Go back and forth with the patient.
Yeah. So that is really important. And one thing about neural networks is that in a given situation, like they're trained, right? They get weight. then now I give them a new image. They treat every part of the image in the same way. Apply the same filters at each layer, all parts. There's no feedback to say, like, oh, this part of the image is irrelevant. I shouldn't care about this part of the image. Or this part of the image is the most important. And that's kind of what we humans are able to do because we have these conceptual expectations.
There's by the way, a little bit more than that. There's been a lot more in and what's under the called attention in natural language processing technology. That's exceptionally powerful. Very, just as it's really powerful idea. But again, sort of machine learning, it all kind of operates in an automated way. It's not human.
Well, it's not also okay. So this, right, it's not dynamic. I mean, in the sense that as a perception of a new symbol is being processed, those attention weights don't change.
Right. So, I mean, there's a kind of notion that there's not a memory. You're not aggregating the idea of like this mental model.
Yes.
It seems to be a fundamental idea. There's not a really powerful. There's some stuff with memory, but there's not a powerful way to represent the world in some sort of way that's deeper than. I mean, it's so difficult because neural networks do represent the world. They do have a mental model, right? But it just seems to be shallow. It's hard to criticize them at the fundamental level. It's easy. It's easy to criticize them. Well, look, like exactly what models, almost from a psychology head on. They look. Networks are clearly not able to achieve humans models, the analogy and so on. But that doesn't mean that they fundamentally cannot do that. Like it's very difficult to say that. I mean, you have a notion that the learning approaches are going to not only are they limited today, they will forever be limited in being able to construct mental model.
I think the idea of the dynamic perception here, the idea that moving your eyes around and getting feedback, and that's something that, there's been models like that. There's certainly recurrent neural networks that operate over several time steps. But the problem is that the actual recurrence is, basically the feedback is that the next time step is the entire hidden state. Yeah. And it turns out that that doesn't work very well.
The thing I'm saying is, mathematically, it has the information in that recurrence capture everything. It just doesn't.
Yeah. Right.
So, it's like or machine question, right? Maybe theoretical. A computer. Learning.
I know all day. I just know that the hard part can be based on perception. So I think it's.
Well, I think that it's currently that kind of based on what. And I think a lot more. But who knows? The definition of deep learning. I mean, it's pretty broad. It's kind of an umbrella for.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, and a feed forward neural network.
Or they're giving recurrence, but sometimes it's talking about Marcus.
deep learning. Do you think that
I don't think so. No. I mean, I think it's an open, but on the maintenance side, something that we've been evolved to be able to, and that can happen. So one example. Here's an example I had.
Dude, how are you?
Immediately. Play Atari video games by getting input from the game, and it learned to play game Breakout 1,000% better than great, and it side the bricks Breakout game and all off the screen. Okay, so there was a group who experiment where they took the paddle, moved the joystick, and moved it up, and they looked at Q learning trained on Breakout, and could it now transfer its learning to the new version of the game. Of course, a human, and it could. Maybe that's not surprising, but I guess the point is it hadn't learned the concept of a paddle, hadn't learned that it hadn't learned the concept of a ball or the concept of tunneling. It was learning something, we looking at it kind of anthropomorphized. Oh, here's what it's doing. Here's the way we describe it. But actually, because it didn't learn those concepts, it couldn't make this transfer.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful statement, but at the same time, by moving the paddle, you also anthropomorphize laws, rejecting the system that will then slip how impressed we are by it. What I mean by that is that to me, the Atari games were to me deeply impressive. That was possible at all. So like, I
Sure.
first pause on that, and people should look at that, just like the game of Go, which is fundamentally different than what the Blue did. Even though there's still much still tree search, just everything Deep Mind has done, learning, however limited, surprising.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that what they did wasn't impressive. I think it was incredibly impressive.
It's interesting. Is looking at the board another thing that you learn. So like we've been able to learn very basic concepts. They're not enough. Maybe data. The interesting thing about the examples we talk about and beautifully is they often cause us data.
Well, that's the question. I mean, I think that is whether it's a flaw in the data or because all the question I brought up asking, I think that learning from data could go on, and that this is why I brought up the and this was not at all to take away from the impressive work that they did, but it's to say that when we look at what they learn, do they learn the human relevant concept? And in that example, sure, if you train it on paddle being in different places, maybe it would deal with maybe learn that concept. I'm not totally sure. But the question is, scaling that up to more complicated worlds, to what extent could a machine that only gets very raw data learn to divide up the world into relevant concepts? And I don't know the answer, but I would bet that without some innate notion that it.
Yeah. 10 years ago, I 100% agree with you as the most acid. But now I have I have a glimmer of hope.
Okay, I mean, that's fair enough.
And I think I still had to bet all my money going takes all the way. But still, I was so personally surprised by the target, by the power of game playing it, that I was, like many other times, just awesome.
Yeah, I think fair enough. Self play is amazingly powerful, and that goes way back to Arthur Samuel, right, with checker playing program, and that was brilliant and surprising.
Just for fun, let me ask you on the topic of common goals. It's the area that I work mostly on, and also area that I think is a good example. You use sort of an example of things we as humans don't always realize how hard it is. Like the constant try to AI, but different problems that we think are easy when we first try them, and then realize how hard it is. Okay, so why you've talked about this autonomous driving being a more difficult without even credit for. Why is it so difficult? What is the most difficult part for you?
I think it's difficult because of the world is so open ended as to what kinds of things can happen. So you have sort of what normally happens, which is that you drive along and nothing surprising happens, and autonomous vehicles, the ones we have now, evidently can do really well on most normal situations, as long as the weather is really good. But if you have this notion of edge case or things at the tail of the distribution, long tail problem, says that so many possible things that can happen that not training data of the machine that it won't be able to handle it because it doesn't have common sense.
So paddle move.
Yeah, it's the paddle move problem. Right. And so my understanding, and you probably are more of an expert than I am on this, is that current self-driving car vision systems have problems with obstacles, meaning that they don't know which quote-unquote obstacles they should stop for and which ones they shouldn't stop. So a lot of times I read that they tend to slam on the brakes quite a bit, and the most common accident with self-driving cars are people rear-ending because they were surprised. They weren't expecting the car to stop.
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions there. Whether, because you mentioned kind of two things. So one is the problem of perception, of understanding, of interpreting the objects detected.